Well, good morning. Good morning, all. I am not Nick, but thank you for all of you who are joining us. Nick will be here shortly, and I know I'm a guest teacher, but try to keep the spit wads and the gum chewing to a minimum. But we are here for the start, hopefully finish, of the closing arguments of the YSL trial. And I see Jason in the chat, and laugh, always have fun. Love the name, by the way. Fun size. Nope, not Nick. Yeah, LOL. Yeah, not Nick. Not yet. Not yet. Nick will be here. I feel like an honorary Swede, though. I've stalked Nick to his farm. I married a Swede. I have the Skolna flag behind me, which is southern Sweden. You can see it right there. So I'm trying. And then back here in the corner, you can see my little horned helmet. So I will I will try to do my best. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do the accent without sounding like a Muppet. But in the meantime, let's yeah, good morning, not Nick. Yeah, I like that. Let's well, we'll see where we are. So right now, we just have the what is it called? The seal, rather. So we're waiting on this. They were originally supposed to start a few minutes ago. Like 15-20 minutes ago, the feed was supposed to go, and then it sort of recycled itself. So hopefully we get going pretty soon. I did put a poll up if you guys want to vote. Now I have a feeling the jury instructions given this case are going to go quite a while, and they're not necessarily the most interesting thing, but as an attorney, they're one of the most important things next to the opening statement. If you saw me on Nick's Friday stream, I said that the trial is usually won or lost with opening statements. You got to do really well, and the jury selection. This case is a little different. This case has been going on for a year. There's been 160 some days, 166 days of trial. Oh my God, 166 days of trial. The jury's completely forgot the opening statement. Now they have their gut instinct still. They have their gut feeling. But the jury instructions that are given in the closing arguments are going to be way more important in this case, I think, than or as Nick would say, in my opinion, than than most other cases. Notice what all the women are wearing. What are the women wearing? What are the women? I got legs. What over here? I'm mirrored. I forget. So yeah. So we have two defendants left, with four of them pleading out during the trial, a switch of the judges, and apparently a switch of the prosecutors. Is love going? That should be my poll. You know what? I'm going to end the poll now. I'm going to go with, oh, wait. Why can't I end the poll? Oh, there we go. All right. I got to get my other window. I'm going to end this poll. Is love going to, so by the way, so the last poll, how long is the jury going to go? Over 2 hours, or the jury instructions rather, over 2 hours, one with 73% of the vote. I'm going to start a new poll. Is love going to do the closing? So it's going to be a simple yes or no. Is love going to make an appearance to do the closing? I think not. I think she's off the case for whatever reason, probably a good one. And I don't think she's going to be there. Wait, live? Oh, shoot. Why did it stop? It's not, there's nothing going on. You got me scared. You said skip to the live. Woo. I'm live. I'm live. Yeah, there's nothing here. Okay, well, scared me. We'll leave it up. We'll leave it up just in case something happens. All right, so is love going to do the closing? I say no. I say no. But tell your friends about this channel. Nick has been doing some excellent coverage on this. He's been doing the recaps for you all. He's been reviewing the oh, I know why it stopped. It's because I pulled up Nick's stream to do the poll. That's why. So I had to pause that. Nothing important except the red. Did they do something? I know I seen heads bobbing up and down a little bit, but I didn't hear any audio. So yeah, we're live now. And I hear nothing. So we're good. Okay. At least we didn't miss anything important. It's on. It's on. Am I in the wrong feed? This is day 66. This is live, right? Yeah, skip to live. Stuff happening earlier, nothing now. Oh, we're all wearing red. Oh, here we go. They're missing Mr. Sharp. That's not good. Oh wait, I gotta put the hang on, I gotta get the cover. Oh, where's Nick's stuff? What is a good one to use? Does that work? Yeah, that works. Yes. 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 Nick did get a lot shorter with a haircut. Maybe he's good morning. K-Beer's mama. The whole state wearing red. And Doug had a question about jury instructions in the chat. By the way, if you guys have a question, throw a red question mark. Dennis Byron is supposed to be there live, right? In person? Good morning, all just joining us. Nick is going to be joining us in a bit, and I am trying to hold down the fort here. You can't hear the court? It's boosted. Can anybody hear the court? No sound? What is going on? All right, hang on a second. StreamYard, I was giving an issue for some people yesterday. Let me try this. Can you guys hear it now? Hang on. Can you all hear it now? There's really nothing but some paper rustling. StreamYard's been a little iffy for the last couple of days. I'm not sure what's going on with it. Okay, good. All right. Sorry about that. They were just talking about some logistical issues. Apparently, there's a screen that's not working, and they're trying to get it fixed so that they can present whatever they want to present at closing. And then they're trying to find a lectern that they can roll around and face the jury. Clock share audio. Yeah, last night I was on Whiskey's channel. By the way, guys, go check out what is it? Assholes? I gotta look it up. You guys gotta go check out their or Assholes React or something like that. It's a great stream. They just do reaction videos to like police cams and stuff. Let me see if I could find it and put it in the chat. I was on there last night and they were having the same issues with StreamYard. And I thought it was them, and now I feel ashamed of myself for making fun of them the whole time. Let me see if I could find their link and put it in. Oh, see, here's the thing. I'm logged in as Nick, so that I can put up a what do you call it? A poll. And so now I got to log out and log back in, and then that's going to pause this. Okay, this is fun times. But welcome everybody just joining us. They are having technical issues. They are looking for a lectern, and then hopefully they'll get going soon. All right, so here's the link to the channel that I was on last night. I'll put it in the chat right now. You guys can all go and enjoy that. Hey, Ken, counseling couch, how have you been? It's been a minute since I've seen you. Yeah, Assholes React. That's the channel. Putting on an American face, yeah. Well, you know, we do what we do. Hey, Aaron Olivia, welcome. All right, so this is going to be a long day, everybody. This is going to be a long day. Now, I only have until about 11 o'clock for Nick to get here, because I do have court this afternoon, and I need to get dressed in proper attire and get there. So hopefully it's not too long of a day for Nick and the trial. All right, so we have sound now. That's good. Let's back up if you guys want to hear what's been going on. We'll back up for a second.
Could be used. So, and also, I think we have an issue with one of the screens, so that is getting worked on. I don't exactly know what the issue
Hey,
is.
Mo.
And then
Hello.
that
How are
we
you?
might need an overflow.
Okie dokie. So I have not kept up with this trial in so much as anything. So I am a bit lost. I know that a lot of the people either took plea deals or got that kind of thing going. And this is for the two that just went ahead
The
and
two
said
stubborn defendants that are unwilling to admit their guilt. No, I don't.
Well, has the state proved their guilt?
I doubt it. No, not on the RICO. The problem is this is one of those cases where they just throw so much information at you, and they're like, there's got to be a connection because we have all this information we just elicited from our witnesses.
Oh.
You know, one of those cases. The problem for the two defendants that are remaining, I think, is going to be that the 4 of the 6 pled out. I don't know what was informed, or how the jury was informed about that. If they were told these guys pled, or they were told that they're just not part of the trial anymore. Either way, I feel like that's probably going to be bad for the remaining defendants. If 4 of the 6, conspirators have pled out, I have a feeling that it's not going to go well for these guys.
Did they use that testimony against them? I mean, what is it that they, I guess, brought into this trial? Because I watched maybe the first 2 months with Nick, and it seemed like there was not a cohesive story. Like they just kept throwing this, that, and the other. It wasn't a timeline. As a juror, I don't know how you could even try this or adjudicate this case with all this sort of random thing. It is really, really hard to kind of understand how the state has presented this to a juror. Because if I'm a juror and I've been, on here for 6.5, almost a whole year, and I still don't understand the basal kind of causal reason we've brought these guys in, then that's a problem.
Yeah, I essentially what I gather, and I haven't been watching it as much as Nick has and some other streamers, but they tried to establish that this was a global activity, and everything
I
that
like
was
it.
done by any of the defendants or the non-indicted co-conspirator defendants is all tied back to this
No,
criminal
we're not
organization,
taking.
and therefore anything that
We're
any
just
one of them
adding a
has
new one
done,
in, so thank you.
the other can be liable for. So how that was presented seemed like in a disjointed, non-linear
Okay,
fashion
wait,
in a
stop.
complete mess. It's really going to come down to the closing
Don't
argument.
move those tables.
And
There's nothing wrong with
I'm
it
curious to
just
see how they
being in
go.
the middle here in front of the other.
They're messing around with the
And then
lectern.
when
I'm
you
just going to turn
wanna
the
use
volume
it,
down.
you just turn it.
So the state really has to put together a cohesive story, and I don't know if they're going to be able to. It'll be interesting to see. Is that Love all the way to the left, or is that somebody else? Can the chat tell me? Because the lead prosecutor's been off this case. The judge is off this case, the original judge. 4 of the 6 defendants are off this case. To a juror sitting there not knowing what's going on behind the scenes, this has got to be a lot of questions still up in the air, right? Mo, if you're seeing this stuff, if you're seeing like the judge change and the prosecutor change and 4 of the defendants go away and you don't know why, I mean, what are you thinking as a layperson, not
Well,
knowing any of the background?
as a layperson not knowing anything, I'm wondering why I'm always being sent out of the room, first of all. That's the most annoying thing as a juror. Now, being a juror that's watching trials, I was able to maybe suss out why they were sending us out and kind of give the other jurors in the trial I did, ideas of why that happened. But if I am just a juror and I see several different judges, I see all of this rotating thing and the willingness to give plea deals to other people, I think that I would be very distrustful of the entire state, its apparatus, and all of this in this trial. I mean, not to mention, if I am a layperson, I know exactly what's going on in Fulton County Jail. I know the kind of conditions that are there. I know the kind of backlog. I would be pissed. I would be pissed at having spent a year of my life, gotten no sort of story that I can, easily relay to other people or try to put down, in my own words. And then you have these 2 people that, didn't decide to take plea deals. It would be hard to separate their individual story, their individual crimes from all of the spaghetti on the wall that I've been told for a year. And unless the state makes clear in their closing statement what they are actually going for these 2 particular people, I would find it deeply confusing as a juror.
And you just recently sat on a jury, right?
Yeah, I did. I don't know why they picked me. You would think with this hair, it was bright pink and purple at the time. I was like, I mean, I all but wore my Ask Me About Jury Nullification t-shirt. Like, I figured putting YouTube commentator on trials would basically get me bumped out. But no.
Did you tell them that you cover trials on YouTube?
I told them on the worksheet, and then when asked what probable cause was, I believe I gave the verbatim, like, jury instruction recitation of what it was, and everyone looked at me. You know that time where it goes silent and everyone looks at you, and I'm like, I've only had this dream once before, and I was naked in trigonometry class. But even the lawyer, the state prosecutor, was like, that is the best answer I've ever gotten. I'm like, I repeated verbatim what your jury instructions are. Like,
You speaking of the times that someone put in the chat, I stopped counting. Oh, Jason did. I stopped counting how many times that the jury left the courtroom. There was, I know Nick was doing a sidebar counter. Do we know what he got up to? I think, okay, here it is. So this is what's in his thing, 348 sidebars. So with 348 sidebars, I would say at least half that number the jury was excused from the courtroom. That's ridiculous.
And this is looking like a vanity project. And now this is more of an outside, and I don't know that the jurors, if they are being true to their, charges at the end of the day, are looking at it. But this is beginning to look like a vanity project, with Fannie Willis having sort of a really rough time with the other RICO cases that she is currently trying to do. This one looks like I'm going to get one of these to do something. That's kind of
Understand,
what
like
this
the
looks like.
background behind RICO was the mafia during Prohibition, right? The mafia during Prohibition had a legitimate business structure with managers and other and like quote unquote employees, right? And they were running
Yeah.
a business in order to engage in criminal conduct. And so that's how RICO is set up, to attack that. And then when you try to do it for things like this, or like loose affiliations, that's sort of the conspiracy sort of criminal enterprise, not necessarily RICO. To try to stretch it to this extent just seemed ridiculous from the beginning. And even when they tried to do it with the election stuff, it's just it was absolutely ridiculous to try to stretch it this way. And then to try 20 some people at the same time was ridiculous. Even paring it down to 6 was absolutely ridiculous. So hey, you made it.
I made, and I was just thinking, I need to send an invite to Mo, because Mo was here on opening statements.
That's what she was saying.
Still
she watched
as confused.
So did your so how fast did your new car carry you down those Swedish roads to get here?
No comment.
Yeah. Well, good. Glad you were able to make it. Nothing really happened. They're fiddling around with electronics. The screen's not working, and they had to find a lectern from a different courtroom. So now I think they're getting set up, or they're already set up. They're good to go.
Okay. Also, someone just pointed out, but the state is all wearing red. I thought that was indicative of a gang affiliation. Are we going to have to see what they do with their hands now?
Yeah, right. Yeah. What is it? West Side? I can't do it. West Side?
I don't know. I'm afraid that if I actually do a hand sign that I'm just joking about, it's going to be real, like, that's they're from them Latin kings. And I'm going to be like, I didn't, y'all.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
All the state is wearing red, and Love is there. I've been putting up some polls.
Oh,
I put up for the first poll was how long the closing was going to take. And I can't remember what the results are. I have to go back through. And then whether or not Love was going to be giving the closing, and then of course she showed up. So I guarantee she's going to be giving the closing. So 73% of your chatters said that Love is going to give the closing. Now the current poll that's up is how many objections are there going to be during closing. I have 1 to 10, 10 to 20, and all of them. So right now, 1 to 10 is winning. No. I'm sorry. All of them is winning with 48% of the vote.
Yeah. And over at X, I have how many sidebars during Monday's closing arguments. And currently it is 0 is at 2.3%.
Nice.
1 to 3 sidebars, 14%. 4 to 9 sidebars.
This is working. We need you next door.
44%. And 10 plus 39.5%.
Yes, it's working. I can't see.
Did you want to pull up the feed?
Okay.
So you can. So there'll be no interruption once
that one's
actually
nowhere
gets
near
going.
as critical as the one that the jury is going to see.
Not Dick.
Okay, we need you to go.
I know English.
That's close enough.
That was not a Freudian slip or anything. That was just me not being able to
our
English.
overflow courtroom. Why that?
Did this judge say time limits or anything on these closings?
Yep. 5 hours for the prosecution and 2 hours each for the defendants.
Holy giblets. And okay, so Nick, you have more experience with Miss Love. Is she going to use all the 5 hours?
She will probably try to go over.
Oh, good Lord.
Oh, so you got your feet up now. Okay.
Yeah, cool. I got my feet up now.
All right.
Yay.
I will close mine down. Mama, I can't believe we're at closing either. I thought this was going to go at least another 6 months. That was
after 4 of them pled out, Yeah, okay. Now it's probably going to take a bit shorter. And then both Max and Doug said we will be done before Christmas.
I want to know what witnesses were set aside and not called now that Young Thug and others have pled. Because in order for there to be like another 6 months, because this was supposed to go until like April or something. I remember you talked about coming back to the States for
In
the
September. Yeah, in September.
closing.
And yeah, I was supposed to be there for closing arguments. I had no idea closing arguments would be now. So
Yeah.
I'm quite pissed off because I don't have any vacation days. I get new one next year. So and yeah,
Damn it,
so
you ruined my holiday.
yeah, so everything was planned for me to get in February. I had the funds, I had the vacation days, no problem. Now, no.
Hey,
So
as a technical standpoint, make sure that you have audio that we can hear, because StreamYard's been giving us an issue. It was giving Whiskey an issue last night when I was on his stream, and it gave me an issue earlier today. So if you want to back up to when someone's talking and just make sure that we can hear the courtroom through your browser. StreamYard's been really weird about it.
okay.
So if you want to back up the feed to when the judge is talking or something, just make sure we can hear it.
Oh.
It should just be.
Get us up and running
Okay.
in
I hear it.
our
We're good.
overflow courtroom.
Okay. Good. I just wanted to make sure we got that out of the way. You know, get our technical issues out of the way while the court's getting their technical issues.
Yeah.
How many sidebars have there been in total? Well,
did you stop counting, or is this an accurate count?
This is plus minus 5,
okay,
depending on how you. Yeah, so 348 sidebars.
Now, in comparison between this judge and the first judge, how is she? Oh, okay, so she actually maintains like decorum in her court. She doesn't let the state get away with things.
Well,
she's on time.
She's on time, and she actually, as Detective Dennis did one of these things that you can't do: refer to a person as
using a
in and out of jail
when you're giving your closing.
And
so no, you're not.
so she threw him out and the rest of his testimony. But so that took a big toll on the prosecution's case, because he was supposed to.
All right, I think there's at least one camera up and running in our overflow courtroom
murder
now.
And everything
So
between 2019 and 2022, and now
we're ready to get the jury out.
Finally, let's get going.
Yeah, let's get death by PowerPoint from the state going. Has she said anything about demonstratives as far as using them in closing? I know some judges don't like you to use them, and then some will let you.
Well, they were allowed to use demonstratives in opening.
Hilton, did you figure out whether
I think I vaguely remember that
was actually admitted?
Okay, so call me a dumbass, but if you're making a case about affiliation based on color coding, and why would you all dress in the same color?
Yeah, especially the color red, which they have argued this is for the blood. And I mean all she needs is white stripes, and she would look like a
Wednesday when
they're wearing red ties. This was coordinated.
Yeah. They are Bloods.
I thought they were Crips.
They're getting that's it. They are getting rid of competition within Bloods. That's the entire case.
It makes more sense than the case they presented, so I'm kind of okay with it.
If I was a defense attorney, this is what I'd be planning for part of my closing.
Oh, Miss DeWilliams is there. Great.
I would say something like, just because there's a correlation doesn't mean there's causation. Look at the state table. They're all wearing red. Are they part of a gang? Or is it just correlation and not causation? I would work that into my closing.
Yeah. Tiffany Spranek. Did they just forget about all the curative instructions Glenn will put after closings? They will have jury instructions after closings.
Not before.
So, not before.
Okay.
So that I believe. That let's see. Let's see if I put that down there. Who do we see? Well, those are the usual. Mr. Kendrick, the defendant, with Mr. Weinstein, his attorney. And then you have Mr. Kokomo. Then you have Mr. Stilwell with Mr. Shard as his attorney. But if Miss De Williams is there, that's good. She is probably collecting information regarding. Now, she's not the appellate attorney for Little Rod.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and
never know.
gentlemen. When you were last with us on Wednesday of last week, as you recall, the state had rested. I'm now going to ask the defense whether they wish to present evidence. Mr. Sharp, does the defense have evidence to present on behalf of Mr. Stilwell?
Your Honor, we do not wish to present any.
Understood. All right. And Mr. Weinstein, does the defense wish to present evidence on behalf of Mr. Kendrick?
No, Your Honor, we do not feel that's necessary.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much. All right. That means that the
Going
evidence
from
is
shade.
closed. And the next step in this case is the closing arguments. Because the state has the burden of proof in this case, the state will make an initial closing argument. The defense will then have an opportunity to present any closing argument that they wish to present. And the defense, if the defense does present closing, then the state will then have a final opportunity at summation. All right, so I'm not sure who's going to present the opening on behalf of the state, but whomever that is, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Give me just a second.
You've had all morning to set up. Now you need a sec.
You know what? Some
Oh,
of us
the
have
judge
nervous
left, I
bladders. And, before we get everything done, we just want to take a potty.
This is going to be amusing to some of you, but overflow actually is 5D and not 1D. So maybe that's why I was saying it the whole time. All right, you can go ahead, Mr. Adkins. Sorry.
Yeah,
Thank you, Your Honor.
that is the wise choice for the prosecution.
Let me turn this microphone.
Mr. Atkins is
Holy
by far the most.
Spledoinkles.
Good morning.
Do we
Yeah.
have an actual honest to God lapel pin? Or Mike?
I wanted to talk to you about.
That's
not
not
working.
working.
Yeah, I was going to say.
4 words come to mind. The first word, deception, intimidation, destruction, and death. Deception of the youth.
Putting on
You get
booster.
enamored with what is presented publicly, and then deceived when they become a part of the criminal enterprise. Deception for law enforcement to not uncover the actions that they commit, and deception in this very courtroom with witnesses that have sat right before you to try to continue that enterprise. Intimidation, the public videos we've seen about people that they label as rats, people that they label as snitches or snitching, and that repeated threat, either overt, out in the open, or subtle, that if we do a crime to you or you know about it, don't say anything. The destruction has multiple parts. You've heard from multiple communities all throughout Fulton County that often similar pockets in the city have been affected, from dealing drugs, the robberies, the shootings, the shell casings, the windows, the doors, the refrigerators, the cars, over and over. That's the destruction. And then you've heard about the death. Jeffrey Williams himself said, YSL, in this video after he says murder gang, someone right next to him says YSL till we're dead pale. But also, you've heard about 3 murders: Donovan Thomas, Chanel Drinks, and Jamari Holmes. That is what YSL, the criminal enterprise, is about. Now, I'm going to talk to you about count 1 RICO and criminal street gang. And so when I am complete, at the end, Ms. Hilton will come up and talk to you about the murder of Donovan Thomas and the murder of Chanel Drinks. and the remaining counties. Now, what I just said, it's not just my words. This is the deception, intimidation, destruction, and death that I just spoke to you about. Murder gang in my slime is above the law. But in Fulton County, nobody is above the law, and that's why you're here.
Especially not the prosecution.
You already know why I said we dead and pale, bitch. Murder gang, bitch. Yeah. Slap. Gang. Original. No cap. No cap. And we actually free. You know that? Niggas always free.
Those are their own words, murder gang. What they are publicly stating that the enterprise and the street gang, and I may use both of those terms interchangeably today, are about.
I don't think y'all niggas got more than us is dead now. This in your video?
There's a we and a us. He's saying the only thing that they have is more people who are deceased, which is saying that we don't. And the they, I argue from the evidence we've been presented amply throughout this trial, is their rivals, their ops. The Atlanta Blood Gang, Fifth Gang, Nine Dudes, YFN, that group. And lastly, after publicly bragging and boasting about murders, what is their viewpoint on being held accountable? Well, let me take their own words. Don't just take mine.
Just beat a murderer. Pay my lawyer 30 for that. Pay my
Yeah, can't
Well,
play songs.
You know what?
So now I'm going to equip you with the duty as
Well,
jurors
wait till they get to
go
WAP. I don't know who they're
learn
gonna
about the law
you know,
that the judge will instruct you on.
convict for
So
that
you have
one.
the toolkits needed to deliberate and understand how to organize the evidence that we present. So that's what I'm going to here to do with you today. So I'm going to take a step back.
When are we
In
going to charge
general,
Stephen King?
jurors' duties
I mean, he writes a lot about
is
murder.
to honestly seek the truth. You've heard evidence, testimony, physical items. It's not to
We
seek
should
out,
for the
it's to
ending
seek
of the
truth.
mist.
You determine, how you handle and weigh the evidence. And I'm going to highlight some things for you so that you can understand some connections between some of these evidence. Because there's connections between these shootings, connections between these crimes, locations, victims, and accomplices that's important for count one RICO. That's what I'm going to walk through with you about right now. The duty to deliberate. When all of this is done, all of y'all will go back there and speak with one another. Speak freely with one another. Go through the evidence and talk about what you've heard throughout this trial and talk with fellow jurors about the evidence as you reach your verdict. And like I said, seek the truth. Now, I'm going to explain to you in a couple of minutes about what you can and can't consider. So everything outside of this circle has comes up in almost every trial, sometimes a little, sometimes a lot. Sympathy for victims or defendants. Viewpoints on a witness. You like the witness, you don't like the witness. You like the police, you don't like the police. You think about some issue that comes up in a case that's not about the evidence and the law. You disagree with the law. All of those things you can't consider. What you can consider, and it's going to populate in the middle, is the evidence, the testimony, the physical items,
Public opinion.
videos, the wiretaps, the jail calls, all of those things you can consider for this trial. And it's not lost on me the length of this trial. And I could stand up here for 4 hours and explain to you my genuine understanding and frustration with how long you all and the sacrifices you've made. And what I thought about, because when you initially came on, it was 6 to 9 months, and now we're here 12 months later, and that is a significant difference. And there's one time in my life that came to mind about this. I couldn't do this again today, but I ran one marathon. When I got there that day, I was supposed to do a half marathon, many years ago. And when I'm in line with one of my best friends who encouraged me to run, I see people much older than me. I won't call them old, but they may have been pushing 90, marathon. And so he gave me that look, and I said, all right, I'll do the marathon with you. And during that, expecting to run a half, that day running a full I had moments where I wanted to quit. I had moments I wanted to walk. I had moments where I wasn't ready, I wasn't prepared, I didn't sign up for this, even though technically I agreed to the marathon. And as I got to the end, like we are here, I said, if I walk off on mile 21 or 20, all of this will be for nothing, and I will regret that. So with this time, I ask you to see it through, finish strong, and by that I mean listen to the closing arguments and deliberate with one another in the evidence, because you owe it to yourself, you owe it to the victims, and you owe it to your duty as jurors. And like I said, what I wanted to do, because I can't go back and change the hands of time, I can't, is make this time valuable and give you the tools you need, because you've heard a lot about RICO, but you've not yet had anyone explain what that means. So that's my goal, and that's what I'm here to do, is to help that you can understand the law, how it fits with this evidence, so that you can deliberate and reach the only reasonable conclusion that these defendants and these co-conspirators are guilty of count one, conspiring to commit RICO. So I'm going to walk through that with you. Now this circle, I speak faster than I click, so it's gonna catch up with me, but like I said, you consider the evidence, the testimony, you don't consider what is outside. Now, burden of proof. The state has always had the burden of proof to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a burden that I own. It's how it should be. And so the state, this burden of proof rests with it until we prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. What is a reasonable doubt? Everyone's heard that term, but what does it actually mean? It's not a mathematical.
Wait, why is there a demon ghost?
Algorithm.
How is
I wasn't
that
gonna
allowed?
say anything.
What?
It is a doubt that's
Look at that. I just noticed it. I
Yeah,
was
why
reading
is
about the
there-
myth
And so
because
this
of Mo's
presumption-
comment. Oh, it's gone now.
I use a cloak, right? Where
Did you
it's
see that?
presumed innocent.
Yeah.
Everyone is. Until
It had like
the
the Grim
state has
Reaper.
proven your guilt.
Their intern
The
was
state
trying to
can throw
joke.
Murder, street gang, beyond a reasonable doubt. For some of y'all,
I'm
when
a bit
you're back
surprised
here
that
deliberating,
they are going into it.
you may have realized halfway through my speech today, when you understand RICO,
Well,
that they're guilty.
isn't it typical to
beyond
bring your
that
bad
conclusion.
facts forward first? So
Yeah.
the,
In terms of where we are in the evidence,
although having a bunch of reasonable doubt might not be the greatest bad fact for you.
But when the state proves, as we have beyond reasonable
I
doubt,
bury him in the
that
middle.
hope of innocence goes away. And that's what you as jurors are here to decide. And reasonable doubt, like I said, it's reasonable. You don't seek doubt, you seek the truth, and it's a doubt, it means just what it says. If I were to, I wouldn't do this, but if I took something from Madam Court Reporter, say her coffee pot, and there's a security camera right there. If all of y'all saw me do this, if I had a trial and never called one of y'all, I'm on trial for stealing Madam Court Reporter's coffee mug. If you didn't, if you had a trial with just that surveillance video, and it clearly showed me unmasked, taking a lead, you wouldn't need all these witnesses. Or if you had a reverse, you didn't have a surveillance video, but you had an eyewitness or circumstantial evidence. Just because you don't have a piece
The
of
state gets 5 hours.
evidence doesn't necessarily mean reasonable doubt. It means just what it says. Is it
And then
reasonable?
each
I'm gonna
defense
show you
gets
an
2 hours.
illustration that is something we all recognize, which is a dollar bill. And you're gonna see pieces of this dollar bill missing. And all of you will immediately recognize what it is. And like I said, it's not a mathematical certainty, it is reasonable doubt. That's the dollar bill, right? If you have pieces of the puzzle, and some of y'all may like puzzles that are removed, everyone knows that that's a $1 bill. There's no reasonable doubt that that is a $1 bill, even though almost 50%
That I like that
that's just a
graphic.
visual illustration.
That is a good way to, I think this is a good way to put it. It's very understandable.
Direct
I
and
like that.
circumstantial
I'm
evidence.
doing that from now
So
on.
direct evidence, physical items, it's what's said in this witness box.
That's why I love
before you,
watching trials. Get
personal
ideas.
observations, that's all direct. Circumstantial evidence can be cell phone records, where people are within a general radius. Ankle monitor data, what someone's actions afterwards, who's calling who, who's texting who. That can circumstantially prove and lead to a conclusion. Whereas, and you can use both. The law doesn't weigh direct or circumstantial more or less than the other. And in a trial, you're going to use both. And you always have your common sense, which you always have brought with you each day and can use when you deliberate to make reasonable deductions from both direct and circumstantial. They play off one another. Like I said, these are all direct evidence. Just think what you saw, what you heard. You know, if you were to physically touch a firearm or a shell casing, that would be tangible evidence. That's all direct. A good example for circumstantial is, imagine every once a week, twice a week, you all go and pull and pump gas. You pull up to the pump, you know your car has the E, it's flashing red. You go, put your credit card in, and you walk inside. You come out and you start pumping gas. And then when you leave, when you put your credit card in, you hear it kind of click loudly. You know it's done. You put it back in, and you drive off, and all of a sudden what was on E is now on full, right? You never saw the gas go inside, but you know circumstantially that your car tank is full. That's a classic example of, you may smell gas, but you never actually see it. You could, but most of the time you don't. That's circumstantial evidence. It can be quite strong, like that, like in that example. So it doesn't have any more or less weight than the other piece of evidence. Testimony of a single witness, if believed, is enough to establish a fact. Take Tarabia Hill, Act 61, the armed robbery that Christian Eppinger did with YSL on his face, unmasked. If you believe, then I can't vouch or tell you the credibility of the witness. That's for y'all to determine. So if you believe her testimony, that's who robbed me, this is what he took, and then he drove off, a testimony of a single witness is enough to establish a fact. In that case, with her testimony, it would be every fact of armed robbery.
Except
So
none,
that's one example.
no
of
witness in
a
this
single
trial
witness can
had
establish.
that.
Sometimes there's only one fact. Where is someone? Where's someone not? But in that case, that testimony would be enough to establish the evidence. So keep that in mind, because testimony is important. Like I said, you determine credibility. So you got to ask yourself, why did certain people testify how they did what they said? Now, I'll argue, you think about what people said before they were indicted, before their friends were indicted, before sitting in a courtroom with you and people that they know well. What do people say when no one's looking? On a wiretap, on a jail call? That, to me, is quite illuminating of how they really feel or think. Think about why people would testify how they did. Why people would either genuinely not remember or act like they don't remember. I'm sure all of y'all remember quite well my kind of long back and forth.
Just a brief. I would pay good money for either of the defense attorneys to do this.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is bullshit.
That would be great. Oh, what happened?
Oh, sorry.
No, we don't have a feed.
Ah,
I
wrong
have not
button.
touched any buttons. This is not me this time, y'all.
Sorry. Sorry, that was me. That was me.
It's getting off to a slow start. This is gonna be a long 5 hours.
Yes.
Right, where we played a 911 call where he says this is D'Angelo White. He wouldn't even acknowledge that. It was a lot of back and forth. Why would he not come in here and testify about his friend, Dexter Montgomery, getting half of his head shot off when he was a kid? And he called 911. Why? You determine that. Now, I have reasons I'll explain to you why. But think about that. You can use common sense. Y'all been sitting right here, and there's a reason you're closest to the jury box. Because y'all are the determiners of credibility. And y'all know and can think of examples as I'm talking right now throughout this trial that you've seen of that. Who doesn't have an interest, right? You have some, I'll use, someone from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, right? They come in, they test an item. They don't usually know the defendant. They don't know the case. They're just doing their job. They don't have, in my opinion, any stake in one outcome or the other. They don't know. A random citizen, or Doug Bailey talked about the ankle monitor data. He's just reading the data. Those kind of witnesses, I argue to you, can be quite credible because they don't have anything to gain, they have nothing to lose. Think about people who do and how that would have impacted their testimony. Their opportunity for knowing facts. If someone hangs out with one another, like when Mary Zachary, you saw all these photographs, he's in photo after photo with Shannon Stillwell, Monte Kendrick, Nikion Garlington. If someone interacts daily with someone, it's probably reasonable that he would know what they're up to, that they would confide in him. Versus if you had someone who only hung out with somebody one time, probably wouldn't be reasonable they'd know all their deepest, darkest secrets. That's just common sense, but things to think about. Now, I'm going to give you an example.
So, nigga, a lot of they mama, a lot of they kids, a lot of they brothers and sisters, then get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it. Y'all nigga need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSL.
That's what's going on in the courtroom. These are all witnesses who testified that were either co-conspirators or indicted on this case. And ask yourself, you could know it just as well as I right before if the state would ask you why sell a game. The words music group, you know it's about to come off, or I've never heard of that. I said game, G-A-M-E. I didn't say G-A-M-G, even though you just heard them say game. Think about that and why people would come in here and think about what they said. I mean, when Darius Zachary said that these two defendants confessed to him to murder Donovan Thomas the night of the murder, you don't think he's going to come in here and back up off that? Think about Woody Lee, the bragging or boasting about the murder. We put that on your tombstone. The things he knows when he's sitting up here don't sound good in a trial of his friends, fellow gang members, and co-conspirators. So he's going to back up off. Think about Walter Murphy, Antonio Sledge. He, when he did his plea agreement, said that he had knowledge that someone was involved with the murder of Donovan Thomas, but then backs up off of it, right? He gives why. Think about why. And think about they know the feelings that these defendants have about people who come in and tell on them. And sometimes they slip up. If you remember Antonio,
He's talking a lot about feelings.
testified pretty recently.
Yep.
He didn't know Woody Lee's name. So he said, what's his slime? He changed it. He stopped. He took a little pause and he meant what his nickname. So he said, what's his slime name? Those kind of clues or slip ups, remember those because they're important. Here's another example. This is Diamante Kendrick on the left with a hat that has a big rat and a big X on it. And on the right is defendant Stillwell's tattoos. Overt, you heard that, the code of silence. And on his chest, the price of loyalty is wealth. The price of disloyalty is death. So these witnesses who say incriminating things about them in a police station or outside of court, when they come in here and are sitting in a witness box 10 feet from them, how do you think they know this? That's these defendants' own words about people who come in and testify against themselves or others. That's their feelings on it.
Problem is, the prosecution many times try to ask the witnesses, "Are you scared of these guys?" And the unison, no. So
Yeah,
now
like-
they have to go buy something else. Oh, look at tattoos. Boogly, 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 boo.
Yeah, that's the problem with this case, or any case really, is that the closing is not evidence, but they're acting as if this stuff is all, written on stone, chiseled at the top of a mountain.
Mm.
Things that these witnesses know very well. Kenneth Copeland. This is Kenneth Copeland outside of the criminal courtroom.
Last words and shout outs before we get you out of here.
Shout out to the game. YSL for life. You know what I mean?
YSL for life. And these are photographs he's had. He has known Shannon Stillwell for almost the vast majority of his life. Most of these photos,
And he all but admitted that he or
look at these photos with
his friend
these are
killed
all
Donovan
photos of
Thomas.
Kenneth Copeland and both of these defendants in trial. They are friends. They know each other very well. And Kenneth Copeland would not want to say something, I argue to you, because of his bias and motive that would want to hurt him. That's just common sense. And think about that when you hear what people say to a police station when it's just detective Gaither and Dennis, or what they say in this court. Quindarius Zachary, outside the court.
Yeah, big Bruce Knight, slime takeover. Oh fuck you mean? I got all my niggas with me when Bruce Knight. Nigga, where we at, y'all? Bruce, yeah, nigga slack, nigga. Fuck wrong with y'all, man. Plenty ammo for you monkey niggas. Yeah, we on beating right now. Slack.
Now that's a video from May of 2015. Roughly February, March, April, 4 months after the murder of Donovan Thomas. That's what Quindarius Zachary's saying. You don't think he knows who did what? I argue to you. And then when he comes into court, right, he doesn't recognize a snake emoji, or he makes jokes about the color green, things that he thinks will hurt. You all pick up on this. I saw you write notes. You can see their reaction. You can see if someone's uncomfortable, comfortable. All of those things you all are equipped with and can use when you weigh.
Yeah, I have no clue what he just said either.
Parties to a crime. This is a principle that's going to come up in this case. Parties to a crime. Think about this. 4 people go to rob a bank. One of them is the getaway driver. One of them, I'm going to go run in and get the money. The third one's going to go in and do a distraction. And the fourth one has a gun in case it's needed. The driver never gets out of the car. They get to the bank. The guy goes in to get the money. The security guard realizes it's a robbery, pulls out his gun. And the guy with the gun behind him shoots and strikes the security guard. And then they all 4 get away and leave. As parties to a crime, they all played a role or a piece in that crime. So they would all be legally guilty of that murder if those facts came out into a trial. So party to a crime, it's not necessarily the person who pulled the trigger. It could be the driver. Now, this is going to show you an illustration of what I talked about, because this isn't at first stick out. So you have 4 people planning a bank robbery, all with different roles. And if it was either intentional murder or say,
this is such a bad time to be starting these closings.
It'd be a felony murder that comes up. And so all of them would be guilty in this fact pattern of that. So in this case, what Copeland and Zachary say about defendant Kendrick.
These guys in masks sticking around a corner. What are these red arrows?
He's driving at a
Don't know.
while
There's no bank robbery in this trial.
Why is he not using examples from the trial to bolster his point?
Because it's shit.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's got the gun's got a little orange cap on the end.
It sounds like, Your Honor, this
Don't want to scare the jury with real guns now.
may have. Yes, Your Honor. If you let me know if that helps fix that.
Oh,
gotta fix
finally,
this
he's
belt
turning
buckle
his
here real
mic
quick.
on.
Oh,
It only took him an hour.
Well, I'll hold it for right now.
yeah, I'm still at 400% boost.
Now,
Didn't
sorry,
help.
There's a
It didn't help, counselor.
I want to talk about the crimes that I'm going to talk about. So in green is what I'm going to talk to you about, which count 51
What is
is
this?
criminal street gang.
I see bad guys in masks. They're
Count
guilty.
50 is criminal street gang of defendant Stillwell. He's on the right, and
Or
Kendrick is on the left. And count
the-
1 RICO applies to both. So both are charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas. Kendrick has this count 57 participation in criminal street gang activity for the marijuana and firearms, like street gang activity during the commission of a felony for the May 9th, 2022. These street gang charges, which I'm going to talk to you about at the end, pertain to the murder of Shamel Drinks, a gang-related murder that the evidence has shown Shannon committed along with Demekion Garlington, Miles
This is so
Farley, and
confusing.
Parmenas Nichols. But first, I'm going to talk about RICO, which is count 1, which both are charged with. So I want to talk to you about conspiracy in general. And I definitely think the microphone's working now, Your Honor.
No, it's not.
So one crime, you rob someone, you do
No,
an
it's not.
arson, you would look at that case. Did they go and set fire? Did they go and steal? One specific place, time, and perpetrator. You've already heard about a conspiracy to do armed robbery when I use that bank robbery analogy. RICO is no different in terms of this. The general concept is they're charged with conspiracy to commit racketeering. So I'm going to have to explain to you what is RICO, what is conspiracy to commit RICO, and then you as jurors, with the evidence that's
Attempted
been
RICO? Are they
presented,
charged with
will
attempted
reach the
RICO?
only reasonable conclusion that they're guilty of that count. But you need to know what RICO
I
is
didn't
first.
know that was a thing,
And
but
there's two
sounds
ways
like.
to violate RICO. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take it bite by
Walk me
bite
through it as if I was a
through
kindergartner,
RICO, so
sir.
you can understand the two ways that RICO can be committed and what conspiracy to commit RICO is.
Yeah. What was it? Thursday or something? They had an expert on RICO explaining RICO for the judge, the prosecutors, and the defense attorneys, and everybody was confused.
It's so ridiculous.
Because the
You want a
Georgia,
jury-
the Georgia RICO is so vague and so broad, it more or less can mean anything, including but not limited to a certain district attorney, her boyfriend, and their friend embezzling allegedly money from the DA's office.
That would be great if all of the defensive slideshows involve Fanny and that sort of.
Oh my
and
gosh,
Wade.
that would be hilarious.
For example, if you had a woman that was paying this guy to,
I just, yeah.
And we'll walk through this together.
All right, I gotta jump off. I gotta go get ready for a hearing.
Okay.
Take care, Nick and Mo, and chat. Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Or bye.
Bye.
If this group who robbed the bank don't have to be some sophisticated
No.
mob syndicate, if those four are just sitting around and say, let's be the bank robbing boys, maybe we'll sell drugs on the side and we'll shoot people.
There's no bank robbery in this
I don't understand why we keep using these hypothetical things. When are they going to get to proving the elements of the crime?
Because it's
Hey, we are BRC. If they went and all knowingly and willingly agreed to be a part of that, knowing that a pattern of racketeering, which I will explain to you, will be committed, that concept is what we'll be talking about. It's not any different in general. It's conspiracy and RICO. And when you put the two together, that's what they're charged with. So let's walk through this. This is from the indictment, which you will have with you when you deliberate. I'm not going to read off this right now, but page 12 of the indictment is an important page. It lays out what the state alleges the criminal objectives of the conspiracy are, and that they violated. There's a subsection A and a subsection B, which we're going to talk about. So remember page 12 of the indictment, because it will come up multiple times. So what is knowingly and willfully joined? Look at what they do, what they say, and crimes that they commit. If you want to figure out,
Please bring up the color red.
Or if YSL, if someone knowingly and willingly joined them, that's Kendrick on the bottom, with slat on his left forearm and a snake that goes from his stomach to his neck, and YSL a little bit underneath his Adam back. Do you think he knowingly and willfully joined YSL? He got a permanent tattoo on 3 different spots of his body, one of which very close to his face. That is something you can use and consider. Oftentimes with criminal conspiracies, they don't have a written contract. They don't have a, you're not going to have that coffee room table. Let's all agree to be a criminal enterprise. We all hereby today on January 1st, 2000. From here on out, we're an enterprise. That's often not how it works. So you got to look at what they say, what they do, and if you permanently get a tattoo, that's a pretty strong indicator that you're willingly and knowingly part of this. Shannon Stillwell, often wearing clothing, stain stuff, me and my slimes above the law. You've heard that and seen that clothing line, which yes, they can play it off that it's just some innocent clothing line, but it says slime. It's physical human being, wipe your effing nose, right? And you've heard from gang detectives that wipe your nose is not some, joke. It's about murdering someone. It's actually violence. So that's Kendrick in the middle, next to a slack graffiti with a red bandana. How they act, say, and do over time, those are the clues to know that someone willingly joined a conspiracy. So let's break this down a little bit further.
We need to switch it.
It's came out again, Your Honor. This is probably the easiest element while we switch this mic. 2 or more conspirators. Oh, thank you, Sergeant. Thank you. So that you can't have a conspiracy with one person, right? So I think we all can agree that should be an element that's easy to check. You've heard from ample, it doesn't have to just be the 28 indicted co-conspirators. You will see in that indictment that it states on page 12 that it also includes unnamed or unindicted co-conspirators if you find that they're part of the conspiracy. So keep that in mind when you go back and deliberate. But yes, one of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt is 2 or more. I think that element, I'm not going to spend any more time on that one. You've heard from ample people you see in the witness stand that are 2 or more of YSL. This just illustrates that point. Now, agreement. This is another important element of RICO to kind of understand. How do you know that someone agreed? Like I said, it doesn't have to be expressed. It doesn't have to be where they signed a YSL letter.
Wait, an agreement can be a
Yeah.
telepathic agreement?
Yeah. The agreement may be express, that is stated or written, or it may be tacit, that is a mutual but unspoken. I've been telling you guys for more than a year about the Georgia RICO Act that actually allow unspoken agreements. Now, what?
What in the
Sign language?
pre-crime?
I
Yeah,
mean,
this is like a freaking bad Tom Cruise movie. Oh,
this pisses me off to no end. Mutual but unspoken understanding. So I happen to walk past somebody, I nod as in saying hello, then that guy goes and robs a bank. Am I in a RICO? This is stupid.
you could be,
Yeah.
if this is the level at which you can be. Well, that's like me and my husband. If I go to get groceries, but he doesn't tell me that he always needs lettuce, am I in a RICO with him? Because it was an unspoken tacit agreement to go get lettuce? I mean,
Yeah. Welcome to Georgia and the Georgia RICO.
yet another state I can't go to. Dang it.
You rarely see stuff like that. There's no such ledger in this case. It's mutual but unspoken understanding. I say actions speak louder than words. If you want to know how someone believes or if they agree, what do they do? So I'm going to show you some examples of agreement. And a lot of the evidence that I'll talk about, it has multiple purposes. So we will talk about and we will see what can prove agreement. It can also prove if they knowingly and willfully join.
Unless the jurors are psychics, they don't know what's in people's heads.
I thought we weren't supposed. I thought that's a subjective thing. They weren't supposed to be trying to ascertain beyond like this witness has biases.
So, what else can you use? Remember we talked about circumstantial evidence? So circumstantial evidence inferred from the nature of the acts done, relation of the parties, and the interest of the conspirators. What do they have to gain? Is it for something to further the group's interest? How do you know someone agrees? Look at what they do.
They go around and are broke all the damn time. That's all they are talking about in these calls and everything. Damn, I'm so broke. I can't afford a lawyer. I can't afford this. I can't afford that. This and that. Meanwhile, Young Thug is out making Williams and not sharing. So where's the furtherance if everybody is broke and Young Thug is out doing his thing? It is so stupid.
It does beg the question. I mean, were some of these things done in jealousy? Again, how does this link back to the crimes? I want something to start linking back to crimes. Don't tell me about a hypothetical bank robbery. Don't tell me about getting gas. Explain to me as a juror how this relates back to the crimes.
Yeah. But every time they talk about the witnesses and the gang experts, I think they're scared because none of the witnesses have been good for the state, and the gang experts are absolutely hilariously bad, in my opinion.
Yeah, none of this has been a slam dunk for the state. I mean, because I've checked in on multiple times throughout the trial to see if there were giving a more coherent kind of understanding of all of these crimes. But they haven't. And I don't know how this is still allowed to go forward. Now, they did ask for a directed judgment, the defense did. And was that given full weight? Or what did this judge take time to think about it? Or did she kind of do the standard at this time? I find no reason.
They removed 3 charges for Mr. Kendrick.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
Well,
simply 0 evidence. And then a few charges against Mr. Stillwell was reduced to a lesser included.
okay. Now, for the rebuttals, I know the state has to split up its 5 hours. Do they do one rebuttal after one defense attorney goes, and then they let the other defense attorney go and do that rebuttal? Or are they going to collaborate the rebuttals together after both the defense attorneys have gone?
I think the state starts, then both the defense attorneys, and then rebuttal.
Okay, that makes sense, but I didn't know if they were going to try to make it easier to understand, for the jurors by doing one and then the other.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Sebastian Miller is in the house with 500 Danish, which is $50.
Ooh.
Unspoken agreement by that statement. The state are a gang and are trying to cover up for YSL Mondo. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. This feels too personal for the state because the evidence is so bad. And then they don't have the one person who is outspoken, I am a founder of YSL, not even mentioned because he was a client of DA Fannie Willis.
Ah.
And with that, I will do like this. The banner. And for now, with $50, today's honorary Viking is Sebastian Miller. If you want to be the... yeah, I know, grift. If you want to be the honorary Viking of today, you have to beat $50.
Well, Nick, you have done yeoman's work on this trial. I didn't think it was ever going to end, so you deserve all the grift, in my opinion, because you have kept up with this trial when everyone else was like, this is a nah for me.
Yeah. And and there are rumors about Mondo and Miss Willis. Her payment weren't in cash.
Oh, Fanny, not again.
I argue to you that the evidence has shown that they've all knowingly and willfully agreed. Take where we started, or take the 2 murders. Shannon Stillwell, January 10th, 2015, murders Donovan Thomas. March 14th, 2022, Shannon Stillwell, with 3 other YSL members in both times, murders Shamel Drinks. If you have to ask yourself, did he knowingly and willfully agree to be a part of YSL criminal enterprise with 2 gang murders? That's an easy question. That's the most clear example of if someone murders a rival gang member twice, I think it's pretty clear that they knowingly and willfully agreed, regardless if they signed on the dotted.
And yet, he's been charged but not indicted for the Donovan Thomas murder for 9 years without it going to trial. And we all saw the video. You still ignore the 3rd car.
Yeah. It seems like the state just wants a win in anything after the cluster F that is this trial, but they're give me a reason that this goes with any elements of these particular cases. And now they're going to have multiple lawyers up there. It's going to be even more confusing. The state has done nothing in this case to make it easy and digestible for the jury to understand this.
No, I agree. And I mean, with the drinks in 2022, that is overly obvious that Mr. Stillwell, he happened to be at the red light. he drove off after a third car sped up. Yeah, it's the third car, but they never checked it. Not even, oh, that might be a witness. No, because Bad Santa Cowboy Cop didn't care. All right, we're getting a bit behind here.
Yeah,
So I'm going to
let's-
play in 1.25.
Line.
Yeah.
Same with other crimes enacted.
The same shit that got Big and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy ass nigga, get your bitch ass killed.
for life.
Yeah, hey, gang, you bring your pussy out here, you gonna see me. I'm at your fucking neck.
So again, what do they say? I mean, this is Kendrick and Wooney Lee. You know, you have all the Make America Slime again. You have Kendrick with YSL Pennant, and you have Shannon Stillwell where someone in the background says YSL for life. That's just one example. You've obviously seen and heard from multiple. But what do they say? What do they do? Are they publicly or actively or oftenly saying, yes, I'm a part of this YSL? There's an us and a them? Yes, I think it's pretty clear that they have. Now, some of this I've talked about, actions or evidence. So let me give you a concrete example we saw just a couple weeks ago with Viverito. So
Are you
why
using
Viverito? This is
Viverito
from Marquavius Huey's
as
phone,
credible source?
where
Oh,
him
God.
and Jeffrey Williams, they send the text message, the flyer of Lucci. In 6 text messages, this principle of agreement, you're going to see agreement in action. This text is about to come up where all that's said, right? Flyer, Jeffrey Williams says, where's that at? Claremont, slatty handle, stay very low, slat for sure, been out the way. They didn't say murder. They didn't say stab. They didn't say shoot. But in 6 text messages, it's readily clear that they're talking about enacting violence on YF and Lucci. That's agreement in one, barely a screen of a text message.
Yeah, that is their actual evidence. Those little text messages, that is what they claim. We are interpreting it. They don't say it out loud. Maybe they don't say it out loud because they didn't fucking do it.
Yeah, I mean, unless the text said, we totally done shot him at the intersection of blank and blank, sounds like they're talking about the flyer. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't have state glasses, so I don't know what this means, but what in the hell? I mean, all of this looks like we got some videos from TikTok, we read their rap stuff, and we saw a flyer.
Yeah.
They're ergo, gang.
That principle shows you, and think about this example throughout. What do they say with one another? What do they do with one another? That's how you can know agreement. It's just like you all have family and friends. You may text one word and they know what you're saying. I'm heading home. You don't say the address, right? Agreement can be inferred with very little words, especially with people who know each other very well. And YSL has its own lingo, so they don't have to say much. Slatty handle, he knows he will handle it. Other examples. What it does not require. I've covered most of this. It doesn't require, like I said, physical meetings, even though we have that in this case. Knowledge of the details of the conspiracy. I argue we have that in this case, considering that Kenneth Copeland, Quindarius Zachary, Walter Murphy, all of these individuals have given statements with evidence that's been corroborated that real crimes happen in real places and they knew about it. So a lot of these, you don't have to have them, but you actually do in this case. The last one, the identity of all the co-conspirators. You wouldn't have to know if you had 200 members of YSL. I don't know the exact number, but you wouldn't have to know every single one. Obviously, I argue to you that they know quite a few because you see the same individuals speaking, talking, and acting in concert together throughout the case. But none of these things are necessary to reach agreement. So, and there's a slight lag on this Zoom with this clicker. So I'm gonna move through this.
Is it
So
connected to
at
your
its core,
brain?
the crime is the agreement. The overt acts let you know that it's real. So this is important. They're charged with conspiracy to violate RICO. So the agreement to violate RICO, that's the crime they're charged with. These overt acts that you've heard from, we're about to walk through, those let you know that this isn't just fanciful, this isn't just in their minds, it's a real conspiracy. And in this case, and we're going to explain what RICO.
And I hate the Georgia RICO Act because an overt act doesn't even have to be a crime to be an overt act.
How is this the statutes don't make sense. You can basically get people for thought crimes and they can So they're saying that these lawyers have used their experts in gangs, and I believe I remember one in a full balaclava, who used to live near Chicago, and that was his, like, you know, introduction to gang stuff, I guess. But how are you interpreting the lingo that's used? Do you have someone that's telling you what exactly, from this particular organization that you claim it is, telling you exactly what these slang terms mean? Because
Nope.
slang is subjective.
Yeah.
I mean, when I say the C word, I mean it as a term of endearment sometimes, and sometimes I don't.
Yeah.
But if you read my text messages, you must just think that the majority of the population of femaleness are cahoons. So it's very subjective, because if someone were to read my text message and see all those C words, they might think that I'm a total, butthole and I hate everyone when I use it as a term of endearment.
Yeah.
A and B is they've actually committed the crime. So it's like you're asking you, did this group of individuals agree to conspire to commit all of these crimes, racketeering activity? The best evidence of that they did is they actually went and shot multiple people, murdered people, robbed for the street gang. That lets you know that there's not much to say.
Do we
you
have
actually
evidence
do
of
the
those
crimes that you're
crimes?
alleged to have just conspired to commit. It'd be like if you're asked about the bank robbery conspiracy and all they do is just talk about the bank robbery, get the items, they go and buy a gun, but they never do a robbery. Fast forward, they've done 20 robberies, 50 robberies over a decade, and you're asked, did that group of bank robbers intend to be part of a bank robbing crew? You'd obviously say yes. It's common sense because of what they actually did. That concept is important. Like I said, the Overt Act lets us know that the conspiracy is alive and well. And I'll argue to you, going back to credibility, the conspiracy is alive and well in this courtroom with deceiving in this witness stand. So this is just a visual explanation that you have Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendricks, and some, I didn't list all the photos of people you've seen, but the criminal enterprise visually depicted.
Oh, you
So
asshole.
let's walk through
Some of these people
what
weren't supposed to have their faces shown.
is.
Oh, for the love of God.
So joint
They
objective.
outed
joint
witnesses?
This is like a partnership in crime. Now, to find that someone's act is all the co-conspirators are on the hook for it, so to speak. Any act done by any co-conspirator to further the criminal objectives is what counts. So if they're going to shoot a rival and you find that, yeah, they did shoot that rival and they did it to help YSL the enterprise, if that act, and you find that whoever you find is part of that conspiracy, it's like they're all one and one for all. So each co-conspirator is responsible for the acts of others that are naturally and necessarily done to further the enterprise. Now, I've talked about different ways to violate. A, in a nutshell, is to acquire money and property. I'm not going to bury the lead. That's the first way to violate RICO. Conspire to acquire or keep money or other personal property. B, they both have conspire, and they actually have 7 elements each, and I believe 5 of the 7 are the same. So I'm going to explain a lot of these elements we've covered. 2 or more conspirators is one. So conspire to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. If you find the defendant, and on your verdict form, it will say the defendant violated subsection A or subsection B, conspire to violate. So I'm going to walk through what is A, what is B. They don't have to actually have committed A and B, although in this case, I believe that they have, as I'm going to show you. You just have to say, did they ever conspire? And remember these principles I talked about. The unspoken words, what people do and say is the agreement, or you're not going to have that magic conference room meeting, so to speak. That's all captured where the conspiracy gets hatched. So let's walk through this. We're going to start with A. Keep it easy, keep it basic. And you're going to notice that when I talk about A, some of the acts can actually meet multiple ways. So you're going to see that certain evidence can actually impact multiple ways to violate RICO. So let's talk about subsection A of the RICO Act. Knowingly and willfully conspired with 2 or more co-conspirators to acquire or keep money or other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity. I'm going to explain pattern of racketeering activity. It's 2 or more crimes that are explained and listed, and you'll be instructed by the court on what they are, that within 4 years. And any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act with at least 1 in furtherance of the criminal objective, and at least 1 has to be after May 10th, 2017. So that's A. I'm going to walk through some examples of A, and we're going to take this bit by bit. armed robbery, Arshillian Bennett. Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, May 13th, 2013. You heard from the officer where she walked with her child from 988 Confederate Court to that zone precinct to report crime. That takes a lot of effort and time. So I'm going to use this top one while that bottom screen comes back. But obviously she came in here and did not want to acknowledge about the robbery. But I argue there's about to be a real bullet in her window that was taken by a crime scene tech who just responds to a scene. That is 988 Confederate Court.
Oh yeah, Bennett. That's the woman who the state claims her apartment got a few bullet holes, and some stuff were taken from her based on a story she told the cops and then recanted. It never happened.
Did the information that it was recanted get out through the defense?
She was on the stand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which comes up that address and area multiple times. And she said that she told the officer at the time, her Kel-Tec, the money, her purse was stolen. Acquire and keep money. Now, Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, and she said someone that she didn't know, Jeffrey Williams' brother, that's multiple people doing it. That's one crime, one act. But when they work together, it's much easier to get property and items. And no one expects Ms. Bennett to come in here and testify. Certainly not back then and certainly not now. But that is an example of acquiring or obtaining money. It's robbery. Derek Dotson, also in 2013. This is 5 through 7. Adrian Bean, the coin laundry, where Miss Marissa Cisneros' car flew over the ledge. I mean, Adrian Bean sat here for what felt like an eternity and didn't remember entire years, but he flew over while driving a car over a 6-foot embankment. Why did he not remember any of that? Just think about that. I think the only thing he said is that memorable moment where he's like, keep it a buck, and he took his mask off. But he clearly would remember flying over a wall. Why are we not coming here and talk about it? Now this, again, Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, that's the location where Leonard Pass's car, which is that gray Dodge right there, is parked, Somerdale Apartments. Obviously, this is in the Cleveland Avenue area, because often these crimes are committed in same locations, which will come important later. These are the firearms that they recovered from the car and then this is Mr. Derek Dotson, and you heard from Leonard Pass, who was with him. That's the car that was crashed underneath.
That is the laundromat incident where the prosecution claimed pre-trial, in trial, there is no surveillance camera. And then during the defense cross-examination, they found in discovery the radio chatter between cops saying, when this Toyota comes, let him through. It's the owner, so we can see the surveillance. And then a few minutes later, somebody gets the question, what is happening down there? Well, some of us is checking the surveillance video. But every cop took the stand and said, there's no surveillance video. Lying sack of craps, the lot of them. All of them, including the prosecution.
And if they think that the jury hasn't paid attention to a lot of these shenanigans, a lot of the changing stories, they are grossly underestimating the jurors. And I find that really gross. But to continue to lie, to continue to try to push something that isn't really true, to further a case that was FUBAR from the beginning, it's not a good look.
And the people who probably were around in the car and this and that, they got deals so they could testify. In that car, for the first, well, if I remember correctly, the descriptions from witnesses was 2 large black men, 1 tiny black man, and a black woman with a blonde wig. None of them Mr. Williams. They didn't show anything that Young Thug actually was even close to the area at the time. Nothing. Absolutely
that's
nothing.
Really hard to make that, all fit together the way they're trying to do.
Yeah, this is pissing me off. And folks, yes, this is a commentary channel. we will get a bit behind, and then we will desperately try to catch up.
Yes.
And then this is
We
the picture,
promise.
Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, the time he's throwing up rock crew. And if you remember, the background behind this is this slime, kind of green and black font. So again, it's two YSL members acquiring, obtaining, trying to rob Derek Dotson. And again, they're working in concert, working together.
Working
Mr.
in
Arabia Hill,
concert,
Act
working
61.
together, it's the same thing.
She's just at her apartment complex, and this car, and if you remember, she only could recognize or ever identify Christian Eppinger, but there was 2 cars and multiple males with him. We don't know who these people are, but I think from what you've heard in this case, it's reasonable to suspect he's working with other people to do the armed robbery. Because again, it's hard to rob someone by yourself. So working in concert, that's Ms. Hill, that's her apartment complex in present day. That's Christian Eppinger from his public posting a firearm on social media. That's her wrecked car after it's found later. And where does the car go? Where Ms. Hill lives, to Cleveland Avenue. Where do the guns and the Infiniti Q50 from Donovan Thomas go? They go to Oak Drive, where OG Bentley's house is. Common after crimes, they go to the same location. That's important because these same victims, same accomplices, same pattern is important for RICO. So keep that in mind as we walk through this. And he does all of this with, and it's hard to see from here, YSL on his face, no mask. She said, I can't remember if Ms. Hill said I wore glasses or didn't wear glasses, but her eyes were working just fine. And he had nothing covering his face. Think about it. If you walked into Winn-Dixie with a nameplate and said, hey, I'm Christian Atkins, I'm here to rob you, no one would do that. So why would you publicly have the gang on your face when you do a crime? Because a face tattoo could stand out. Because they want people to know. You want the notoriety. You want the fear. Who robs you? YSL. She doesn't know his name. Think about that. You have multiple people. And Walter Murphy, for those, I don't know the date.
She testified about knowing who he is. She never testified about he did it. And then they showed the mark on his cheek. But nothing of that was testified to as he actually committed a crime. So this is, but this is the prosecution. It's making shit up.
Yeah, it's really hard to trust the state when, as a juror, you've seen the witness testimony and they come out. I mean, it's hard to trust the defense as well on the flip side. If you wrote notes about this particular witness's testimony and then whatever side is saying it is, twisting the words to try to fit their own narrative.
Yeah. Now, I do believe why we don't hear objections is because they can easily rebut this in their closing arguments by just showing what was actually said on the stand. But he's an hour in on a 5-hour closing, and they only have 2 hours each.
Murphy got his face tattoo. I know Eppinger had it for this, but Walter Murphy has a YSL on his forehead, right? So think about that public display of allegiance to the criminal street gang and when you in enterprise and when you commit the crime, because that's important. Now, stolen firearms. I'm not going to show you or bring out every firearm we've introduced, but there's a lot of stolen guns. Think about, we don't know where all those guns came from. Sometimes you heard from the person whose home was burglarized or car was broken into, and you said, yes, this was a report from this location. But you add these up, it's a decent number of stolen guns. These are all overt acts. Jeffrey Williams, the Sig Sauer, September 9th, 2013. Defendant Kendrick with Arnold when they were riding back into near Trestle Tree Confederate, the same location Miss Bennett lived at, right? On October 1st, 2015, after Martinez Arnold got jumped at Magic City. 40 cal stolen. FN57, that is the stop that Officer Fikes did of Jeffrey Williams and Sergio Kitchens. Why are all these stolen weapons from 2013, 2015, 2017, 2018, 2020, 2015, and 2022? You heard from Detective Liam Packer that it was some train theft from the ATF, that a cargo shipment. That's acquiring or maintaining property, stolen guns. Ask yourself where all these stolen guns come. And you've seen, like when Quindarius Zachary is arrested with the gun on May 7th, 2015, that came back with Nibin when Kilgore testified to the shooting of Miss Frida Reed's house. When it matched that, the guns exchange hands. The guns move around, and stolen guns are harder to trace. That's acquiring and maintaining property and evidence of it. I just included a couple photos because we have a lot to cover, but that is stolen property, all tethered to A. In 2022, right, this is the gun that was reported stolen that right before they went to the house on Meadowlark Drive, it was thrown out and recovered, and it came back stolen. Again, stolen weapons from as far back as 2013 to stolen weapons as recently as 2022, there's common patterns that indicate that they get stolen firearms quite easily. Subsection B, this is where all the violent acts come up. So the first objective, and your indictment's not going to have numbers, is going to be conspiracy to violate subsection B with the state's objective of murder, aggravated assault, and threats of violence. So we're going to walk through some of these so I can explain to you why they further the criminal objectives of YSL. So simple definition, while associated with an enterprise, YSL, they knowingly and willfully conspire with one or more co-conspirators to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, and any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act after May 10th, 2017. If you notice, other than what's in green, everything's the same as A. So these same factors and principles will come up for both. So I got to explain to you what is participate in the enterprise and what are these criminal objectives. So we're going to start with the murder, aggravated assault, and threats of violence and go from there. So again, page 12 of the indictment, it outlines the conspiracy. I'm not going to read all this for you now, but it states the Young Slime Life enterprise and what the criminal objectives are right after. That's where you can find it on page 12 of the indictment you're going to have. These are these objectives. I've removed them from the indictment, but we're going to start with the first one. Murder, assault, threats of violence. And then we're going to talk about robbery, theft, unlawful sale, and distribution of drugs. So let's walk through this together. I just wanted to show you a brief visual of how you're going to have the indictment with you and can look through it. So again, we're going to go objective by objective because it helps to organize the evidence. And objective one, murder, assault, and threats of violence. So you've heard about pattern of racketeering activity. What is racketeering activity? The good news for y'all is the indictment, anytime you see, it will state, which is an act of racketeering activity, and then it'll cite a statute. This is what explains what racketeering activity is. This is the murder of Donovan Thomas. And you'll see when you are deciding, which is Overt Act 16 through 20 is the murder of Donovan Thomas. When y'all are back there and saying, I want to figure out if something's a pattern of racketeering or figure out if an overt act is a racketeering activity. That will tell you. That's your snapshot. So just look. This is Overt Act 17, which is the murder. 16 is when Jeffrey Williams rents the vehicle. But when you see what's highlighted, you'll know it's racketeering activity. So I just wanted to show that for you. And then we're going to walk through this now. We're going to talk about Donovan Thomas first, Overt Act 16 through 20.
Which we know now that through Woody's testimony, it was probably his friend who is now deceased. He all but said it out loud.
The last one I'm going for the 630.
Yes, yeah, police over here on the north side of McDaniel.
North side of McDaniel. Why did you?
Yeah, Harold living in the barber shop. Somebody don't got shot.
Mr. Parker, you testified, who's owned a barbershop there for 20 years. Barbershop right here. And Kendrick, Stillwell, this is Demise McMullen. Now we'll talk about this in a minute. This is actually the photograph from when they shot Dexter Montgomery. Same case with D'Angelo White when they left that Jonesboro gas station in Lakewood and got to the four-way stop. That's the photograph from that. So you have Nard, but that's Demise McMullen, Shannon Stillwell, Kendrick. This is obviously the shooting. Overt act is, did Jeffrey Williams rent the Infinity Q50 and act in furtherance of the conspiracy? When you think about these overt acts, think how the criminal objectives. Ms. Hilton's going to talk to you.
And I still, to this day, say that the Infinity expert was full of crap. And that drive-by car was not an Infinity. It has the wrong grille. I will say it to the end of days.
Okay, so in your opinion, Nick, did any of the state's experts actually clarify anything, or was this all just like terrible expert, and we are not sure?
The car guy, I mean, he was presented as an expert and he testified, yeah, that's a white Infinity. Yes, that's a white Infinity. And with the blurry drive-by photo, yes, that's a white Infinity. I can't do anything about it. It's all about the credibility. So
that's odd.
Yeah.
And walk through bit by bit the murder itself of Donovan Thomas. But I argue to you,
we are
as she will
30
too,
minutes behind.
has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Play this for a while.
That renting of the Infinity is an overt act that was used to facilitate the murder And you've seen a pattern of rental cars being used. And ask yourself why. They're harder to trace. People don't recognize you in that car. Now, how is Donovan Thomas's murder evidence of RICO? Well, I'm gonna tell you. That's Donovan Thomas. This is about to be Wooney Lee.
Before y'all need which slime?
This shit is in blood. We wrote this shit in
I
blood.
probably had it before slime.
And we also wrote it on nigga.
We wrote it on a tombstone. And that's Donovan Thomas's gravestone. And when Miss Edmonds, who testified to you about recognizing that, she didn't wipe graffiti, she didn't wipe paint off that tombstone. She wiped a confession. And that confession says slapped, because that's who it's for, that's who it's from, that's who publicly has acknowledged that murder since it happened. YSL, the criminal enterprise. And that same slap in green handwriting, defendant Stillwell is posting in, 7 years later in a slime t-shirt, right? Peanut Stone Gray. That's the translation version. He put it in Spanish. Wooney Lee's comment, his comment, they're all talking about and kind of joking sheepishly about a murder of Donovan Thomas. It's we, it's us, it's criminal enterprise. Now, we talked about Kendrick's tattoo, which is about to come up on his left forearm. I don't know when he got this tattoo, when the Zoom works with me and it comes up. I don't know if he had that tattoo of slat on his arm while he's driving the Infiniti 250 past 330 McDaniel Street and Nard and Shannon shot and killed Donovan Thomas, but that same green slat ends up on the gravestone. It's not a coincidence. And they're telling you that they did it and they just don't care because as you said when we started, slimes are above the law, but they didn't think about you. Now,
Swear to God, we kill nuts, so they gonna stay on you.
you hear it as clear as I hear it. I swear to God, nobody accused Dolly of murdering Donovan Thomas. Who's the we? And then you hear in the background, we smoke nut. And if you remember that call right before that, Woody saying, tell your brother I love him. And then you could hear Jeffrey Williams say, tell him I love him. Right there next to him. We killed nut. We put it on his tombstone. Slap, and then just making a cheapest joke this years later. They're telling you we did it. They just don't care. And that's Shannon Stillwell in that same video. And there's a live snake and a YSL chain. It's out in the open. Beat a murder rap. Now, we're going to turn to Jamari Holmes next. And I'm going to explain to you why that murder that Rodelius Ryan and Damon Blaylock did is in furtherance of the YSL criminal street gang, which is Overt Act 79 through 81, February 23rd, 2019.
Yeah, I know diesel efficient. The phone call said they are saying we killed not.
Do they have any forensic evidence that links any of these people, DNA, fingerprints,
Nope.
anything?
No.
Oh, well,
No DNA,
I mean,
no fingerprints, and in the drinks case, no GSR, no nothing. No nothing.
okay, so call me a cynical butthole here, but do you think they were just trying to clear off a bunch of cases they never really investigated and decided to, however tenuously, link all of these?
Yeah.
Because they have poor return as far as investigations to convictions.
Yeah.
Because
and I know he clipped the phone call. That is the prosecution. If they can prove it, change the evidence. And I believe the defense is on top of it. Just remember when he played you this and said, we killed not. He clipped it. This is the dishonesty from the prosecution. They know they can't prove anything, so they change the evidence before your eyes and then play the actual call.
That's the vehicle that 15-year-old Jamari Holmes was in. This is Rodelius Ryan. This is Blaylock throwing up YSL, which is also an overt act. That public display of allegiance. It's going to come up in just a second.
Wait, just making a hand signal is an overt
You're
act?
going to see the message where, where Mariah leaves and she says, or not Mariah.
Never go into Georgia. I'll do a thumbs up sign. They'll lock me up for something.
In the Georgia RICO Act, the overt act doesn't have to be crimes.
They called her. Text and DMs Ryan and Blaylock and says, they know about Ryan but don't know about you, and allude to Mariah snitching on them. That snitching comes up repeatedly. This is the projectile that was in Jamari Holmes' head that was fired from weapons that Rodelius Ryan and Damon Blaylock shot. while they were hanging out with females in Cleveland Avenue. It came to 50 Mount Zion. And then I want to ask you, this is that message. All again, talking about snitching, trying to not get caught. Now, how do you know why Ryan did it? What does Ryan think about this murder? Is he remorseful? Is he sad? Well, here's him that same day at 5 o'clock. So that's the 911 call at 4 in the morning, not 4 in the afternoon, February 23rd, 2019. Bet YSL makes the news FaceTime. You've heard repeatedly.
I can't play that.
And some plausible deniability of no one's going to know what I'm talking about. YSL makes the news. Now, what does he do 5 hours after this? Let's find out.
Block like knowing again. 250 knowing again. Bet y'all pussy nigga can't come up here and then block. Yeah, no kill it right. Don't shoot at your fitted. That's no cap.
He's going to shoot at your fitted, and that's the fitted cap that Jamari Holmes wore on his head when he was murdered. That is bragging about the murder. YSL makes the news, and then he's on the quote-unquote block, right? And he's throwing up YSL. Is it a coincidence that this guy he's with says Little Rod will shoot at your, don't come on this block, and you have Bernard Mitchell and all of them who weren't from that neighborhood come over to 50 Mount Zion, he will shoot at your fitted cap. And there's a literal fitted cap from Jamari Holmes' head with a bullet hole in it. That's his skull with a bullet hole in it. This ain't, murder gang isn't some facade. This isn't for clout. This is real life. And this is the bragging and the boasting above the law and proving that they're doing it for the street gang. They're telling you, nothing I've said so far with these two murders is anything but their own words. March 14th, 2022, Shamel drinks. I think it's amply clear that this murder is gang related. It's to further YSL. You've heard about the Nibin.
And they still ignore the third car. This is so infuriating that they, clear as day in the video, that Mr. Drinks was still alive when Mr. Stilwell sped away. There was a third car going up, and there is when you see the final moments of Mr. Drinks' life, when he puts his foot on the brakes and never puts it off. The medical examiner testified to it. Once he got that bullet in the neck, cutting out all function, he could not physically pull his foot off the brake.
Yeah, that makes sense. And putting up the autopsy photos is also kind of gross. I mean, you have to assume that the family members are in the courtroom. You couldn't have put a, picture of them while they were still alive. I understand that, this is part of what you're trying to charge them with, but they have access to different photos.
Yeah.
Matches, the double homicide, Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. You heard op hunting, all of the way that Garlington and Shannon talked about getting revenge. And what happens? They see an op at a gas station and 4 YSL members in a rented vehicle murdered. And Shannon Stillwell's involved in both. And it's eerily similar to Donovan Thomas's murder. This is the corridor right there, and that is Shamel Drink's vehicle with bullet holes on the same side of his car that Shannon Stillwell's Audi drove up in. It's not rocket science that he did it. The evidence has shown you he did. It's 100% gang related. They're both part of the same rival group. There's no evidence about any kind of disagreement or anything with Shamel Drinks. They did it for YSL. They did it to get revenge. And this is just a visual representation where Shannon Stillwell is publicly stating, check the score. Because again, shooting and murder is like a scoreboard, but this ain't a sports game. This is the Superior Court of Fulton County, and you can't go shoot people for sport or murder your rivals to up the score. That ain't how it works. That's the Mekion Garlington. There's the Ford Fusion with Miles Farley and with Quarmadius Nichols. Now, aggravated assault. We've heard a lot about aggravated assaults. And in a case like this, you can kind of get numb to the shell casings collected, the damage, but these are acts of racketeering, real guns shooting real bullets towards property or people. What do YSL members say about shooting? Well, let's ask.
Y'all know we're gonna tour. You gotta keep on this. Don't come to no club. Don't come outside. Don't do shit. Stay your ass in your mama house. You better be in your mama basement. Making beats and shit. Bring your ass out the house. Hey, look,
Don't come outside. That's their word. Shoot the ops, make them catch on. That's Rodelius Ryan's Instagram that came in when Mr. Howes was sitting right here. And then this is Rodelius Ryan with a drum, a YSL chain, publicly showing it. These public threats of violence, when you're murdering people and throwing up YSL and bragging about it, that has a real effect of people who want to come in and testify or people that ever want to tell the police, period. These aren't just, a facade. This isn't just a movie. This is real life. And they're showing you and telling you what they're about. So I say take them at their word for it. April 12th, 2015, Dexter Montgomery. This is important because when you boil it down from what D'Angelo White told 911 and the police that you heard, they were just driving. And it seemed like OG Bentley thought that they were following them. They get to the gas station. There's no real reason for this to escalate to where it did. And when they leave the gas station, from Walter Murphy's evidence, Nard and Walter Murphy come. It's one YSL member, OG Bentley. Maybe he was paranoid. Maybe someone was out to get him. But it wasn't D'Angelo White. It was not Dexter Montgomery. And this is their car when it stopped after the shooting went that stoplight. Cornelius Davis and Christian James. And that's the bullet that comes in through that car. And that's Dexter Montgomery with half his head shot off because they followed a YSL member to a gas station.
For context, the guy who shot that man took a plea deal, served time, got out. None of the defendants was that guy.
Well, then how
That
can
poor
they
guy
link
still
it?
to this day don't know that the trial about him being shot was played out. He actually believed him being here in this courtroom testifying was the only time his case has been in court.
That is so beyond wrong. What is going on with the prosecutors? I mean, don't you have a duty to explain that this particular trial is some sort of RICO catch grab all?
Yeah.
And if the person that they charged with this took a plea deal, how is it involved in this case now? Was
Because
it by
allegedly
someone
he's
that...
affiliated with the YSL. That's why.
Okay.
That's it. One call, Walter Murphy and Demise McMullen, they didn't say, where do I sign the criminal enterprise contract? This agreement I talked about, Slat handle that. They just go. They grab the sticks and went.
My name's D'Angelo.
And D'Angelo, tell me exactly what happened.
Now, we was at the gas station. And, my partner was trying to talk to a girl, but I guess they thought we was following them. And then they pulled up on and just started. And we pulled off. And then we pulled off from the gas station. And then we got away. And then we ended up driving a back streetway. And then we ended up seeing them again. They ended up shooting. And somebody ended up getting hit.
Okay. Are you with the...
Like I said, they're just driving. I mean, this is Walter Murphy with a stick. This is Demise McMullen, who they say hard nard, the same person that Quindarius Zachary and Copeland said was shooting at Donovan Thomas. This is 3 months later. It's a lot more likely that he's a shooter when you see him on camera with a long gun at a gas station for no reason because OG Bentley called him. Their same common associates with no questions come. That's an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. Lil Wayne tour bus, April 26, 2015. You heard a lot of evidence about Lil Wayne. What you didn't hear was any remote personal reason that Jimmy Winfrey would have even knew or had any kind of squabble with Dwayne Carter, Lil Wayne. So why did he shoot the bus? You heard about the public back and forth, and look at the actions before, during, and after of that shooting. Now, this is only a couple weeks after Dexter Montgomery. And it's 2 days before the shooting spree of Adele Drive and Drew Drive that Garlington, Zachary, and Sledge did. So all these shootings, when Gaither and Dennis come in and talk about shooting after shooting, they're not just making this stuff up. It's real. So this is Mr. Alvin Lewis's tour bus shot up. This is Jimmy Winfrey. You heard from Detective Dennis about visually seeing them, and Zachary kind of got spooked because he knew his social security number, which would probably spook out Zachary of like, how does this gang detective know me like that? And then you have this post, which is Overt Act 121, I'm free, death before dishonor. Quite similar to the tattoo that Shannon Stillwell has, YSL. And what does he say about it? And by he, I mean Jimmy Winfrey.
So the thing ain't too.
And then another thing, we should let Amina know they got paperwork up in black and white showing, that I work for the company. So it's not gonna look like street business.
Get Amina to get the paperwork to put it in black and white, because if not, it's going to look like street business. Because it is street business. They just don't want you to know. That's that deception piece. They don't want jurors to know. They don't want the police to know. So get it in paperwork so we can make it look legit. There's nothing legit about shooting a tour bus driver's car on a highway. There's none.
Yeah. Nicholas, I don't think if you put it under your business expense report for the freedom seeds you sent into, nothing's going to make that legitimate. Like, I'm going to put this on my W-2.
Yeah. And the bus shooting is equally ridiculous because none of the cars that they have that was testified to was there can be linked to anyone of the defendants or the others. They might look like, but every car looks alike. Unless in Delphi, where a smart car and a Ford Focus looks alike.
Yeah. Well, you know, they maybe got their training from Miss Love, apparently.
Yeah.
Records. They move as a pack. They move as one. This is before where Zachary, Winfrey, Sledge, McMullen, Greer, and Dolly are all in the general area of the vault. This is when it's about to come up is the compound, which is a little bit later. Zachary, Winfrey, McMullen, Greer, and Dolly, 142 to 304. They all have kind of similar times when they leave, similar times when they depart. And then the last slide is going to be Dolly and Jimmy Winfrey's phone records for when the shooting happened. And you can see the path of travel, and Winfrey's in black and Dolly's in orange, and you know, the white Camaro that he hid and made the jail call to not get it found. And then, you know, he comes out and then it's YSL, you know, death before dishonor. Jimmy Winfrey, quite
Nicholas,
likely,
isn't
did
a
not act
graphic
alone. How
supposed
do you
to
drive a white
explain
Camaro?
things better?
Sorry, what'd you say?
I said, shouldn't a graphic be easy to understand? You've got so many dots on there that they didn't eliminate. So it's not, it doesn't simplify things, is what I'm trying to say ineloquently.
Yeah, but the state are not in there to simplify, to make it understandable, because if they did that, it will be too obvious that their evidence is crap.
So far, I'm rooting for the gallows man that they had on one of their graphics at this point.
Going 80 down the highway and shoot that many times in a bus. Just think about it. It's common sense. They act as one, as you've seen. This is 2 days later. 3 other completely different YSL members, but all part of the same criminal street gang. Garlington, Zachary, and Sledge. Garlington gets jumped at Club Crucial. What do? They go on a shooting spree. First, they go shoot up 1428. Then they go shoot up 1903 Drew Drive. You know, back to back to back. This is Miss Bell. And when you talk about, you know, credibility of witnesses, you don't believe Miss Bell's testimony because you like her. Everybody wants to drink a glass of vodka with Miss Bell. She was a sweet lady. You believe it because what motive does she have to come in here and sit and say that her house was shot up other than that it did? What motive does she?
And she also said she never saw the shooter. Yeah.
Wait, we all want to drink a glass of vodka with her?
Trying to drink her a nightcap and just hang out. And what happens? They shoot at her because they think that, you know, her nephew or someone in YFN is there. That's not how it works in Fulton County. You don't just go shoot people's houses up because your ops there. But again, they're above the law. This is the timeline: 220 to 406 to 551. This is Zachary with what looks like an AK-47 and Demetrion Garlington, and there's Sledge wiping his nose. Just like, if you remember, he wiped his nose when he walked off that witness stand at y'all. So these are the things that they're telling you, and you're going to see
now
photographs.
Nose wiping is a sign of guilt?
Yeah. When they post about guns, when they talk about guns,
my son is all the guilty all the time.
Tell you that they committed the crimes. It's not rocket science. You know, you take them at their word, what the evidence has shown. These kind of retaliation is, again, Demikion's jumped. We got to protect it. It's a us, it's a we, it's an enterprise, right? And they act together because you have strength in numbers, you know, protection and shootings. But this was a fist fight. Now, it was a shooting in the parking lot. And then they go to other homes, travel intentionally down there and shoot. Again, they're moving together in concert. As you saw from the Donovan Thomas phone records, the Shamel Drinks phone records, the Little Wayne phone records. We didn't put in phone records of this, but I think it's quite clear who did it and why they did it from the testimony of Zachary and Sledge and what we impeached them on.
You can't ask the jury to conjure up something you didn't show them, so it equals guilty.
Drew Drive, roughly 2 hours later, right? This is where Miss Battle's apartment was, and it's just an apartment right by the street. All these shell casings in the middle of the street, refrigerators and ovens shot. All because someone jumped Demikion, and so they go, no questions asked. Again, they don't have to sign on the dotted line. They have agreement, they have knowledge, they act in concert, and the criminal objective is to help the street gang, which is go get revenge. That's the RICO in action. So,
except that you don't know who did that. That's the problem. You claim it is YSL, but there's no evidence. No matching shell casings with the stolen guns you have in property. Nothing. Just, we guess it was them. Jesus.
If you're asked,
so this is the choose your own adventure.
Stillwell agree to be a part of a group that would commit racketeering activity. They agree to participate knowingly and willingly. And you have all these shootings, and you say, Did they think that was it reasonably foreseeable, understanding when they joined that multiple shootings would go on with YSL? You bet there is. You've seen it, right? They don't back up. They don't quit. They keep hanging out, shooting, and associating and publicly bragging about YSL over and over. This is roughly a month minus 7 days from when this shooting spree happened that these two, Garlington and Zachary, do. They can mess with us if they want. We're going to bring them homicide. Take their word for it, because an aggravated assault could be a murder. It just missed. So they're shooting. They're telling you I am. And then they want to act like, oh, I'm just kidding. It's obviously not a joke. It's not a facade. It's very real. Conspiracy to commit murder, which is Diamante Kendrick and Martinez Arnold, same neighborhood, Summerhill area, Confederate area. They have a stolen handgun and a long gun, and they're riding yet again after a fight. And this time it's not a nightclub, it's a strip club, Magic City. And
I want somebody to put the music of Chicago and mute him. I think we have YSL the musical.
You heard that brief snippet of a jail call where Kendrick's talking about it and talking about how Duke just called him, right? So again, little questions, little actions, just driving and get stopped in the same area of town where Kelvin Watts and Miss Bennett and YFN Lucci and YFN, all of that area of town. It's not a coincidence. It's the same victim, same area. This red circle is going to be the stolen firearm. That's the long gun. This is Overt Act 111. 5 years later, you have the same two individuals in a slime t-shirt with Martinez Arnold. Again, they're still hanging, associating. And then on the May 9th, 2022 stop, Martinez Arnold and Kendricks are at that house that has all of those firearms and the marijuana out in the open. Nothing's changed except time. Public displays of allegiance. This is the photograph that I believe Investigator Griffin, who was the lead detective on T.R. Jones' murder, introduced. Does that apartment complex look quite familiar to the steps of Miss Bennett's? Because it's 988 Confederate Court, that Confederate Court area. ABG territory, and that's Kelvin Watts, right? And this is where they were headed. And obviously in 2022, they're still trying to shoot and kill, shell Kelvin Watts. You see how over time, it's the same acts. That's conspiracy. It's just right before you. Now, objective 4. Remember how I said at the beginning, sometimes those stolen firearms or the robberies can play up multiple ways? This is a good example of it. Money, weapons, and other property through acts of racketeering activity. So those robberies and thefts, you could find them as they conspired to violate B, to participate in the enterprise, or A, they conspired knowing that they could acquire and get property a lot easier. Either one. The evidence can sometimes fit multiple.
Everybody's broke.
And you have the unlawful sale and distribution of drugs. Now, I'm not going to walk through all of the drugs we introduced or firearms or items. I'm just giving you a snapshot. That criminal objective has multiple. I think I would focus on the areas of where they are if there's other people with them. And I think this might have skipped through faster than I anticipated. This is obviously the May 9th, 2022, which is Jeffrey Williams' home. I'm going to go back one. And
are those all
coming up? I may get some help.
Extra special cough medicine, or what is?
Yeah,
what are
those
those
are
bottles?
the 0.4% CBD things that are actually legal.
So we're just pointing this out because we're going to throw a lot of stuff at you to show they are bad people. They take the devil's lettuce. They're listening to rap music. They're cursing. They've got tattoos. I mean, in the absence of any evidence that they've shown linkage, they are wanting you to character assassinate these people because maybe they don't, do things that you approve of. I mean, this is what I'm gathering.
Yeah.
About. Yes.
Oh.
Yes, thank you. This just has agreement, enterprise, and
Illuminati. No.
Where is Beyonce and Jay-Z?
This agreement to be a part of the enterprise, a pattern, and they all flow together, right? So evidence if they agreed, they go and shoot rivals together. We go and shoot the same rivals with the same people together. Evidence for agreement, evidence for pattern. Does the YSL enterprise exist? Is it a loosely formed group of individuals for a same common criminal purpose? All of these three kind of feed together. So this triangle is just a visual way to help think through this. Okay, well, it's catching up with me. And I apologize for this. But what's going to come up next, this is the Green Store, right? This is a picture of Kenneth Copeland and Shannon Stillwell. You have August 23, 2013, where one of the first witnesses, Sergeant Heeb, H-E-E-B, he was with an officer of Viverito. Sound familiar? 50 individual packets of clear marijuana. And this area of town is not far from where the Windsor Street gas station is in 2022, where Shamel Drinks was last seen alive before that stoplight. This is Trontavia Stevens' possession of marijuana after a traffic stop where he was with Stillwell. You've seen kind of over the years, multiple, sometimes at around 151 Cleveland, drugs. You've heard about the May 9th, 2022, all of the drugs that were found in that house. This is just a snapshot. These are some overt acts that you could use for this criminal objective of unlawful distribution of drugs. So I just include this as a tip. I'm not going to walk through every one. Act 48, 2015. Act 49, 2015. Act 65, 2017. 2020, it spans 7 years. BB, Nichols, Stevens, right? You've heard and seen pictures of them, identifiers of YSL over time in similar areas dealing drugs. That's another benefit or perk or objective of being in this kind of group, because no one's going to want to mess with you when you're going around shooting people and saying, I'm going to shoot. It helps you to unlawfully distribute drugs a lot easier in certain areas.
And yet they are always broke.
Objective 5 is obstructing law enforcement, right? So you've heard about this in multiple ways. This is intimidation of witnesses, because that helps the enterprise, because then you can't get caught. Maybe you can fool or deceive a juror, a detective, a pattern, repeatedly, publicly saying you'll lie to all.
Yes, Lone Star Living saying, I'm toast. Same friend for 50 years. We've eaten tacos numerous times. We have a conspiracy to eat. Yes, it's a taco trial for you. By the way, RICO says hi. He is in Aruba with Quay and Little Mike.
Your family and friends, and then come in here and tell the truth, basically saying, hint, hint, why can't you lie in court? And you need to get killed. And then agreement where all of them benefit and know and participate in this. So what evidence do we have of attacks on law enforcement? Well, one of the first acts you saw was Trontavia Stevens, where you heard from the vehicle that was stolen and Officer Pettis, and there was that firearm and that yellow bucket where he tried to go and arrest Stevens, who has this slime tattoo on his body. And then he brandished a handgun, pointed it at the firearm. Intimidation. Now, that officer was undercover, right? But he's trying to stop him and apprehend him. And he's just basically, I'm above the law, right? The same message that Shannon Stillwell's saying in present day. They don't think they can be held accountable. Police can't stop me. Now, we've talked about armed robbery of Derek Dotson, but this also proves this objective. And I'll show you why. That's former and present. That's the
DK shot at 12. Yeah, he said it. For no reason, boy.
For no reason.
He's shooting for no reason.
He's shooting at 12, the police, for no reason.
Yeah, so that person, and they claim this was in furtherance of the conspiracy. He just shot a cop in the face. And everybody is, he did a what? How can he be this stupid? Everybody's no. And the prosecution still says, it's in furtherance of the criminal conspiracy. It's so stupid.
It's really hard to believe the state when they're not.
Yeah, and kicked out a deal to testify.
Well, when he's talking about circumstantial evidence, where is the evidence other than they texted about it? He wore a YSL t-shirt. He has a tattoo, because that's all I've heard thus far, is they are talking about stuff that is current and contemporaneous. I mean, how many blowhards, could say if they wanted to get street cred? Look, I'm not all that into this, but say, oh, that thing on the news last night, that was totally for serial me. I mean, how many blowhards, how many bloviating assholes, do things like that, thinking, oh, I'm going to look hard, or I'm going to have street cred, or what have you. But it's not true. I mean, they are using, basically, this guy said it's telephone, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Tell me you've got a fingerprint. Tell me you've got, even though it's iffy science, tell me that the bullet matches, this particular firearm.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The people who actually seems to have committed crimes are the ones the state gave plea deals, and they are now out and about.
Yeah, and that's hard to deal with.
So, but everything here tells me they were after Mr. Williams, Young Thug. They put deals for everybody, and in the end, Mr. Williams
Nick-
put it in the hands of the judge, who said, "I'm sentencing you to 5 years, commemorated to time served, plus 15 years of probation." And out he went. And I can only guess that infuriated the DA's office, because that's the guy who they were after all this time.
Did they offer these two defendants plea deals? And if so, what were the plea deals?
These two remaining have got offers of plea deals, but they were in the region of 25, or something like that. So they are basically out of plea deals after the remaining 4. Well, one of them is already in prison for murder.
Okay.
He got 10 years, but that doesn't matter. That's Lil Rod, and we listened to the people testifying about that murder, and it is obvious to me he had nothing to do with it. And so much of this trial have shown me that the real serious crimes, these guys, I can't say for certain they didn't do any of it, but most of the things that has been brought up in this trial tells me, oh, they definitely didn't do that. And it's infuriating.
I guess it's hard for me, not having watched the entire case. Closing, in theory, I thought should be, if you've never seen anything in this case, you kind of tie it all together and you explain it to someone as if they had not seen the case. These are the elements we have proven. This is the evidence we have to prove that. And then you should be able to kind of get a theory of the case by watching the closing statements. And right now I'm getting, okay, so he took everything off of TikTok.
Yeah.
That's Adrian Bean's words, right? And then
he got it on him. And he got the screen up on him.
Bloody DK, and I got the strap on me, and he throws up Rock Crew at the time. And he's just shooting at 12 for no reason. Another attack on law enforcement. That, again, you don't want to get caught. You just tried to rob Derek Dotson, so you don't want to get apprehended by the police. Officer Rogers, you're going to hear what people say before and after some of this and their viewpoint on law enforcement. Christian Effinger in the Cleveland Avenue area.
And now they put music to that surveillance video, which probably has nothing to do with each other.
Yeah.
When they showed that surveillance video, that was silent. But this is what the prosecution is trying to do here is they are making association plays. The red, the music with some still shots, the music with some things. They are playing the association game here. This is, by the way, if folks remember in the chat, when Detective Dennis talked about subliminal messaging, that is what the not very subliminal, but that's the association game they are playing. Trying to infuse the deeds with the music, with the Instagram.
And it's quite, I mean, I didn't notice that until you said something, but they are just putting like the soundtrack behind it to kind of tell the jurors, if you don't see the link because you're not smart enough to be prosecutors like us, we'll play that music and then you'll link it together.
Area shooting Officer Rogers. That's not just words. That's a mentality of, again, slimes are above the law, and it's a public message of that. I can't think of a more clear, raw example of that than this. Don't just believe what they say.
Yeah, and that officer is like the size of Dave, but thin. And he tried to apprehend a wanted person by himself. He just ran out of a car and tried to apprehend a guy who is twice his size. Now, I don't say shooting him was good or anything, but Jesus Christ, if you're a trained cop and you see a wanted person, call for fucking backup. Well, especially if you're 5'5" and weigh less than a photograph of yourself.
Well, isn't that a standard operating procedure? Like if it is a felony stop, you get a bunch of your friends.
Yeah.
I mean, usually you hang back and say, I'm going to need backup. This is a felony stop.
Yeah.
I mean,
and there were cops
allegedly
en route. But he decided, I'm going to be the hero. No, you tried to do, what do you call it? The Darwin Award.
Believe what they do. And he's just trying to arrest him for a warrant. And what does Rodelius Ryan say after this happens? If you look at his TV screen, you're going to see Officer Rogers' photo pop up. And this is the message he has for his fellow YSL gang member after he just tried to attempt to murder Officer Rogers for doing his job.
Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Rich, man.
Here's Officer Rogers.
Yeah, man. Last time gang. Fuck that boy. Strike that baby. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Rich, man. Fuck the DA. You catching the boy on this shit. Yeah, we about to catch that boy. Fuck nigga. We coming to get you. You know what it is. Yes, sir. It's in the hood. Free the gang.
That's in the hood.
Yeah, YSL shit.
YSL shit.
Yeah.
Just like the song said, YSL shit, killing 12 shit. This is Ryan bragging and boasting about his fellow gang member trying to shoot Officer Rogers. And then he says slap, right? This shows you how they view the enterprise.
Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Rich, man. By the way, the gang way. Big Rich with the big head, man. They gave my nigga a bun today, man. You hear me?
Overt Act 180.
Nigga, lie to your kids.
You know, so Ryan's words there are kind of telling, right? Because he views what Eppinger did on the one hand by himself as a collective, we, us, he's with me, and he's saying YSL and SLAT, because it boosts your street cred. Quite frankly, it boosts your street cred to shoot at the police. And that furthers your gang because you get more of a reputation. And that's what you've heard from the gang detectives and seeing why Ryan would have this positive reaction and collective us to Eppinger doing that. It wasn't just Eppinger alone. It's a we, it's a us. And any overt act done to further the conspiracy is held against everyone, to include these defendants. Because when you knowingly and willfully join a criminal enterprise, you got to buy the good, bad, and the ugly. Now, we talked about intimidating witnesses. I started with that video of Jeffrey Williams. What's Antonio Sledge's position on?
You lie to your kids, you lie to your mama, but you get in the courtroom and in the investigation room and tell them punk ass people the God honest motherfucking truth. Pussy ass.
And that's Antonio Sledge as a witness, right? So you realize what people say outside of court. Think about that Antonio Sledge and that, and it, how people are in the witness stand.
Yeah, Mr. Sledge is not a clever person, and he's not alone in that. After some of the people who testified, they made TikToks. Folks, if you know you're stupid, get an adult or some supervisor who can tell you that's a bad idea.
Yeah.
Right? It's quite different. You don't want to get caught. You don't want people to come in here and tell them. It's as clear as that. Miss Bennett, Antonio Sumlin, Quindarius Zachary, Walter Murphy, Kenneth Copeland, about to be Adrian Bean up here, Wooney Lee. You saw their reactions. The awkward pauses, the kind of contemplation of, man, what am I going to say here? Or some bad piece of wiretap or jail call that gets played that doesn't sound good. Trontavia Stevens and Adrian Bean. This is alluding to, you heard from Mariah Smith about the threats for her testifying in the murder of Jamari Holmes trial and coming to court. And this is a brain and a rat emoji. She got threats for talking to law enforcement. Again, you don't want people to come forward because it helps Rodelius Ryan not get caught. It helps the criminal enterprise stay abreast. That's an overt action further than a conspiracy. What's a pattern of racketeering? So all of these crimes, these aggravated assaults, these murders, it's not, they actually did a pattern, but the conspiracy is, did they knowingly and willfully conspire to join YSL knowing that that could be a possibility? I think it's ludicrous to say otherwise, right? They knew exactly what they signed up for when they tattooed YSL on their body and shot people for YSL. And it can be from anyone. Within 4 years of each other, They're not in it for the long haul. You don't tattoo your face if you're just in something for a couple weeks. It's a permanent thing. And you've seen evidence in present day and evidence in the past that's shown that allegiance. And that's where this agreement, pattern, and enterprise all play together. You have agreement for the enterprise. There's a pattern of racketeering activity, shootings, murders, robberies that feed and promote the enterprise. That's RICO conspiracy. And it can be by any co-conspirator, but you certainly have overt acts from both of them. What is interrelated? This is key, right? What makes a pattern of racketeering interrelated? Same victims, same accomplices, same or similar intents, results, or methods of commission. With what we've talked about so far, you've seen a repeated pattern. The same opposition group moving together, the same individuals committing it over and over. All of these interrelated. They're not just interrelated. It's like a yarn of, it's like a ball of yarn that's just so intertwined, tight, you can't get out of it. It's like they're all related. And I'm going to show you some examples of that will cut through time and cut through RICO conspirators, and you'll see patterns and connections that can be hard to miss.
Oh, are we going to finally cut through time? Please,
so let's
Jesus.
focus on some distinguishing characteristics. So what's the best evidence that someone violated conspiracy to violate RICO? Is they actually did it. That's, if you want to figure out if someone wants to conspire to rob a bank and they go rob 20 banks, well, they probably agreed to do that bank robbery. It's as simple as that. So let's look at what they did. Let's look at what they said and look at how it's related. Same victims, same accomplices. So I'm going to show you some examples that are going to mirror together exhibits from different parts of the trial. Actions speak louder than words. They just do. It's like what your grandparents say, or dad or mom, don't do what I say, do what I do. So believe them. Let's see what they do and how they do it and why it's interrelated. So we're going to see some patterns. They move as a pack, right? What's going to come up is the cell phone records from OG Bentley's house, or the spot on Oak Drive where you heard testimony about. This is after the murder of Donovan Thomas. This is both what Copeland and Zachary say that they all went to get rid of the gun and to get rid of the car, because they don't want murder weapons to get caught with it, obviously. So the same individual who called Walter Murphy and Demise McMullen 3 months later when they pull up with a stick, you don't think that Demise McMullen killed Donovan Thomas with Shannon Stillwell, Kendrick driving, and Justin Cobb, and then would go to his friend OG Bentley? Of course he would. And where do they go? I mean, 755, 750, this is McMullen and Williams. That's OG Bentley's house. 5 minutes of each other. They go from up north where Sky House is to down there. Let's look at the next slide. Bradford, 747, OG Bentley's house. You need Commons Place to take guns, cars. It's not a coincidence they all just woke up and decided to go, have a pizza party at OG Bentley's, within 30 minutes of the murder of Donovan Thomas in a car rented by Jeffrey Williams. That's not a coincidence. And that Copeland and Zachary just guessed randomly of where they traveled. They knew. Let's look at Treadwell, right? He's all over this Oak Drive address because that's where his house was. Now, fast forward, this is Chamel Drinks. Where do they go after the murder of Chamel Drinks? This is Farley, Garlington, and Jackson. The times are a little different, but the general direction of travel is to, look, here's the airport, there's the airport, there's 70. They go to the same location after a murder for a variety of reasons. Maybe to get their story straight. Maybe to all have a common place to go to get away from when you just commit.
Maybe.
This is a stretch.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you can't prove, but this is what closing arguments is sometimes. If you don't have the evidence, talk over the evidence, narrate what isn't there. And we've seen it in a bunch of trials. When you don't have evidence, ignore the evidence. Try to make the evidence seem like something else. And we've seen a few examples here already when they cut out part of a quote.
Well, also that sort of phraseology he used, like do what I say, not what I do, that would be that indicative to the jurors of hypocrisy. What you would want to say is, you can tell a duck by its feathers or something like that. You would want to use a phraseology such as that, like judge people by their actions, not something that would invoke hypocrisy when you might be guilty of it.
A murder. This is 2022. That was 2015. That's a pattern. I can't think of a more clear example of one. Now, common places to stash and store. You've heard about the web. You've seen more recently Waters Road, and you used to hear reference about the dugout. but the web and Waters Road come up frequently. What were some similarities between them? There are places where they can store their guns and can frequently go where no one's going to catch them or bother them. This is Trontavia Stevens. This is Antonio Sumlin. He has the slime tattoo on his body, and someone has YSL here and multiple king slime on his forearm. This is the web. There's that YSL. There's the surveillance video right there. Look kind of similar to Waters Road. Completely different locations. This is from the Instagram where one slug, I'm going to the web. And then there was this wiretap.
We back at the web. What, slug on spot? Yeah, we got that spot now. We ain't slug spot though.
We're back at the web. It's not slug spot. It's now my spot. They exchange guns. They exchange locations to help the gang. It's quite simply that, right? They need a spot.
Not a single time has there been evidence of people swapping guns with each other. Not once. But it's closing argument. He can reference what he believes the evidence is showing, even though it's such a stretch.
To be able to hang out and lay low. Fast forward to present time. We're about to talk about and see Waters Road. And you saw the phone records both in March, the ankle monitor, it was 3,000 something times per minute that defendant Stillwell was at that 2830 Waters Road. It's not a coincidence, right? You just saw that surveillance at the web. Yes, you can have a surveillance system in your home, but with the evidence of guns and let's go to the web, Waters Road, with all of the assault rifles and bullets that were there, that's the surveillance on the 16th. That's the cables removed on the 17th. Same address, Waters Road. It moves and talks and walks very similar to the web. Different locations, YSL members to help the enterprise. They all agree to be a part of it, from the tattoos and the shootings and the actions, and there's a pattern. There's a clear pattern. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out this pattern. Same or similar intents and accomplices. So follow me with this. So Donovan Thomas, murdered January 10th, 2015 by YSL. YFN Lucci, whose mother's house is shot on the 22nd of January and the 26th of January, 2015. And then what do they say? What do they do? What are their methods of attacking or harming a rival? Well, that's the 22nd, 1007 Hill Street. And then the 26th, that is, a window, a mirror window in her home. Mentions me. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just a coincidence. But then when you see the text messages, right, between Huey and Thug, go handle that, Slatty, it kind of takes on a little different feel to it. All right. So keep going.
Shot by who? We don't know, because the prosecution have not put any direct or circumstantial evidence to the court, to the jury. We don't know who actually fired that shot, but here he is. Well, they say stuff, they play rap, and we have them with tattoos. Therefore, they are guilty.
What other actions do YSL members have with? And if you remember, right, the gun that Zachary had that he was arrested with got tied to those shootings. So this is where guns change. Multiple conspirators work together in concert. This is a tweet or an Instagram from Jeffrey Williams. If I didn't like what you did for your mothers and kids, I would have been killed you. That's 2019. And then you have in 2020, coincidentally, Kendrick with slat and a snake on him standing on the same Mr. Bennett's car, right? A clear sign of disrespect with a middle finger. And then fast forward, it's not just funny tweets or funny songs or funny cars, right? Let's keep going with this. Same victim, same YSL members throughout all of this.
I need to stack up on my nicotine pouches. I'll be right.
Fire we talked about, right? There's the tweet. Go handle it. You saw examples. You saw another example of that when Viv Rito was on the stand. Now, not only do they shoot at his mother's house, murder his friends, tweet at him, disrespect his car, then they try to stab him and actually do stab him in the jail, but they try to kill him is what I meant to say. And you saw the text messages about that. So let's walk through that, right? This is spanning from 2015 to 2022. Agreement, enterprise, pattern. This is when Jaden Myrick stabbing YFN Lucci in the jail. That's YFN Lucci. He's actually stabbed, right? This isn't just some fake violence. Then, this is Shane Stillwell, that same day.
Got me on PC with the flash. Oh, there's no PC.
And this is Eppinger and something.
Yeah, hey, find out what I get for that, bro. Huh? Now, find out what I get for that, bro. Guess what? You know what I'm talking about. I don't know what you can get for. I just told you why I'm at. Okay, so what you need me to do? Find out what I get, man. I just told you who I'm going to go with. What's wrong with it? Lucha, nigga.
It's unspoken agreement, right? Why is someone, Evan Wood, Kendrick, Zachary have a gun, Shannon tweeting just wet, Lucci's, you know what, ASS up? Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. Same victims, that's a fact. I can't think of a more clear fact. Now let's take this a little bit further. Christian Evans, right? The same one who robbed Ray Hill with YSL on his face is calling someone who has YSL tattooed permanently on his body and is talking about going to stab Lucci and get permission, right? So these same co-conspirators work together over time. It's gonna come along. What we're gonna show, see there's something, right? Can't spell slime without leaving big. Publicly, full allegiance. Did they knowingly and willfully agree to be part of myself? What do they say? What do they do, right? It's as simple as that. That is how you can know the evidence showing that. All right. Now, what's the common denominator with Kelly Watts? This is Zachary Sledge. There's Kelly Watts, Shell Kale, and Donovan Thomas, right? You just saw a picture of Donovan Thomas and Mr. Bennett. And you saw the actions that the YSL criminal street gang did and talks about him. So here's yet another friend in a public picture with Donovan Thomas.
And just saying, in music videos, there's a thing called props. Prop money, prop guns. Just saying.
What are their viewpoints on him? This is Zachary Sledge publicly threatening him in 2015.
You little strip ass niggas.
We ain't really going back and forth no nigga.
You little bitch ass nigga.
I know we hate.
I'm everywhere. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Kel. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Pop, pop, pop. Nigga, whoa.
They said I ain't really going back.
Oh, my apologies. I'll just use a okay. No. Can you hear me now? Just was too loud. Oh God.
Okay. Now we can skip ahead a bit. Yay!
We don't suck out loud too much.
That's a good part with with the commentary channel is we catch up a bit during the breaks and
All
stuff.
right, can we see if the jury is ready and get them back as soon as possible since we got a late start this morning? Can y'all move that a little bit because that's kind of blocking the defense's view of the jury.
Is all right?
I don't know. Is that okay? Is that better?
It's the same, Your Honor, just now it blocks different curves.
Okay, no, that's not better. Either move it way over here or way over there. Now I can't see the jury. That's not going to work. Put it way over there, maybe.
Well, I'm gonna talk about it.
I mean, that's fine, but
Nicholas, they
That-
had
that
5
works.
hours in
Sorry.
total, including the rebuttal, correct?
I don't know who
Or
designs
5
courtrooms,
hours
but I
for
don't think they
each?
ask anybody who uses courtrooms. Jury ready? All right. They do, yes. Now we have 3 podiums, so. You can roll the screen over this way some maybe, if you want them to be able to see them both. I don't know.
I mean, this color coordination, sometimes it's too obvious that they are trying to do something, and then it becomes a parody.
Well,
I
especially
do-
when you're on
yeah.
a case, claiming that wearing the same color is indicative of being in a unspoken conspiracy. Maybe not wear the same pantsuits. Don't shop at Chairman, Kim Jong-un's, pantsuit store.
This is so pre-planned, so very, very pre-planned. They went through the garbage bin at I don't know, at January 10th of last year. Let's see what Santa rejected.
Well, it's just so odd when, again, you make it a kind of foundational point of your case that this could be linked to, conspiracities and nefariousness, then to dress like you're on a team sport. It's really weird.
Yeah.
Either the one above or the one screen maybe stopped working halfway through. So the other one, either the one above or the one, I think the one below doesn't work, or the one above. They'll switch it up a bunch. Thank you. All right, I think y'all probably saw that your lunch is there. We've got about 30 more minutes of Mr. Atkins opening, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back and hear the defense closings. Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Atkins.
We ain't really going.
So
Okay. So she's only giving them to lunch. That's interesting. Well, they are saving 2.5 to 3 hours for rebuttal closing.
Yeah, because that was my other question. Are they getting 5 hours for open and, rebuttal, or
Yeah.
5 hours for all of it?
5 hours for all of it. So they are, I don't know how, they are maybe half an hour, 45 minutes from lunch, which means, let's see here. And he has been going on not even 2 hours, which means they are probably saving 2.5 hours for rebuttal. Oh, yeah.
we just saw that video, right, in 2015, and here we have the same picture, right? Kelvin Watts, Nut Life times 2, because you have Shamel Drinks, Kelvin Watts in this post. And that is the projectile that murdered Shamel Drinks and the projectile that murdered Donovan Thomas. Same victims, right? You had Donovan Thomas with Lucci, and you saw how they treated Lucci. Now Donovan Thomas with Kelvin Watts, and you saw the connection. Similar victims over time with different YSL co-conspirators committing the crimes, often together. Not always the same, but similar patterns, which is important for RICO. Now, other connections. You heard about, we got to take Buddy's name out of the songs in case she gets whacked.
I thought we had to get whacked. That shit come down on us. Yeah.
Because it's going to come down on us. This lets you know that they try to toe the line to get right to where they can diss an op or say something, but have some deniability. And then this is songs.
Can't play music.
It doesn't, yes, it's just a song, but when you're shooting and continuing to promote violence on the same people, that creates a pattern. And
folks, write to your politicians about the RAP Act. The RAP Act needs to become a reality, because this is ridiculous that, I mean, folks, it's not a coincidence that they are only doing this with rap music. Now, look at the Norwegian black metal scene. there were somewhere between 6 and 12 murders in roughly a 4-year span. They burnt down churches, a lot of them. And
Yikes.
they made music about it. They sang about it. And it was not allowed in Norwegian courts because it is free speech. And go to the American black and death metal scene. Yeah, they're not nice, but they won't do anything. And why is that? Now, yeah.
That was Demikion Garlington and DeMarco Boyer, who was those phone calls you heard about the night of Shamel Drinks' murder. So what other connections do we have? Well, if you keep going, we talked about this drug sale, right? This is Durante Beebe. Who was with him? Darius Ford, right? This is back in 2020 at, I believe, 150.
Stop doing the World of Doom.
There's Darius Ford. Now you have, it should come up here. This is Rodelius Ryan and Durante Beebe, right? So remember this, Ford, Beebe, Ryan, it's like a 6 degrees of separation through different crimes. So follow me here. This is Darius Ford and Rodelius Ryan.
We right back run through this shit. Yeah, fuck wrong with y'all, nigga. We right back run through this shit. Just fuck wrong with y'all. Yeah, peace and blessings. Gang, peace and blessings, like shit. Peace and blessings.
This is Rodelius Ryan, FYFN. Then you have Garlington, right? We got y'all boys. Ryan, Ford. This is Darius Ford. That's Christian Miller that Garlington's posting, right? It's the YSL enterprise and how they view each other. And if you exact violence on one of them, they're all going to try, or if you get a rival or an op, it's for the gang. It's for the enterprise. And then if we keep going with this, this is 05 Drive and Flint. This is Christian McMiller with Rodelius Ryan at Slime Business Rod, right? And he puts the heart emoji in the snake. Then you have Shannon Stillwell and Darius Ford, right? And then you have Garlington talking about spinning it every night.
When I smoke, you're not fun for
playing a song where in the mix
every
of
day, every
This guy is getting me yeeted.
This is from Ryan's Instagram, right? Slap. This is SB. What's up? Using Garlington's Instagram to Rodelius Ryan, right? There's connections between the co-conspirators, and it shows a pattern where they commit crimes together. It may just be Darius Ford and BB selling drugs, but then it also may be shooting up all of these homes or murdering people, and they work in concert together. Now, it has to have, what is an enterprise?
Another
right?
maybe.
In this case, it's the criminal street gang. It's got to have a common purpose. It has to have a common kind of ongoing nature. It doesn't have to be a formal like employee roster or something like that. It can be a loose or informal relationship amongst them. It's as simple as that. You've seen how the way that YSL, the common identifiers, and the way that they act and speak in concert shows that they have, I would argue, more than a loose relationship with one another. In determining that you can use the pattern to prove the enterprise. This is where the crimes themselves and how they're committed kind of help you. And is there an enterprise? Well, the way that they work in concert shows you that there is. And I misspelled. There's always one word in every slide, and I've checked this thing 20 times, so I apologize. Racketeering. I knew there'd be one. Okay. So is this a RICO?
Right? Yeah, Uncle had wanted me to call you. The man got jumped on.
I know it. That's why I was telling y'all last time I told you. I say when Lamar leaves the classification, make sure y'all tell him to hit so nigga.
We called you soon. He got up there, but see what Uncle was trying to see. They were saying it was a mob nigga and 9 dude nigga jumped on, bro.
That's what we just heard the same thing too. That's why we trying to figure out who the fuck up that mob and folks jumped in with some YFN niggas or some shit.
Yeah, that what folks were trying to call you and see like who the hell that was.
So do it for Phil, right? Trying to get protection is with, in the other car with Parmadius Nichols after the murder of Shamel Drinks. Talking about Unfunk. Do it for Phil, the person who's hashtag top shotter, happy snake day at Slime Business Ride, is Miles Farley, the same person who's in the Ford Fusion with Parmadius Nichols when they're at the gas station and then pulls out behind Shamel Drinks, right? So you see this connection and support where when one goes in jail and someone tries to jump Farley, the gang gets protection and they may use an ally gang. That's a pattern, and it's to further the enterprise because you don't want to get caught or get harmed. So take it a step further. This is Christian Eppinger, YSL Brish. That's Unfunk he's posting. Here's Eppinger, Wooney Lee, and BB, right? Only the Slimes all together. Now, when you have Unfunk, Garlington, Sumlin. So you have Eppinger in 2016 saying free Unfunk, right? Then in 2022, you have Christian Eppinger and Sumlin having that jail call to try to get Lucci. And then you have Unfunk and Garlington trying to get protection because YFN, the same group of Lucci, is trying to hurt Miles Farley. So there's connections between the acts. There's patterns in the interactions amongst each other. And if you take it a step further, then you have Rooney Lee with Shannon. You heard about No Slime Left Behind. Rooney Lee with Kendrick, actively promoting the gang. Yes, it may just be a photo, but when people think you murdered people, shot people, and got away with it, it has a different.
Hold on here. Yeah. Let's see here. Why are some of the hashtags and stuff still there?
Context to that. It has a much different context. What is Kenneth Copeland roughly 2 weeks before this indictment? How is he interacting, right? He comes up here like everything's in the past. This is Kenneth Copeland.
You heard something about how he been locked up 43, they got a 43-man indictment.
That what Punk said?
That what Toon said.
I don't know. He ain't talking that.
Yeah, he said that what he heard, but you know, he probably just talking, ain't no telling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you think for what?
I had Jake out of what's the name of him?
What you think for what though?
He just said RICO, I guess.
RICO, I guess.
That's what he said. I don't know how true it is. I told that shit, that's off Instagram.
Better stay off Instagram. Not like RICO.
Yeah.
What RICO? I'm not a criminal enterprise, right? They're casually Copeland, and they kind of make you think when he's in this witness stand, like, I'm a changed man or I don't hang out with them anymore, right? This is him in April 23rd of 2022. If you look at the indictment date, it's May 9th, 2022. That's 2 weeks before that indictment. He's calling Garlington, who he said told him about what happened, that all of these two defendants when they murdered Donovan Thomas. Think about that when you determine credibility in RICO. Taking it a step further, you have some.
No, listen, man. I just got.
Well, it's the call where he says he just got off the phone with Woody, and that YSL stuff is hot. You need to take that down, right? And then at the very end of that, and I won't play the whole thing, but it's in evidence, they say, we need to take that YSL because it's hot, get off social media, right? So that shows you that they know, they just don't want to get caught. This RICO conspiracy, this is your verdict form. When we talked about A and B, it's going to look like this. As to conspiracy to violate subsection A, we the defendant. A, acquire and maintain property, knowingly and willfully conspire. B is those objectives I talked about. Did you participate in the enterprise, knowing and understanding that a pattern of racketeering, which remember, check the indictment for the crimes. Do you think that they knew, these two defendants from January 10, 2015 onward, that there would be robbery, aggravated assault, intimidating witnesses? I mean, of course they did. But think about that when you look through this, because you have to decide, is it A or is it B? I believe it's both, but you can find either as a jury when you deliberate. And remember, some evidence can factor into both. The robberies can be A. The stolen guns can be A. They also can be a part of B when you create a pattern. And then on the bottom, it's going to ask you about guilty, guilty. Please identify on the next page the overt act you find. So when y'all agree unanimously on an overt act, and you got to find one.
I don't like the prosecution doing this explanation. For me, it should be the judge and nobody else.
Well, yeah, because he's shading it.
Yeah, shading it, marking it. You do this. I don't like it.
Yeah, that's
the jury instruction is for the judge and nobody else. But this is Georgia, where they actually allow this crap.
Well, we saw a really good example of how you can explain how every single one of the elements has been proven in the Sarah Boone trial and rebuttal. I mean, they went through and actually showed all the elements. They didn't show the verdict form and say, this is where you mark this Thunder Cow guilty.
No. Yeah, I know the defense can put on their own shading, but now it's there. And nobody should be allowed to do it.
On after May 10th, 2017. The good news is there's plenty of the state has proven happened after that date, so they shouldn't be hard to find. You write them down. And if you need to write 50, write 50. If you need a pen, ask the court reporter. She'll come bring you an extra pen if y'all need to run out of ink. But fill it out on the form after this, once you all deliberate and talk through the evidence. And you will find them guilty of the RICO enterprise when you look at the evidence and the common sense, reasonable inferences from all of it and some of these connections. I just gave you a few. I could do the 6 degrees of separation with multiple crimes throughout the case, but I tried to pick a couple to show you. And participation, treating activity, this is much simpler. You know, the RICO enterprise and the criminal street gang is one in part the same. Criminal street gang activity is there is a gang, YSL. Clearly the evidence has shown at this point that YSL is a criminal street gang, right? Are they a part of that street gang? Do they commit criminal street gang activity? For purposes of this indictment, the judge will instruct you that the street gang charges, the firearm possessed during the drugs for Kendrick and the murder of Shamel Drinks for Shannon Stillwell, both murder and possession of firearm during commission of a felony, which is the drugs, are criminal street gang activity. So all you really have to decide, in my mind, is there a nexus to the street gang? And I'm going to, this goes on to explain criminal street gang activity, which the judge will tell you that for these crimes, they are street gang activity. You just have to find Kendrick and Stillwell in the YSL street gang, which for all intents and purposes is the same as the criminal enterprise we've just been describing. And I'm going to, B is in order to maintain or increase status. So you'll see Shannon Stillwell has B. When he murdered Shamel Drinks, do you think that was in order to boost his YSL street cred and increase his status? Of course it was. He had no personal disagreement with Shamel Drinks. The only reason to murder him is because you saw all this public posting about get back, revenge, and he had that tweet I had earlier of up the score. That, when Shannon Stillwell committed that murder, it was to further the street gang. There's no other reason that makes any sense. And it would certainly boost his common signs, symbols, and tattoos. I only have a snippet. This is very similar to the first witness belt nap, right? Y'all have heard ample evidence of all these identifiers. You've heard about slime, the lizard, the snake, the green, Copeland with the hand sign. Y'all are basically gang experts at this point, probably yourselves, because you've heard a lot about it. But it's important to show you the evidence.
I don't think that
tattoos.
that
I've talked
tracks.
a lot about these. I think it's important to, you know, these permanent YSL lifestyle. This is Trontavia Stevens. That's Antonio Sumlin. That's Antonio Sumlin. That's the Diamante Kendrick. Slime Life, YSL. And then you have face tattoos, Javon Fleetwood. Then you have Walter Murphy's going to come up and Christian Eppinger. Public YSL tattoos on their face. Essentially a walking billboard for the enterprise. And if you commit a crime with that on your face, it's to help let people know this is from YSL. Going a little bit further, 3 or more members. Clearly there's 3 or more. RICO was 2 or more. Gang, you need at least 3. So you can't have a gang of 2 under the law. It's the same principle. That block is easily checked as an element. This is just pictures of multiple. This is Rodelius Ryan adding all of the slimes. This is Kendrick, Copeland, Zachary, ball up them slimes back in 2014. And that's Trontavia Stevens, again, showing you how they publicly accept and acknowledge the gang, at least when they're outside of a courtroom. Going further, this is Quindarius Zachary, November 6th, 2014. Well, I'll keep going, but it's the video y'all watch where he says YSLD, big bullets, and he's pointing a gun at a camera. That's just him publicly. And then firearms, right? This criminal street gang is armed constantly. These are some examples of acts where this is Shannon Stillwell with that firearm, Trontavia Stevens with this firearm. Going further, that's Christian Eppinger with a stock of guns. YSL Brisk, who said they want smoke. That's Zachary, still don't know any better. YSL Little D. They have these firearms because they use them. They're not sport hunting. They're not collecting them. They're shooting people with them, as you've seen repeatedly. This is Waters Road, the drum magazine, double magazine where it's taped together. That was the stolen one from the cargo. I'm just showing you examples. And if you think about it, it's quite a lot of guns, either in photographs or physically introduced. Why do they need them? For the enterprise and for the context of this, the street gang. This is from May 9th, 2022. All of the guns in the home. Again, 2022 and 2015, they all are stopped and have and use firearms. That's the violence. That's the tool for the street gang. More firearms. This is from Rodelius Ryan in the middle with 6 firearms. This is Zachary with an AK, Zachary with an AK. This is Shannon
Somebody
Stillwell
go
with
out on a
weapons
limb and
compatible in
say
the
they didn't
trenches with
do
a
any
carbine,
ballistics
right?
on any of these.
Overt Act 115. Over and over and over, they show you we have guns, we use guns. We're not afraid to use it. Believe them. The evidence is showing it. Gang detectives, I'm not going to go through everything. I think you've heard a lot, right? And what they talked about was not fantasy. Gaither and Dennis, when they talked about getting woken up in the middle.
Oh yeah, these 5 people. Detective Belknob, who is a knob. Detective Dennis, who was yeeted from the trial because he couldn't be ethical. Detective Gaither, who is probably the absolutely most incompetent person in law enforcement I have ever heard of. Detective Underwood, and what I said about Detective Gaither applied until I heard Detective Viverito. Miss the Burrito is an absolute, how do I say this as nice? A fuck twat. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Four quad. Four quad was the word I was looking for. Four quad and nothing else.
I'm getting flashbacks to the new Snow White. She has a Farquaad haircut. I have no idea. I've watched the movie several times, the original, and that Snow White does not have a Lord Farquaad haircut. But the new live action one.
These five people, the four people, Belknap, Dennis, Gaither, Underwood, were all trained by Detective Viverito when she worked at the prosecution's office. Detective Viverito was a 7-year probation officer. Then she got employed by Fannie Willis in the... She has 0 training in actual gang herself. She attended some seminars and some courses. That's it. And she is the one who trains all of the gang unit.
I volunteer as tribute for Expert. I watch 8 Mile once. I'm pretty sure I could be better than any of these people.
It's... The gang unit here is where rubbish cops end up. For instance, Detective Gaither, she admitted on the stand that the first 4 years she didn't respond to 911 calls because she didn't want to. And then she was department jumping all the way to the gang unit.
I am speechless.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you could just like, nah, I'm not gonna get this one. Like that sounds icky.
Yeah, but yeah, Hogan is a piece of idiocracy in itself. But these are the actual gang experts who testified as gang experts. Detective Hogan, or as I affectionately call him, Bad Santa Cowboy Cop. He watched the video of the drinks murder, and he missed a whole car.
Was he wearing the balaclava at the time? Is that how he missed it? Because they're all dressed up in like personal protective, don't know me gear. Maybe he was wearing a stocking cap, pulled down while he was watching.
Ugh. Yeah, Hogan never went to the crime scenes. Then he arrested Little Rod. I mean, he admitted on the stand he have worked over 100 murder cases and he has never retrieved a murder weapon. In 30 years and 100 murder cases, he has not, he said it on the stand, he has never retrieved a murder weapon.
I am rarely speechless, but WTF?
Yeah. That's the Atlanta Police Department for you.
I give up. I have never encountered something that absolutely inexplicably dumb and corrupt.
Yeah. And on top of that, you have Detective Vasquez, who admitted on the stand that he, if he got a witness testimony that he didn't like, he erased it and then kept asking until he got an answer he liked, and that was the that was the witness statement he said. Everything else he erased.
So
that's both witness tampering and evidence tampering. That fucker should be in prison. But he retired from the force and is now doing some cold case crime show. He should be in
Oh,
prison.
good. Yeah, you want to understand what erodes public trust in police officers? It's this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's knowing that in Fulton County, you have people that have waited 10 years for a bond hearing. I mean, I do not understand, as an outsider looking in, why the DA would focus on, let's say, loosely associated RICO cases versus getting the backlog taken care of so no one else dies in Fulton County Jail.
Because rape victims and robbery victims are... Fani Willis was aiming for Attorney General of Georgia. She was going there by being the RICO queen. Now that blew up thanks to cameras in court, where we actually saw the absolute fustercluck of this trial and her relationship with Nathan Wade and everything. She lied in church on Martin Luther King's sermon.
Yeah, that's just a scotch terrible.
Yeah, I don't care about her skin color, but apparently there are a bunch of people who do, who says, "Oh, you don't like her because she's black." No, I don't like her because she's a cunt.
I don't like people who lie to me. I don't like people, regardless of their color, who use Jesus or religion against people, or to lie, or to build their career. I don't care whatever your faith is, whatever your color is, but don't stand here on a pulpit for a religion that people care about and use it to pontificate and, politicize things.
Yeah, I'm already demonetized. I might as well say the words I really wanted to say. So if you wouldn't mind, if I get no ad revenue from this, hop on the super chat train, please.
Absolutely. Nick has been in for the long haul. Show your appreciation if you can.
They interviewed Quindarius Zachary. They interviewed Copeland 6 times. Not an easy task. All of that stuff they did repeatedly. They didn't, and they all acknowledged.
And again, he plays the fuck
this in all the jurisdictions. They all testified about YSL Street Gang identifiers, identified members. Are they all wrong? Are they all just, gay identities are just making up crimes?
Yes.
No. YSL is a criminal street gang as shown by their actions.
Yes, they all made shit up on the stand. They all lied on the stand. Yes, they did. Thank you for asking the question. Can I get a speaker in the courtroom so I can start answering his question?
Yeah.
Out loud, a real narrative. Did they all lie? Yes. They all did. Were they all wrong? Yes, they were.
Well, yeah. And what qualifications, other than like department hopping, does it take for one to be in the gang's expert unit? Or all I remember is the first gang expert that went on, and he was like, "I'm from Chicago, so I've seen gangs before," and I'm like, "Okay," and that was pretty much it.
Now I'm going to show a completely unrelated picture. And let's talk about Vivorito. How much can you pawn a watch for that pays for a bad boob job and an ass enlargement that looks like two poodles fighting in a potato sack?
Why are they pointing outwards?
Completely unrelated picture.
Being an owner of a rack of justice, they generally don't point outwards and opposite directions naturally, unless you're laying down and they've given up the ghost.
And Detective Belknap discussed the origins of Rock Crew, how it became YSL. He also mentioned how YSL, the street gang he started hearing about in schools before the record label was formed. and the rivalry between the YSL and Inglewood family. I just simple 2 words, or I guess it's 3. 2015 first wave. This is waves of violence and a tsunami of evidence about a criminal enterprise operating throughout. And the second wave, Rito told you about it. She told you about all these back and forth shootings in 2019 and 2020. And she talked about what was going on in just 1 month, March of 2022. And all of these social media, she was clipping by, it seemed like almost the hour, to show this public disrespect. Same group, same victims, same rivalry in YSL and YFN. Nothing has changed except time. That's how you know it's a criminal enterprise actively afloat. May 9th, 2022. So for Kendrick, he's with Duke.
Yeah, you just have to watch Boys in the Hood to be an expert. Yeah, that's what Detective Danny said. He watched those films, and when he was young, he applauded to it. But then he found out that was a subliminal message, and oh my God, you're schizophrenic, Mr. Dennis. I mean, complete delusional.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm already demonetized. Fanny has a massive pooper and knows how to use it, and the only person to take down more hot dogs than Joey Chestnut, all redeeming qualities.
Okay, that one was pretty good.
Yeah, and thank you to Love Equals 403. Yeah, she is a waste of time. A 403 objection is waste of time. And thank you to Slidey Pie over at Rumble. Why do you think they chose the color red to wear? If the jury thinks anything like me, they don't like it. It is that they are playing the association game. They are playing the association game. Look at the red and some of the PowerPoints red, because red is bloods and bloods are bad. My interpretation is you look like a bad Christmas ornament and you shouldn't.
Yeah, it looks like they're playing a team sport, or they're going to some affiliated function. Like, we have to show that we are all prosecutors from Fulton County because we're playing softball against, I don't know, some other county. That's what it looks like. Or we have a bowling league. And
yeah, this is so stupid.
Martinez Arnold in 2015 when they're stopped by Trestle Tree. You've seen the photographs of the marijuana and the firearms. He's in Jeffrey Williams' house. This is in May of 2022. Him actively having this arm protection, firearms, and being in a house and then running when the police.
Oh, well, they stored it in
caught him
Tupperware.
outside of the house. They actually have zero evidence he was in the house, but they still claim it. And Mr. Williams pled out, taking responsibility for the arms and the dough. So, but since they can't bring that plea deal into this trial, they are now, well, we got one of, it's Schrodinger's evidence. They're applying it to everybody in sight.
Well, and what's the jury supposed to make of the fact that we went from a bunch of defendants to a couple, but we're still bringing in all the, crimes that we were associating with the others? Now, I do understand that all of this is supposed to be linked due to, subliminal, involvement in a mental crime.
Mm.
But if I were a juror, I'd have a lot of questions.
Mm. I'm getting questions. Do I have Venmo? No, I'm not in the United States. I can't have Venmo. I have PayPal. I did have, I think, do I still have that? Buy me a coffee. Let's see here. Log in. Yes, I still have.
So what I'm learning from this trial is if I get myself like a full head toboggan, ski mask, and I watched, Don't Be a Menace, Boys in the Hood, and 8 Mile a couple times, I too can testify in Georgia as an expert.
Why didn't that show up as a... Why doesn't that show up as a link? Well, just look for, if you have the Buy Me a Coffee thing, just look for my name, Nick Starov. But let me just pin my PayPal. All right, let's continue because now we're far behind again.
2 other identified, documented street gang members. It furthers the gang's interest to have multiple YSL members together, even in one of their own homes, because as you've seen, they're going to always be armed and have firearms. So all you have to decide, in my opinion, if you meet the other elements, is there a street gang? Is there 2 or more members? Is his possession of the marijuana and firearm collective construction, which Ms. Hilton will talk to you about, in furtherance of the gang? And I'll argue that it is. Shannon Stillwell's, when you talk about participation in criminal, I made it green to say found. Like I said, I don't need to belabor this much. I think it's quite obvious that Chanel Drinks is a textbook example of a gang murder, where they literally just shoot him because they happen to see him at a gas station. He's a rival, that they're following Kelvin Watts and other postings that are dissing or alluding to the murder of McMiller and Ford. And that's why he kills him. But you don't have a license to just kill who you want because they happen to be in an Instagram post, or you think, or they are associated with a rival gang. That's to boost his street cred within the gang. And then, every slime plays nasty. What does Mooney Lee say about that? Yeah, they can argue that they're just trying to watch the local basketball game on the nightly news.
The ESPN got blowing because we're blowing it down.
He's got a gun and says ESPN because we're blowing people down. I mean, I don't know what else to say. This is Kendrick's tattoo. You're going to see, this is Miles Farley, ESPN tattooed on the back of his neck. This is going to be Christian Effinger coming up here. Rise and Slime, ESPN, and I didn't clip it in there, but there's the song that Shannon Stillwell himself made where he literally says every slime plays nasty. So these are...
And ESP and every blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but there's a lot of people who have the ESPN logo tattooed on them. Are they all YSL? No.
We're going to have to talk to Disney, ESPN, get in here.
Identifiers, and by nasty, they mean violence. You've seen it. Going a step further, is this a street gang? This is going to be Mooney Lee and Rogelio Slime.
Fake, man. Yeah, man. Gang shit, man. They know what the fuck going, man. Yeah, man. Slime business shit, man. Man, happy birthday to me, man. Really mean everything to me, man.
He is 20 now. He was 15 in 2019 when he went to jail and prison. He hasn't been outside of a barred window since he was 15. The rest of the YSL barely knows the guy.
So are they trying to get him as a founding member then?
Yeah, probably. Because in 2014, he was at the ripe age of 9. Or something like that. I don't know.
For real. Can you get every tattoo on me, man? Gonna spend in. For real, no cap. Slack me. If in a minute, I shoot it up. If in a minute,
where you from? And then they mix the music with his... This is so bad.
His slime business flat. I'm the BO. I'm the DEO of this sex money murder set. You heard Belt Nap, Gaither, and Dennis talk about the sex money murder, where YSL is a subset of that, right? It's their own words. They're not hiding from it. They're not slat on the finger. And then you're going to have again, Miles Farley. When the OGs don't feed, it boosts up the crime rate, right? They're actively telling you what they're doing, which was in Rodelius Ryan's Instagram. You all saw this video. Again, take them at their word. Don't just take mine.
Wiping over. Yeah.
Little baby rollout. For a small town.
You had to pick a clip with a little boy in it.
And they do keep pistols, and they do light people up, which means shooting at them. What is YSL about? I said the deception. You have the flash and the fame and the lifestyle, and it's all a joke. And then you have the reality of YSL street gang members exacting violence on members of their own community repeatedly over the years with impunity. The intimidation. I think y'all all know well what we've shown and walked through, the violence publicly about witnesses who come in and testify, the way that people get YSL amnesia, as I call it, when they sit in the witness stand and they can't remember entire years of their life. It's not believable, except there's real fear and there's real trepidation of coming into a court and testifying. Destruction, I don't have to go on this long. It clearly has their actions and crimes have destroyed pockets of the communities in multiple communities in Fulton County. And death. You've heard about the murders that they've committed repeatedly. It's not just words. In Fulton County, you can get a driver's license, you can get a fishing license, but what you can't do as a criminal RICO enterprise is no one's above the law, and you don't have a license to kill, and you don't have a license to operate
for the love of
impunity for a
giblets.
decade at
This is so
citizens in Fulton County, because it doesn't matter in Fulton County if you're the richest, if you're the poorest, it doesn't matter anything about who you are.
Well, let's talk about getting away with offing people. Miss Love, how many people have you put in jail knowing they will probably die there? How many? I know Shane Kendall. I know about a half dozen more. But you're a prosecutor. You have prosecutorial immunity.
Deserve to be victimized, and a criminal enterprise has a lot more power and strength. And the crime that they've done, the pattern, the evidence, the agreement that they've had publicly proclaiming it is clear that this RICO enterprise is very real. It's not just, it's more than just a conspiracy. It's alive and active. They willingly and knowingly agree to it, and they don't think that anyone will hold them accountable. But as reasonable, fair-minded jurors, when you deliberate and walk through the evidence and you compare the evidence with the law from the judge, there's no conclusion but guilty on count 1 RICO. And I argue it's both subsection A and B, but that's for y'all to decide. And these crimes charged, the criminal street gang and RICO, I ask you guilty on all those counts. Ms. Hilt will talk to you after the defense, and we'll talk to you about why the defendants are guilty of the charged murders of Donovan Thomas and Chanel Drinks. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna take our lunch break at this point. And let's take until 12:30.
Okay, so that was Atkins, not Kiss. I don't care. He up until lunch, and then it is the defense turn, and after that it's the rebuttal. So they're doing everything today.
Okay.
Lunch till 12:30. Let's see here. Let's go. Well,
We've only got about 15
now we are
minutes.
caught up again.
I will say at the end of that closing, nothing makes any more sense than it did at the start of their opening when nothing made sense. So they are consistent.
At least she didn't. At least he didn't quote the Jungle Book or Rudyard Kipling, one of the biggest racists who ever walked this earth.
Yeah, possibly not the best person to bring up.
Let's see. Thank you to Shelley for $20 via PayPal. Thank you so much. That is so nice of you. That is so nice of you. Let's see. I'm trying to get Cash App via VPN, and we sent the code to your email. I'm looking at my email. I don't have a code. Looking through junk mail, and let's see here. Hot adventures just for you.
Well, at least it's not a frozen adventure. I mean,
Sex in a car. Sex with older women. I already have an older woman. I'm good with her. Yeah, my junk mail folder doesn't have that code either. Oh wow. Yeah. spoke a lot about things that, in my opinion, they haven't actually proven at all, especially the murders. Now, apparently, a bunch of guys sold drugs. Well, but did they do it in furtherance? No, they did it to pay rent.
Yeah, if this case had been these guys are unleashing the devil's lettuce upon all the youngins,
yeah,
then they had plenty of evidence. I mean, they kept it in nice little Tupperware and little clear bags. I could see that, but this is
Imagine what bad case it would have been if they decriminalized marijuana in Georgia. They they would have even less of a case, because all of a sudden they might actually put up a pharmacy of sorts and make legit money.
Yeah, again,
It baffles me, the criminalization of marijuana, because the claim is, people shouldn't have access to it, so let's give it to people who sell it to kids. No,
my thing is, if you let people who have chronic pain or suffer from things that, CBD or the real stuff would help with instead of being on opioids, why wouldn't we do that? I mean, for me, I have certain options of things that are 6-year felonies if I dabble into them in Indiana that are clinically, or at least studies prove that they help with chronic pain. But I don't feel like going to jail for 6 years because I know about Delphi and I've said a lot of mean stuff about McClelland. So I'm not doing anything illegal.
Yeah, everybody here was broke. Everybody, except Mr. Williams. And he tried to give people honest jobs on his tours. Honest jobs. But the moment they screwed up, sorry, I can't have you with me. And they were yeeted. Every damn time. And so again, the case against Mr. Williams was extremely weak. But then you can, since the Georgia RICO is so broad and so vague, they can put in things that aren't even a crime. Now, the reason why they speak of things before 2017 is that we need to show a pattern. But they can't convict on things that occurred before May 10th, 2017. Only things between May 10th, 2017 and May 9th, 2022, because it's the 5-year span. It's only within those, and the jury must find a overt act to convict on.
Now are those
do they have
5
to
years
be
statutory as
Yeah,
to
5
that's
years.
the larger?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if they have to be unanimous on one thing or if they all can pick and choose each one each. I honestly, it was very
Were there
confusing
hearings for
listening.
jury instructions? Because isn't that kind of what they ran into in the Orange Man Bad trial up in New York, is that they didn't give a clear overt act, but if you think that there was any sort of overt act, you didn't have to pick the same overt act, you could all just pick and choose.
Well, here they have to pick something that's
Okay.
in the indictment. They
All
can't go outside of what's in the indictment. The prosecution tried over and over again, but Josh Whitaker said, "Oh, hell no. You indicted them. You claimed yourself May 9th. That's the date."
So going forward, let's say that either of these two gentlemen are convicted. Is there a high case for appeal just based on
All the
kind of
fuckery?
prosecutorial?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
loads. Because
right.
since these two guys are the two last ones, They can bring everything that happened in this trial. Did I miss a question?
I will try to.
You missed the question? The jury can do what yeah, they can. What question did I miss? Put a big question mark if you have a question. That way I can... Ow! Stop booping me with your claws out, Mr. Jingles.
He and Dingus must be best friends.
You need just to boop. You don't have to have your claws out. Oh,
He
by the
says,
way,
I beg to differ.
yeah. Now, folks, you all know him. This is Mr. Jingles. He is the current leader and for Mr. Jingles Viking Thugs. We are all part of his non-criminal gang. We do not take responsibilities for anybody else's actions or words or music or Instagrams. Or no, just no. Yeah. Scratchy. Well, Brandon says everybody could pick a separate act and crime for Trump, and then he's just guilty of... Yeah, but that's the Trump case. I don't think that applies here. I saw earlier from... Where did it go? Joey's first fan says unanimous on one. I hope so. That makes it harder to convict. Now, the big issue here for me is the RICO Act. The big issue, because it's so broad and so vague, and more or less anything counts as an overt act, even not criminal ones. But we do have one plus here, and that is juror number 56, who wanted to get out because, in his own words, the prosecution's presentation... what was it? Oh, I don't... well, the gist of it is the way the prosecution presents this case. I don't think I can look unbiased on the presentation. But she asked him, can you be unbiased toward the evidence? And he said yes, and so he's still on the jury. She did not allow him.
Now, do they have... How many alternates do they have, or have they gone through alternates?
No, they still have 4 alternates. I'm amazed because they lost 2 alternates within a month, and then I thought, oh, this is... But since then, nothing.
I'm still waiting for those papers to become FOIA available. The papers that Judge Gainville made people write. I'm like, come on, I want to read those.
Brooklyn says RICO is not guilty, but firearm by a fellow is tough to beat. Yeah, by a felon. Yeah. That is somewhat hard to beat, depending on how much you trust the cops. Depending on how much you trust the cops in this. Yeah, but I do believe whatever happens, the appeals are way better than average with the appeals on this trial, because all the things that happened with Glanville, 50 motions for mistrial with prejudice, and they were all legit. And especially just the thing that Glanville was yeeted, that alone. And then you have multiple of the state's cops who testified, who blurted out something about jail time or jailbirds or guilty or, multiple. And there should be enough with one, and then foot in the arse, thank you, next case. But
honestly, that whole, like when the judge was just this close to saying prosecutorial misconduct, I think should be just about all you need for that. But I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah. And then on the record, Josh Whitaker said, I'm trying to correct your mistakes. That is also because she's not there to correct anybody. She's there to make rulings on the things that happen. But we never know. We never know. Oh, okay. Now Mr. Genius was bored. All right. We are still. Did they say 12:30? That's now. But they are not back yet. I thought that was a really short lunch, if that is correct. Louis Thomas. We still haven't found Rico. Yes, we have. He is on vacation on Aruba with Little Mike and Quay.
Now, will the jury be sequestered for deliberation, or are they just going to be normal kind of?
I haven't heard anything about sequestered. But so yeah. But one thing that tells me that the judge doesn't expect a long deliberation is that she has planned a hearing on December 3rd for the remaining 12.
Oh.
Yeah. So she's not expecting, because I mean, December 3rd is next Tuesday. So maybe okay, let's do this Monday, and then jury instructions and curative instructions and whatnots. And then she thinks they will be done by the weekend, in my opinion.
Not a bad idea. I mean, if I were on the jury, I would want to get this done fairly quickly. Not, rush through it, but this has been a whole year of my life that, I couldn't get a job, or I couldn't keep the job that I currently had, because unless they're statutorily required to hold your job for you, I mean, you're gone for a year. What's an employer going to do with that?
Yeah. Now, they had a bunch of breaks and stuff. And at one point, the judge offered to write a letter to somebody's boss to say, no, you need to keep her employed. Or him. I don't remember. And yeah, I still haven't gotten a code from. Nope. Let's see. Junk mail. No, still. Hot adventures just for you. Thank you.
Don't feel bad, Nicholas. I keep getting, advertisements for prescriptions for Viagra to help with my length and girth. And I was like, well, I'm glad that someone's worried about that, but I don't think I need it.
Oh. Okay, I asked them to resend the code, but nope. Nope. Niagara? No, the code goes to my email. I put it on my email because I don't have an American phone number. What's going on? Don't walk in front of the camera.
Is that Miss Love? Or
I have no idea. All right. Ooh.
I wonder, have the defense attorneys kind of coordinated together while still maintaining, advocacy for their client? But have you noticed throughout this trial that defense attorneys have kind of worked together or kind of stayed in their own camps?
No, they have shared information and helped each other. But now, since there are only two people left, I mean, for instance, when Mr. Williams went, because Mr. Steele's law firm is not a small law firm. So the lot of them had the help of, because Mr. Steele could have his employees check around about everything. So yeah, the lot of them had a lot of help through Mr. Williams or Mr. Williams' attorney. So,
and that makes sense. I mean, when you have a bigger, this looks like it was just beyond discovery. I mean, even beyond what the Delphi case was, as far as terabytes upon terabytes of discovery. And I imagine sifting through that would be absolutely overwhelming if you didn't have access to a bunch of employees.
Oh, definitely. All right, I'm going to plug something here now because December 7th is the season finale of Lego Libation. We are building Legos. So it's Valhalla Awaits and Dave, who are competing with a 2,700 piece Lego. And meanwhile, a bunch of us people show up and try to score points by building the same Lego set. Now, we do have smaller Lego sets. So I do think that they have put me against
Sonya Blade?
No, her.
Oh gosh.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Alternate nerd.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh gosh.
Wait a minute. I have her here somewhere.
All I know is that she, in her lovely British accent, she called herself a gobby cow, but I'm pretty sure that's not her avatar name.
No, it's not. Oh, Steph the alternate. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you, chat.
Yeah, so it will be me against Steph the alternate when we are building the same Lego set.
Fight! Fatality. Finish him. Scorpion.
So December 7th, around, I don't remember. Let's see here if I can find what time it starts. It starts at 9 p.m. next Saturday the 7th, 9 p.m. So Lego, and will there be side bets on who wins? I can't stop you. And I as I told Dave and Val, it depends on who picks me on his team. If Val chooses me on his team, I will work as hard as I possibly can to win. If Dave chooses, I may take it slower. Yeah, it's in 2 weeks, a week and a half. Not this Saturday coming, but the next one, December 7th. Let's see here. Shouldn't they be back? She did say 12:30, didn't she?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah, so check. Yeah, thank you, Gigi, for giving out the links. And by the way, I love my audience. You're great people. share this stream on your social media because there's I'm not saying I'm jealous, but there are channels out there that tuned in just for closing arguments, and they are having thousands. And for me, who has been covering this for a year and a half, more than a year and a half, it's a bit annoying seeing people just swoop in, take the glory, and then swoop off. And because I'm still covering this case, folks. Once this is done, we have the next 12. I'm covering that one too. As I told you guys back last year, I'm covering this from gavel to gavel. And that means not only this trial, I'm covering the other 12 people as well.
Do not allow the Nancy Graces who just came in with for 1 hour of prosecutorial, testimony to win. Nick was the OG.
Yeah. I started covering this. I mean, I had streams with 250 views in total, 9-hour streams. Now, that has improved very, very much since then. And I'm so happy and I'm so grateful. I'm still a bit jealous. Now, no, I'm not jealous for people who actually deserved their success, who have been covering this case since long before the Glanville situation. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. But just seeing people just swoop in, getting thousands of views, the continue views, and knowing that they will just rake in the money and then move on. And it's a
Yeah,
it's a bit annoying. It's a bit annoying.
Well, and you have all the vast understanding of what's gone on. So when I'm over here asking like, hey, dumb question over here, you bring something that they are not bringing because you have this knowledge from the beginning. And I think that's why people enjoy your streams, because you can say, okay, well, this, again, as this part and this part, don't quite go with what this is saying.
Jay said, did you get any better after I left? No. And I did hear, and this was, it annoyed me, but I forgot a bit about it. He was talking about 6 degrees of separation. And folks, 6 degrees of separation. There are 3 degrees of separation between me and Barack Obama. There is also 3 degrees of separation between me and Eileen Warnes. 6 degrees of separation is anybody on this planet. And it's annoying. That only tells me that they have no idea what degrees of separation means. Just as they don't know what a RICO is.
Well, I mean, to me, from an outsider looking in, depending on the makeup of this jury, it looks like they show the scary weapons. They engage in behavior that maybe you don't appreciate. They engage in language you don't appreciate. So if they're doing all of these bad things that you don't, maybe agree with, then they're totally guilty, because look what they put on. That's what it looks like. It looks like a lot of this, they're scary, kind of the same sort of, let's say, cliche, scary, it's an African-American man in the 80s kind of thing. That's what I'm getting from this vibe. And maybe I'm reading this completely wrong, but that's kind of what I'm getting from this closing argument. Like, don't they look scary? Don't they look, like quote unquote thugs? I mean, so judge them on the outside, characteristics of that. Because they haven't brought fingerprints, they haven't brought bullets, they haven't brought...
No, there's literally nothing that connects in the way they claim. And yes, me and Dave was connected by 2 before we even met, because he's married to a Swedish girl. Now, I can't say I knew her before. But I mean, I hung around there. I went to bars there in Helsingborg, and we might have met. Now, between me and Barack Obama, one of my dear friends, Professor Mark Klamberg, he is a professor of international rights. He teaches he taught at Harvard. And one of the courses he taught was visited by Michelle Obama. And then 3 degrees of separation. Now, the other to Eileen Warnes, my dear friend Steve Gosney, his boss was the prosecutor of Eileen Warnes. So 3 degrees of so technically it is 6 degrees of separation between Barack Obama and a female serial killer. So understand, when the prosecutor says 6 degrees of separation, woo! 6 degrees, that's all of us. Maybe not the people on Sentinel Island, but more or less all of us. What is taking so long?
Maybe they're trying to find 84 lapel mics with full batteries.
And thank you to Sparky Zilla over at Rumble for your $2 Rumble rant. Replay crew checking in to say hi. Hi. Maybe I should let's see here, my Rumble link. Dun, dun, dun. Where is it? Where is it? There is it. Dun, dun, dun.
I need Drunk Me to buy me a new chair cushion if she could, whenever she's available. Because she just buys me like octopi that have, middle fingers fully, saluting everyone. She never buys me anything practical.
No, Drunk Me buys me stuff too on occasions. Not as much as he used to do, but yeah, still. Most of my colorful sports jackets are from Drunk Me. I also have a set of fishing lures. I don't fish. I mean, Drunk Me together with Timo or stuff like that is dangerous, because because it takes 6 weeks for the things to show up, and by then I completely forgot about it, and all of a sudden, I wonder what this is. Thank you to Brooklyn, gifting my membership, the first for today. Thank you so much. That's very appreciated. I appreciate you. Let's see here. New members today. 1. Yay! An honorary Viking is still Sebastian Müller at $50. Thank you so much. And I still don't know about the curative instructions that Glenn will put off to closings.
Yeah,
but I assume they are I assume they are included in the jury instructions. Otherwise, I'm not entirely sure how they will curate
Did they
it.
have a jury instructions hearing, or was that outside of public view?
They did have that. They did have that.
Okay.
But I'm not entirely sure what they actually.
I do kind of like this setup where I come in maybe not knowing a whole lot, because I think it gives a perspective of if I'm confused, then the jury's confused.
Yeah, definitely. And some of the things, sometimes I get things wrong, but the viewers, you in the chat, immediately you're on it, and that's the great cooperation between me as a content creator and the chat, and the collective mind gets it done. And Lynn Britton has been a member for 5 whole months, saying, I appreciate your dedication to exposing all this. thank you for your continuous support of this channel, Lynn Britton. Thank you so much. Nick, have you watched any of the Fulton County Commissioners meetings? I think I have covered 2 or 3 of them. I will go during jury deliberations, verdict watch. I'm going back to, okay, what's the funny Willie stuff I missed out on? What is the commissioner's work? And yeah, all the things about the Fulton County Jail that I need to also, because that I need to go back to that press conference, both from the from the Department of Justice and the absolute, from the prison, from the jail's point of view. But I don't need the jail's point of view because just no. Now they are. Did she mean 1:30? Because now it's 12:52, and she said 12:30. Let's see, how long have they actually been off? 50. Now they have been out for more or less exactly 1 hour. And it seems like Mr. Butkiss was the one who took care of it before lunch, and then after lunch it is 2 hours each for the defense. I'm not sure when they will try to cram in the state's rebuttal.
Yeah, that's, let's say 1 to 3, and then you've got 3 to 5. Are they going to keep them from 5 to 7?
Yeah, because I'm not sure, because he took 2.5 hours, so which means they have 2.5 hours for rebuttal. And it was a lot of garbage. Now he well spoken, but completely misrepresenting what was actually in evidence, in my opinion. Completely. It was, I mean, it cut off words from quotes to make it sound worse. And one of the things was that phone call where he cut out, they've been saying we killed not, and the ass wipe, cut out, they've been saying, and only left in we killed not. Okay. Defense. Come on. Come on.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Shart, you may present your closing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Accusations are easy to make. Allegations are easy to wage. And this indictment has plenty of both. But here's the thing. There's a big difference between making allegations and proving them in court beyond a reasonable doubt to the citizens of Fulton County. It's a different matter entirely. The state has spent the past year with a hammer in their hand, banging on a square peg that they call evidence. banging, 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 trying so hard to fit that square peg into the round hole that they call their narrative, their theory. And the reality is that square peg does not fit in that round hole. It never fit. The state hasn't proven their case, and they certainly haven't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. In this indictment, the state accused Shannon Stillwell in count 1 of violating conspiring to violate the Georgia RICO Act. He did not. They have not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty. In count 2, the state alleged that Shannon Stillwell on January 10, 2015, shot and killed Donovan Thomas. He did not. The state hasn't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty of count 2. In counts 49 through 54, the state has alleged that Shannon Stillwell on March 14, 2022, shot and killed Shamel Drinks. He did not. The state has not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty. Good morning. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think I've made this abundantly clear over the past year. My name is Max Shard, and I represent Shannon Stillwell. But that's not the entire story. In fact, I have been joined by my co-counsel, Mr. David Botts, my wonderful legal assistant, Shaquille Kokomo, and it's been our honor to represent Mr. Shannon Stillwell throughout this process. And I'm excited for the opportunity to talk to all of you about the evidence that we have heard over this past year. But before we get started with that, I want to acknowledge you, the jurors. I want to acknowledge the immense time commitment that you have given this case. I want to acknowledge the sacrifice to your family, the sacrifice to your job, the sacrifice to your vacation plans. I want to acknowledge the patience that you have shown me and all the other attorneys. And I want to acknowledge the attention that you have shown this case. It's greatly appreciated. I acknowledge the fact that you have been paying close attention to this case. And for that reason, I'm going to try to avoid rehashing every piece of evidence. I'm going to try to be as direct and concise as possible to avoid unnecessarily taking up too much more of your time. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put page 3 up. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's just get into it, okay? Count 1, as the state discussed in their opening, Mr. Stillwell is charged with conspiracy to violate the Racketeer, Influence, and Corrupt Organization Act. And essentially, they're saying he conspired to acquire, maintain directly or indirectly an interest in and control of United States currency and other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity. And while associated with an enterprise, did unlawfully conspire to conduct and participate in, directly and indirectly, such enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. It's a lot of words, that's a mouthful. And we're going to get to talking about what that means, what it doesn't mean, how it applies to the evidence that's been presented in this case. But before we even get there, I want to talk to you about a big part of the state's case in count 1, but also the other counts that they allege against my client. And that is the state's use of quote unquote
expert witnesses, more specifically the gang investigators that they have called. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put on page 4. They've called, as you probably recall, a gentleman named Belknap, investigator Underwood, investigator Dennis, investigator Gaither, and investigator Viverito. Some of those people they've called multiple times in this case. And I want to talk to you about how to analyze their testimony and what your duties as jurors are to consider how much weight to give the testimony of those witnesses, those quote unquote self-proclaimed experts. You'll be given this jury instruction 130 about expert witnesses, and I'm going to focus on the second paragraph. It says, you are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. So, and Mr. Atkins talked about this in his opening a little bit. Expert witnesses are just like any other witness, and you're going to be instructed on how to evaluate the credibility of any witness. Not just lay witnesses, but experts as well. And there's some factors that the Honorable Court is going to give you to consider in evaluating the credibility and evaluating how much weight to give these witnesses. Some of the factors are their manner of testifying, how they come across at the stand, how they act, their means and opportunity of knowing facts for which they testify, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. Are they biased? And their personal credibility as you observe it. Those are all factors you can consider when evaluating Investigator Gaither, Investigator Dennis, Investigator Viverito. So let's talk about the testimony and what we observed from the stand from these experts. I'd like to talk to you about their training. What did we learn about their training, all these experts? Well, we heard GGIA, Georgia Gang Investigators Association. We heard that a lot, about how there's 20 members. Remember, and we ask about what your training is, and they say, well, I go to the 2-day seminar every year. GGIA, there's 20 members. And then we learn who teaches at these seminars. Remember Detective Underwood? Remember Detective Underwood? And Detective Underwood was a nice lady, but she was sent up here on a fool's errand. They wanted her to testify about the intersection of gangs and music. And she clearly wasn't qualified. She knew almost nothing about music. But she said, yeah, I'm qualified because I think I did a 2-hour block a couple years ago on that. Okay. I think Viverito taught that class. Okay. So now Viverito is the teacher. So I asked her, I said, oh, very interesting. You took a 2-hour class a couple years ago in this subject, and that makes you an expert. Okay. Did you guys hear from any experts in Black history, Black art, any literature professors, anyone that has studied hip hop, anyone from the hip hop community, anyone from the community at large, when you guys all meet, the 20 of you, to talk about gang stuff at this seminar? Nope. It was just Investigator Viverito. Okay, what about scholarly reports? Nope, just Investigator Viverito. The more we ask these witnesses, these experts, about what their training is, what their background is, what their basis for testifying as experts and telling us how to analyze things, telling us what certain words mean, telling us what's gang related or not, telling us what's relevant and what's not. It all stems from these meetings, this echo chamber that they have, where they hear from no one else, no outside voices at all. And they all call each other experts. And they even created an association to look official. Talk about their manner of testimony, or testifying, excuse me. Think about Lieutenant Gaither when she was on the stand. Remember when I was allowed to ask questions? I tried to ask her some questions when they weren't vague. Did she really want to answer my questions? You know, you see on direct with the state, back and forth, it's like a tango. Yeah, it's like a script. And then I get up, where another defense attorney gets up to ask questions. Can't get a simple answer for anything. What color is the sky? Oh, let me tell you about the FedEx video. Just commentary. Same thing with Investigator Viverito. Just unnecessary commentary. Avoiding answering questions that I ask. Clearly, Investigator Dennis was doing the same thing. He's out of here. He was sent home. Consider the manner that they testify and how much weight and credibility they really have in this matter. Think about their interest and lack of interest in the case, also known as their bias. Mr. Kokomo, would you put up Mr. Williams 70A for me? Remember this? Remember Lieutenant Gaither getting up there? Oh yeah, I saw that. This was important. This was a symbol of a gang war. This is the gang war that was going on. This is YSL declaring war on Bird Gang, which is an offshoot of the If Gang. Oh yeah, that's what it is. She told you that. As sure as can be, the expert that y'all are supposed to rely on. Well, what did my good friend, Attorney Brian Steele, do? Brought in the album cover. Wait a second, you're saying that this is a hawk skull and a gang war? Isn't this an album cover of a collaboration between my client, Young Thug, this is Attorney Steele talking, Young Thug and Future? And isn't his label Free Bands? And isn't Future's Free Bands mascot an eagle? Isn't this album cover just signifying the collaboration between the eagle and the snake? Doesn't that make more sense? After all, that's exactly what the album is. Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you put up 471 VV? Remember this? This Kokomo, that's not 471 VV. And actually, could you put up 471 VVA first? Okay, we saw that video, but first, actually, VV. Investigator Viverito brought this into evidence, said this was one of the social media posts that she pulled. Remember that? When she wrote no reports about pulling social media, we have no idea what she looked at, what she didn't. She just determines what's relevant. Not us, not you. You don't get to see that. She determines. Remember, this came into evidence. She said, of course, she didn't give us a date because she wrote no report, but she said she collected this shortly after the shooting of Chamel Drinks. I run with, what you saying? I run with cold-blooded killers, blooded killers. That's Quamarvius Nichols. That looks pretty bad. Looks bad. It's posted a day after this killing, and it's a post, and clearly that's what it says. No other explanation. And then what do we find out later? What do we find out later? Could you put on 471 VV? Could you play it, Mr. Kokomo? We find out that this was part of a post, a story that had a bunch of different posts about fear of roller coasters, about being sick, a whole bunch of different things. And then we finally get to the part where it has the lyrics from Young Boy Never Broke Again, right? Let's watch. We don't even see these lyrics. Why don't we see them on this post? Because they're on for a millisecond in the very beginning of the switch. And we hear about Instagram and how those aren't really words that Mr. Nichols would have typed. Those are words from a song that he picked. And sometimes you pick the lyrics if you want, and sometimes Instagram picks them for you. But what else do we see from watching the entire post? Those weren't even the featured lyrics. The lyrics were being transitioned to the lyrics that either Instagram or Mr. Nichols picked, but in a split millisecond, for whatever reason, these lyrics that Investigator Viverito so desperately wanted you guys to see were on the screen. And so what did Investigator Viverito do? She gets the post. She goes frame by frame until it gets to that exact point where it has what she feels looks like incriminating words by Mr. Nichols, words that weren't even picked by him. And she freezes it and she screenshots it and then she puts it in front of you. Again, no report about what she did. She manipulated the evidence. And she's caught. But what does that tell you about her when we're talking about assessing credibility, your lack of interest in the case, your bias? Does she have an agenda when she does things like that? Of course she does. She's not a neutral witness. She might as well be sitting here. But I don't even think they would do that. Personal credibility as you observe it. Mr. Kokomo, could you put that other exhibit that you put up, the affidavit? .530 VV, this is the affidavit. Remember, we learned about affidavits, and Investigator Viverito was looking into the assassination attempts that she was of Mr. Rashawn Bennett in the jail. And she wanted to search Jeffrey Williams' home, right? And so she had to fill out an affidavit to give it to a judge to get permission to convince the judge, basically, to give her permission to search Jeffrey Williams' home for evidence. So what does she do? She finds a conversation, a text thread, where Mr. Williams says, YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N head. And she bolds it and makes it bigger and circles it for the judge to draw attention to that, because of course she wants the judge to feel that Mr. Williams is just ordering hits on people. That's the implication. That's the message she's sending the judge. And here I am. I know about Jeffrey Williams 3 and Jeffrey Williams 4 that Mr. Steele brought in about the day before this text thread about Lil Uzi Vert putting a $24 million diamond into his own forehead, and Jeffrey Williams thinking that's funny, and that conversation happening, and this having nothing to do with ordering hits on anyone. And here I am. I say, oh, let me confront Investigator Viverito with this. And what was my point, really? What should have happened? Oh, yeah, I misinterpreted that. You're right. And then I would have been Mr. Smart Lawyer and say, see, jurors, Investigator Viverito doesn't always know what she's talking about. She misinterpreted that one when she's telling you what my client means when he says things, what other people mean when they say things. Investigator Viverito doesn't know. She makes mistakes. That's what I thought was going to happen. But what happened? Something far darker. Investigator Viverito sat in that chair and said, she doubled down. And she said, you know what? Even knowing what I know now about 24M on the end's head, even knowing what I know now, I would still put it in that affidavit. That's all I needed to hear. Yeah, I would mislead a judge. Yeah, I would lie in an affidavit. Yeah, I would cheat because I'm that invested in this case. I'm that invested with taking these guys down. I'm that invested. And if she's that invested in that, and the rest of these gang investigators are that invested, consider their credibility. Take what they say with a huge grain of salt. You don't have to believe what they say. You can disregard everything they say. The law allows you to do that. When they say, oh, this is a hybrid gang, and they can't even explain what that means or why it's classified as a hybrid gang, and it's just something that they come up with at their little private meetings every year at these 2-day seminars where they don't get input from anyone else. You don't have to buy that. It's not a hybrid gang. All right. Let's start talking about count one. Mr. Kokomo, if you could put page 14 up for me. And I did not envy Mr. Atkins because this is very complicated to even discuss. But essentially, the way I'm going to try to break this down is that the state needs to prove all elements of this case and all elements of this charge beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element. And I'm going to focus on two different aspects as relates to the case against Shannon Stillwell, this RICO case, count one. The knowing and willfully conspired with one or more others to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. So that's the first thing we're going to focus on, whether it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, knowingly and willfully. Not he was just there, not he just hangs around, knowingly and willfully conspired. And then the second part that we're going to focus on a little bit later is number 6 and 7, that someone committed or that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that someone committed an overt act to further the criminal objective of this conspiracy. So, thank you, Mr. President. So when we're talking about the question about whether Mr. Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to basically take part in racketeering activity, a pattern of racketeering activity, I think we have to look at this whole case in context. I think we have to consider the origin story of what everyone's calling YSL, whatever you want to call it. The state seems to suggest that a bunch of people all came together to commit crimes. Just a big conspiracy. We're all going to come together and we're going to be a racketeering organization. That's not the case. Now, let me be clear. Of course, crimes were committed. Crimes were committed by people with YSL tattoos on their face. Crimes were committed by people that use YSL emojis on social media. Crimes, I'm sure, were committed by people that use the word slap. But that's not the issue here. The issue is whether Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to be part of this RICO organization. We've heard from different young men, and again, we heard from them in the year 2024, talking about things that happened in 2012, 2013. So please keep in mind, when you see a 28-year-old testifying in 2024, we're talking about maybe a 16-year-old back in 2012. And we've heard testimony from people from Cleveland Avenue. We heard from Walter Murphy. We heard from Trontavia Stevens. We heard testimony from people from Capitol Homes. We heard from Quindarius Zachary. We heard from Antonio Sledge. We know that my client, Mr. Stillwell, is from Thomasville. We know that he was raised by his grandmother. His mother was never part of his life due to her drug addiction. We know about these communities, about poverty, about the lack of education. I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush. This does not apply to everyone in these communities. But as a whole, we know the struggles that these communities have had. Lack of education, underemployment, drug addiction, kids looking for food, sharing clothes with peers, hopelessness, a sad, tacit acceptance that it's either rap, prison, or death. That's the reality where a lot of these kids at the time were living. And the state, throughout their presentation of this case, has played several videos of people, of young people in parking lots, at parks. Some of them might have a gun, using foul language. Someone might be smoking marijuana. Some might be saying slap. A lot of times people are, and it's kind of sad to watch, a lot of people talking about all the stuff they got when we all know they really don't have anything. About all the cars they own. Remember that one gentleman? Oh yeah, I'm getting my daughter this, I'm getting my son that car. You know, cap. We saw those videos, and I'm watching all these videos, and I'm wondering, you know, what's the point? Why is the state playing this? Just to show like bad kids, or who they feel are bad kids, just to show who they feel are future criminals? Like, what's the point of these videos that are really sad to watch? And then they played this video, and it's marked 54W, and I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to pull it up, but not play it yet. And it's a video where you see a group of people hanging out in the park, in a parking lot in the park, and you see Jeffrey Williams. Shannon Stillwell's not in this video. And you see Jeffrey Williams leaning on a car. And you see his emaciated body. You see his teeth that are rotten. And he's wearing pants that are clearly too short, too small, clearly been handed down, traded. They didn't come out of Phipps Plaza. You see him wearing a Alabama Letterman jacket. And I'm not talking about like the cool Letterman jacket that you might get at Mitchell and Ness. That's where you get like high price sporting goods, throwback stuff. Not cool like that. Like one that was probably made in the 80s. The Letterman the sleeves are all nasty. And the thing comes down to like his navel. And people are picking at him. Not in a harmful way, but picking at him, picking at his clothes. Go ahead, Mr. Kokomo.
Jacking out here.
Hold on, look. My partner say the man stole his swag. No.
Hey, Jay, how you say he do it?
Hold on. Let me wind it out.
Hey, I get on the nigga.
Hold on. My nigga, Lil Jeff say he the king of white swagging, right? Stand on one time. Let's just let these folks see what you're doing now.
Rock out right here, man. You know what I'm saying?
All right, you check him out now.
What happens there? I think about when I was young. If I had to struggle, if I had to wear clothes that I was embarrassed about. If I was embarrassed about anything, I would hide, I would run, I would stay inside, I'd be ashamed. I might lash out at people picking at me. But what happens there? Jeffrey Williams takes those clothes, those tattered clothes, those old clothes, those ill-fitting clothes, and he twists it. He turns it around. Now, these aren't rags. This ain't nothing to be ashamed of. You can take it down. This is white boy swag. This is swag. Think about that for a second. What that means, and I'm not suggesting Shannon Stillwell saw that video, but that mindset. I'm not ashamed where I came from. In fact, I'm going to turn it into a positive. I'm going to turn it into a sense of pride. And lo and behold, what happens? Everyone starts wearing the skinny jeans. Now think about if you're Walter Murphy. Think about if you're Trontavious Stevens in that Cleveland Avenue neighborhood. You're struggling, you're dealing with the same things that Jeffrey Williams is. And you're ashamed and you don't feel good about yourself. But then all of a sudden you see someone with confidence. Someone that's not ashamed. And all of a sudden, you know what else? They can rap. And people are starting to pay attention. And the shows start being booked. And 1 second it's around the corner. Next second it's up the street. And then all of a sudden it's downtown Atlanta. Think about the pride. If you have nothing and you see someone that you know making it, and making it on his terms with that level of confidence. Now think about if you're Shannon Stillwell, raised by your grandmother, facing many of the same issues that Jeffrey's talking about, that he's rapping about, that these young men in Cleveland Avenue are facing, many of the same challenges. And then you also want to be a rapper. And all of a sudden, this person that you can identify with, this person that has the confidence you wish you had, this person that's taking everything negative and turning it into a positive. And then he raps too. And it's all blowing up in your backyard. And you want to be a musician. And you want to go into the studio. And you want studio time. And you know Jeffrey Williams and his friends have studio time. Because now they have backing. And studio time ain't cheap. And you want connections. And you know he has connections. And you know those connections have paid off. B Slime, we know he's been on songs with B Slime. Vito, a songwriter for 300 Entertainment. Dolly, Rooney Lee, a signed artist. Shannon's been on songs with him. If you're Shannon Stillwell, isn't that exactly where you'd want to be? Isn't that exactly who you'd want to associate with? Not to conspire to violate any RICO laws. You want to be there because he's doing what you want to do and you are identifying with him. What have we learned about this quote unquote gang that they're saying exists? You know, Detective Belknap, the first time he testified, talked about gangs and talked about red and blue don't mix. They have a solid hierarchy and structure, strict rules, chain of command. You're beaten in. You can't get out. If you try to get out, you're beaten out. If you're false flagging, if you're claiming to be part of the gang and you're not, severe repercussions occur. Well, what do we know about YSL? This group of young men many of whom are musicians, many of whom have known Jeffrey Williams since they were little, who are thrilled for his success, who are living through him. Well, there's no initiation, no dues, no money sharing at all, no rules or organizational structure, no hierarchy, no rules about false flagging. Anyone can do it. Everyone does do it. People all over the world wiping their nose. It's not false flagging because it's not a gang. When LeBron James does it, he's not false flagging because there's no gang. He's showing he identifies with the movement. He identifies with the confidence that Jeffrey Williams shows. He identifies with turning negative into positive. There's no gender rules in YSL. And there's no exclusions. You're a square, you're in. Sure. Whatever you want. You're a blood? Yeah, you can hang out. You're a Crip? Yeah, you can hang out. You're not affiliated at all? Yeah, you can hang out. You an athlete? Sure, you can hang out. You a musician? Yeah, you can hang out. You a nerd? Yeah, you can hang out. No one's sending anyone away because it's not a game. It's not exclusive. The only people that say this is a gang are those people that all talk to each other at GGIA, at the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, that don't want to hear from anyone else and just want to have their conclusions. Those people are also very biased in this case. So, has the state proven that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to participate in an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity? Well, Mr. Atkins says, well, he killed Donovan Thomas, so that's proof right there. Well, that's pretty circular logic. He didn't kill Donovan Thomas. Well, he killed Shamal Drinks, that's proof right there. No, he didn't kill Shamal Drinks. What have they proven Shannon Stillwell has done to say that he knowingly and willfully conspired to do anything other than to be around Jeffrey Williams and try to make music and further his rap career and be around people that he identified with? Okay. He's been in social media pictures with many of the people that he hangs out with. Okay. He uses the word slat, uses a green snake emoji. Okay. A lot of people do that. He posted, he spends time in a recording studio with other people that know Jeffrey Williams. Yeah, of course he does. He makes rap videos and posts them online. Yep. Are his friends in the videos? Yep. He uses hand signs such as wiping his nose. Yeah. Post video. The state played one video in their closing about Shannon Stillwell calling out gang. Look at the bottom of that video. What's it say? Baller alert. Shannon wants to be a rapper. It's picked up on Baller Alert. It's aggregated throughout the internet. This is not coming off of Shannon's Instagram feed. This is national. Think about how many eyes are seeing that. Someone that no one knows calling out, trying to pick a fight with a well-known rapper. The Game. It's exactly what any music person, not necessarily a lawyer, I wouldn't tell Shannon to do that, but it's exactly what any music person would tell Shannon, who's trying to make it in the rap game. They would tell him to do exactly that. Get noticed. That doesn't mean he's knowingly and willfully conspiring to be part of any RICO organization. Mr. Kokomo, will you please put up page 13? This photo was put in by Attorney Steele. Who's going to tell LeBron that he's acting like a RICO conspirator? Who's going to tell LeBron that he's now a hybrid gang member? In fact, we just heard that the state said about wiping the nose meant, according to the gang experts. Who's going to tell LeBron that he's like ordering a hit in the middle of NBA warmups? Does that make any sense? Is what the gang investigators say, should we really take it? Hook, line, and sinker? I suggest we should not. Okay, I'm going to move on to the state's attempt to prove the commission of an overt act in furtherance of a criminal objective. And mind you, they have to prove all of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's not like I have to show everyone did not happen. These elements all have to be proven by the state. Okay, and a reminder, this isn't just about people committing crime, because I'm just going to sit here and tell you, there's no doubt that people that are in social media posts, that are in evidence in this case, there's no doubt that people with YSL tattoos, there's no doubt that people that say slat have committed crimes. No one's disputing that. Isolated crimes by an individual or a group of individuals that have nothing to do with any alleged conspiracy cannot be overt acts. It's not just crimes that or other acts that are alleged against people associated with YSL. The acts must further the criminal objectives of the alleged conspiracy. So what do they focus on? They focus on, first of all, oddly, artistic expression. Jeffrey's lyrics. Like we're just going to pretend there's not a thing called rap music. We're going to pretend there's not a thing called artistic license. We're going to pretend there's not a thing called YSL, the record label. And when Jeffrey says slat in his song or slime in his song, which is recognized worldwide and is popular and sells albums, we're going to pretend that there's no context to this, and we're just going to pretend that all these lyrics are somehow designed to further a RICO organization. That's absurd. We're going to pretend Shannon Stillwell's statements about bragging, about beating a murder rap, which is good for his music career, is somehow furthering some criminal objectives of some conspiracy. That's absurd. They list in their list of overt acts a bunch of social media posts. Social media posts of people with tattoos on their face. Nothing else. Just, oh, he took a picture with a tattoo on his face. Or wearing slime clothing or Make America Slime Again clothing. Clothing created, mind you, by Miles Farley, a person who was able to, again, turn negative into positive and turn that movement that was going on in Cleveland Avenue in a way for him to make money through selling clothing, for him to provide to his family. Turns out Miles Farley didn't subscribe to, oh, your options are athlete, entertainer, dead, or jail. He decided to design clothes. And what's his reward? You're part of a conspiracy. What does the state say were these overt acts? Well, they list a lot of petty drug selling. We heard from Trontavia Stevens. I don't know if you remember, but it was a long time ago, I know. But he talked about being pulled over. And I made sure to ask him. And he wasn't denying that he had a bag of weed on him. I said, hey, man, who went in on you, with you, on that bag of weed? I bought it. Okay, yeah, but when you sold it and made a profit, who are you going to share the money with? They look at me like I was crazy. Man, this is $100 bag of weed. I ain't sharing money with anyone. I'm a drug dealer. I buy drugs and I sell drugs and I make a profit and I keep the profit. What evidence have we seen at all that any of this petty drug dealing had anything to do with furthering some criminal enterprise? It's isolated acts. They list gun possession. 2019, they say Shannon Stillwell is possession of a gun in furtherance of the criminal objectives of the conspiracy. Man, we have heard ever since Shannon Stillwell was falsely accused of killing Donovan Thomas in 2015 about people shooting at his head, people shooting at the car he's in. People are trying to kill him. And you think he's possessing a gun as some furtherance of some conspiracy? Does that make any sense? He's trying to survive. The murder of Jamari Holmes, tragic event, horrible, complete waste of 3 lives. Jamari Holmes, Rodelius Ryan, and Mr. Blaylock, 3 teenagers, senselessly, all lose their lives to varying degrees. Jamari Holmes obviously loses his life in the most real sense. Absolute tragedy. No one's going to say otherwise. This list is an overt act in furtherance of furtherance of the criminal objectives of the alleged conspiracy. It was like a 15-year-old doing something incredibly stupid. What objectives was that furthering? It wasn't. It's an isolated act committed by someone who screams out YSL and screams out SLAT. But that doesn't mean it's furthering any conspiracy. We hear about Jaden Myrick. First of all, who the heck is Jaden Myrick? I know they put him on this indictment, like to try to say, oh yeah, he's a co-conspirator in this too. But they're the ones that put his name on this indictment. What have we heard about Jaden Myrick? We ever hear about Jaden Myrick ever meeting Shannon Stillwell? Do we have any indication that Jaden Myrick knows Shannon Stillwell? What about Jeffrey Williams? Any indication that Jaden Myrick knows Jeffrey Williams? Who the heck's Jaden Myrick? But some dope in the jail that's looking to make money by doing something incredibly stupid and attacking Rashawn Bennett. So he calls another dope, and they come up with their own little plan, but it has nothing to do with some broad conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell willfully and knowingly joined. We heard about jail calls. They're all listed as overt acts. Cordarius Dorsey calling Antonio Sumlin. Hey, I want you to attack some guy named, Victor Meadows, I think his name was. I can't even remember the guy's name. Has nothing to do with this case. And Antonio Sumlin's like, what? And he's like, okay, man. And he hangs up the phone and doesn't do anything about it ever again. Is that furthering a conspiracy? And this was the coup de grace. Christian Eppinger has an armed robbery arrest warrant out for him. And the police jump out on him, unmarked police, and say, get out, boy. And he has a gun. And he gets into it, the officer, and shoots. And runs. And then another officer shoots at him, and he shoots back, and he continues to run. Somehow the state is alleging that Christian Eppinger, no one else is there, no one's saying, hey, Christian Eppinger, do this for YSL. Christian Eppinger trying to avoid arrest, trying to stay free, completely isolated from anything else going on in this case. Somehow Christian Eppinger doing that making that idiotic decision to shoot an officer to avoid being arrested, somehow that is in furtherance of some conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully joined? Doesn't make any sense. In review of count 1, ladies and gentlemen, YSL is many things. It's not a gang, full-fledged or hybrid, and it's certainly not a RICO enterprise. Shannon Stillwell, in associating himself with Jeffrey Williams and Trontavious Stevens and Quamarvius Nichols, his good friend, and Miles Farley and others, and Wooney Lee, he wasn't knowingly and willfully conspiring with anyone to participate in any enterprise aimed at a pattern of racketeering activity. He was in the mix. He was trying to make music. He was also, coincidentally, if we're being honest, he was selling drugs. He wasn't sharing them with anyone. He wasn't sharing the profits. He was selling drugs and trying to make music. And he was around the right people to be trying to do that with, because those connections were going to, in his mind, further his music career, which is what he wanted. And no overt acts were ever committed in furtherance of any conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully joined. The state has to prove every element of that charge beyond a reasonable doubt. They have failed. There is reasonable doubt. It's not true. And your verdict on count 1 must be not guilty. Let's talk about count 2. Mr. Kokomo, if you would, pull up page 21. Actually, you don't need to do it. Count 2 is the charge from January 10, 2015, the murder of Donovan Thomas, okay? But before we start talking about the evidence in the case, and we will, let's talk about music, okay? We know that Shannon was working on music. I think we've made that clear through his phone, through the fact that he's always at the studio, through the fact that he has songs on his phone, multiple songs, some we've heard, some we haven't heard. Clearly, that's what he's doing in life. And we've also heard about drill music. We heard from investigator Viverito. We heard from Antonio Sumlin. We heard from other people. We heard about the common themes of drill music, the things that make you marketable in that space, okay? Violence, confrontation, having bodies, homicide, guns, more guns, bigger guns, being the toughest, being the baddest, not being scared, being a danger, okay? And I'm not asking any of you to like that. I'm not suggesting I like that. Detective Underwood, she clearly didn't like it, and I'm not saying she's wrong. But it is what it is. That type of music exists. That type of music is popular, and that's the type of music that Shannon Stillwell was doing. We heard about the common terms in this drill music: ops, glizzy, blicky, red lights. And we heard 5 of Shannon's songs. We heard Slap Talk, Lizard Walk, Red Light, featuring B-Slime and Vito. Bull, S-H-I-T, with Dolly, Jeffrey's sister, and Ran This Money with Slime Life Shorty, a signed artist who had already made it, at least to a certain degree. And in those songs, I agree. We hear about all sorts of violence. We hear about red lights. We hear about glizzies, walk them down, homicides, FNs. We hear it all. And out of context, it doesn't paint Shannon Stillwell in the best light. And I don't think I've ever claimed that Shannon Stillwell is an angel either. But it is art. And when he references beating a homicide, when he references beating a murder rap, when he keeps bringing up Donovan Thomas, it's not a confession. That's how he's known. That's what he's known for. That's his selling point in this type of music that celebrates it, much to some of our chagrin. It just is what it is. We saw a post that Shannon Stillwell made on January 27, 2022, on page 24, Mr. Kokomo. And this is the untranslated version, but I'm not hiding from it. The translated version says peanut stone grave. But what does it say? I fell off 100 times, 100 times I bounced back. Life size, hashtag life size lizard. Lizard, what he's rapping under, lizard walk. Okay. And it says Manny Tumpa de Piedra. What's he talking about here? Fell off 100 times. Why does he keep referencing Donovan Thomas? Years later, he's already been arrested for this charge. Wouldn't he be quiet about it? He would if he did it. But why does he keep bringing up Donovan Thomas? Well, I have two things for you to consider. First, maybe, just maybe, on that particular day in June of 2022, Shannon Stillwell had enough. For 7 years, the police put a target on his back, and people had been shooting at him. He was shot at the green store. They shot at his head. He was so bold to go to JJ's Chicken and Fish to get himself some food with the mother of his child and another female who was driving. He was so bold to do that, that when they left that parking lot, 3 men in a car sped up behind him and shot at that car, riddling the back of that car with bullets, shooting poor Tierra Jones in the face, instantly killing the driver, Miss Jones, causing the car to careen and turn over and over and over, severely injuring Mr. Stillwell, scarring his head to this day, putting him in the hospital for months, putting the mother of his child in the hospital for a month. And then, when the police come to talk to Mr. Stillwell, remember what he does? He feels bad about the situation. He feels awful. He asks the officer, can I write a letter of remorse to Tierra Jones's family? And he does. And then the officer says, well, can you talk to me about the case? And know what he does? He talks to the officers about the case. And he gives names. He gives names of the people that he feels were in that car, that red car that sped up behind him, tried to kill him and killed Tierra Jones. He gave up those names. And what was his reward? Page 26, Mr. Kokomo. I think it was Investigator Griffin, I think is the investigator that was investigating that case. What did he tell you? The discovery got out and it was posted online. And the fact that Shannon Stillwell had dared talk to the police to try to help solve the senseless murder of an innocent woman was broadcast on Instagram and social media. And people were chastising Shannon Stillwell and coming at him on social media and in real life over the fact that he was made such a ridiculous decision as to try to bring justice to Tierra Jones's family. That was his reward for that. So yeah, people shooting at his head, narrowly missing at the green store. People shooting at him in a car, killing someone in the car and putting him in the hospital. People chastising him online for being so bold to tell the police what happened, who killed Tierra Jones, poor Tierra Jones. So yeah, maybe in January 2022, just maybe, possibly, he had enough. He was sick of the nonsense. If you want to say it, then I'll be it. You keep putting me down 100 times, you're making me fall, and I keep getting back up. And what's it all? Ultimately, what's the origin story of it all? The death of Donovan Thomas. That's how it started. It doesn't mean he did it. That's how it started. That's why he has that target on his back. There's another possibility as well. Mr. Stillwell is just a kid who was raised by his grandmother in Thomasville. Nothing more, nothing less. But all of a sudden, he was known as a tough guy behind this. Wasn't true, but that was the public perception. That was the persona that was thrust on him. And maybe, while he was sick of it, sick of being shot at, sick of being chastised, sick of being threatened, maybe also a calculation was made. You know what? If they're going to keep shooting at me, I might as well lean into this a little bit. That does have traction in the streets. That does have traction in the music industry. Maybe that's why he's hashtagging his rap name in the post. The bottom line is, yes, I acknowledge he's referencing Donovan Thomas in songs. He's not giving any inside information in these songs that wasn't publicly known. Remember, he had been arrested. He'd been at prelims. He knows what the case is about. He's heard testimony about the case by this time, by the time he's making his songs. So he's not sharing any information that only the killer would know. Of course he's not, because he's not the killer. But maybe he is leaning into the bad boy image a little bit. But here's the thing. You might like my explanation or not. But could you put on 27, please? But let's just think. If songs were confessions, what would that really mean? Could you put on 28? Remember that song, Homicide by Lil Woody, Kenneth Copeland?
Oh, this is good. And remember, Woody got a deal and immunity.
And I'm going to take this opportunity. Thanks so much, chat and everyone, for having me on, and Nicholas. I have to go run and retrieve my ferals from school because they get kind of upset if you forget about them. But thank you so much, and I will be listening. I might pop in a little bit after I get them, but I have to tell everyone to do homework, so
yeah,
we may or may not work that one. But thank you so much.
Thank you for being here. You were here on day one or on opening statement, and you were here on closing arguments.
Can I make one comment? It is I think someone did say something in chat, but it's a little discongruous to have, like, remember when Little Woot said glizzy, and I'm like, is this English?
Nope.
I'm like, also, what is a glizzy? I thought that was a hot dog, but maybe it's probably not contextually the same. Thank you guys so much. Bye.
Thank you for being here. See you later. All right. Yeah, this is Woody's. Now, remember, they have claimed Shannon's lyrics. Woody made a video portraying the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Who played the role of the assassin? Threat, Trevante Turner. You watched the video. I don't think we need to watch it again. Who gets killed? Someone who looks like Donovan Thomas. Who put money on his head? Kenneth Copeland. If songs are confessions, then Kenneth Copeland has confessed. He hasn't been charged. He's not sitting here on this indictment. So maybe songs are just songs, and posts are just posts. So let's talk about Donovan Thomas and some of the evidence in this case. Eyewitnesses. Who did we hear from? We heard from Reginald Hendricks. He was a gentleman that was shot. He was standing near Donovan Thomas. He didn't identify anyone. We heard from two witnesses, two people that were in the barbershop, working the barbershop. They heard shots. They ducked. They described what happened afterwards. No one identified anyone out of those two witnesses. We heard from a man named Sammy Davis, an older gentleman who lived across the street, who knew Donovan Thomas. They called him Car Wash. He watched Donovan Thomas's car. He didn't see anyone in the car. That was his testimony. And then we didn't hear from, but we heard about someone named Spencer Wright. Well, actually, we heard about someone named Nicholas Robinson. What did we hear about Nicholas Robinson? And Investigator Thorpe talked about it, and definitely District Attorney Sprinkle talked about this as well. What did we hear about Nicholas Robinson? We heard about Nicholas Robinson in September of 2015. He was being arrested for felony theft and a probation matter. And when he's being arrested, and when I say he's being arrested by the Atlanta Police Department, by an officer, and he's hours away from having, you know, what I like to talk about, the Fulton County Blues. He's hours away from having that blue jumpsuit on, right? And what did we learn that Nicholas Robinson did? He said, "Whoa, you guys arrested me. I want to go talk to a detective about a case." So they take him to Thorpe. He wanted to talk to him about the Donovan Thomas homicide. They take him to Thorpe, and Thorpe starts to interview him. Okay. And Nicholas Robinson claims he's at the scene and starts talking to Investigator Thorpe about what he saw. And that would be hearsay to talk about because he didn't testify. But we also heard that in the middle of that interview, Lieutenant Gaither was there. She's doing research into the background of this Nicholas Robinson. And what does Lieutenant Gaither realize? Wait a second. This man who's saying his name is Nicholas Robinson, this man is telling Detective Thorpe his name is Nicholas Robinson, his name is actually Spencer Wright. So she goes and tells Thorpe. And what does Thorpe do? He's interviewing someone about what they allegedly saw in this high-profile case, and this person has just lied to him about his name. What does Thorpe do? He continues to interview him. And in the very next day, he goes out and takes warrants on 4 people, including my client. Then we hear about DA Sprinkle taking over this case in the investigation in early 2016. And him seeing this mention of this Nicholas Robinson, who was really Spencer Wright, and where he said he was when he witnessed events. And we hear about DA Sprinkle getting the surveillance and checking into it and talking to Spencer Wright. Where did you say you were? On what bench? Where? Circle it on his picture. And about how he went to look at the surveillance himself. And what did he see? An empty bench. Spencer Wright not only lied about his name, but he lied about a lot more. But know who he duped? Detective Thorpe.
Which isn't that hard.
We're going to get back to Spencer Wright in a minute. We have no ballistics from the Donovan Thomas case, no DNA or fingerprints. We have an Infinity car, which we will talk about in a minute as well. But essentially, this case, this Donovan Thomas case, comes down to 2 witnesses. And in my opening, I warned you all about people wearing the Fulton County Blues. That was the theme of my opening. Because as it's played out, it turns out Rice Street is a disgusting, horrible place. Being locked up anywhere is awful. And there are people who will lie on other people to stay out of Rice Street. You don't believe me? Spencer Wright, Nicholas Robinson. He's the proof of concept right there. Getting locked up, wants to talk to the detective, and then completely makes things up. And the next day, warrants are being signed. This is not some theory that I have that people lie to get themselves out of trouble. It's proven. Spencer Wright did it. He's not the only one who did it. So the state has these two witnesses, Quindarius Zachary and Kenneth Copeland. Those are the two witnesses. And I've been doing this long enough. They're horrible witnesses. They're liars. They have every reason to lie. They have every motivation to lie. They are inconsistent. They tell different stories every time they talk about the things they talk about. The state knows they're horrible witnesses. But here's what happens. In closing, the state says, they're not our witnesses. We didn't choose those witnesses. They're Shannon Stillwell's friends. He chose those witnesses. That's their line. They might not use it now because I already said it, but that's their line. But let's think about that for a second. That's not their witnesses. First of all, they're the ones that called them to the stand. But that's not their witnesses. Look at this indictment. 28 names. Quindarius Zachary? Is he on this indictment? No. Kenneth Copeland? Is he on this indictment? No. Are any of us going to really sit here and pretend that if the state was really being honest about who to charge about the events in 2015, 2014, 2015, that Kenneth Copeland wouldn't be on that indictment? Kenneth Copeland was a one-man crime wave in 2014, 2015. Yet he's not on this indictment. Quindarius Zachary was a straw purchaser for guns. Quindarius Zachary was right in the middle, the impetus for one of the overt acts, the April 28th, 2015 shooting of houses. He's right in the middle of this. And they're not on the indictment? And we're supposed to pretend that the state aren't the ones that chose Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary as their witnesses? Of course they did. Of course they did. And why did they choose them? What are the qualifications that Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary both had when it really comes down to it? They're two people that are willing to lie on others to get themselves out of trouble. That was one qualification that they had. And two, they are two people that happened to put themselves in situations, serious situations, that would require them to lie on others to get themselves out of trouble. Those were their two qualifications. And the state said, sounds good. We'll sign you up. You're our witnesses. You're no longer on this indictment.
Wow.
Let's talk about Kenneth Copeland's credibility. So use the same test you do for those quote unquote expert witnesses. What's his bias, his motive? How's he come across on the stand? What are his motivations? Well, we know he really hates jail. That was clear. I submit to you that it seems that not only does he hate jail, but he almost has a mental disorder about, he literally said, I'd rather die than go to Rice Street. That's extreme. He's told us, I would do anything to stay out of jail. I would lie on anyone to get myself out of trouble. He has his own term for what he does, the finesse. He really hates jail. What else do we know about Kenneth Copeland? Well, we know about, I'm going to ask y'all to think back and remember this when he was on the stand, a case, 21 CP 197618, State of Georgia versus Kenneth Copeland. Remember that? When he was actually in jail and he picked up another charge because he claimed that a jail worker attacked him and sprayed him with OC spray for no good cause. And he brought charges or tried to bring charges against this poor jail worker. What do we know? The surveillance from the jail was pulled. The investigators looked at it, as they should. Even Kenneth Copeland, a known liar, when he makes allegations against the police, yes, it should be looked into. And it was. And what did they find? No OC spray was emitted. In fact, the officer that was accused didn't even have OC spray on them at the time. So what happened to Kenneth Copeland in that case? Well, he was charged with false statement and false report of a crime, 2 felonies, excuse me. So as a result of his lie, he gets charged with these 2 felonies, false statement and false report of a crime. And it's pending, and it's pending, and it's pending. Then all of a sudden, as this case is ramping up, and Mr. Copeland's going to have to take the stand and be asked about his pending charges and his prior lies, all of a sudden, on January 18th, 2024, Fonnie Willis and her employee, Kenneth Hutcherson, quietly dismissed the case against Kenneth Copeland, the case of false statement, a case of false report of a crime. Why did they do it, according to that sheet? Was it, oh, we actually looked at the video again and it actually supported Kenneth Copeland? No. Was it the victim didn't want to prosecute? No. Prosecutorial discretion. They decided it was in their best interest to dismiss that case against Kenneth Copeland before he testified. Remember I told Kenneth Copeland about it? Thought he was going to get up and hug me. He said, my case is dismissed? Yep, sure was. State took care of you. You're not on this indictment either. Kenneth Copeland's a liar. He's a proven liar. And let's talk about his prior statements he made, because we know on June 10, 2015 is when he said Demekion Garlington gave him certain information and that Shannon Stillwell was one of the people responsible for killing Donovan Thomas. Demekion told him at the McDonald's. That's what Kenneth Copeland said on June 10, 2015. Well, we learned that Kenneth Copeland actually met with the police in 2015 4 times prior to that June 10, 2015 interview. We learned that he met with investigator Thorpe on January 11th. Now, mind you, all these meetings, presumably, if it were true, Kenneth Copeland would have that knowledge of what Demekion Garlington said to him for all these meetings. January 11, 2015, he goes in to talk to Thorpe. Doesn't say anything about Demekion Garlington telling him that Shannon Stillwell is involved in Donovan Thomas's murder. Places himself at the Green Store, which is less than a minute away from the scene of the Donovan Thomas murder. And he's asked about, specifically by Detective Thorpe, if he's ever rented or driven an Infiniti. And what does Kenneth Copeland say? No, never. Denies it completely. That's on January 11th. That's the night going into the morning after of the Donovan Thomas homicide. And of course, we know that's a lie because Kenneth Copeland was in the Affinity on the night of January 9th with Quindarius Zachary. So he lies right off the bat to Detective Thorpe. January 28th, he meets with Thorpe, Dennis, and Gaither. Again, never mentions this supposed statement by Demekion Garlington about Shannon Stillwell being involved. In fact, he's asked specifically who he thought killed Donovan Thomas. He mentions his friend Doc and goes back and forth about whether Doc could have done it or not. He shares a theory about Donovan Thomas running off with someone's drugs. He shares a theory about Kelvin Watts robbing people and Donovan Thomas being caught in that situation. And he's also asked on January 28th about a rumor that he stole Donovan Thomas's chain. And what's he say? Oh no, I didn't do that. Someone else apparently stole Donovan Thomas' chain, and they brought it to me, and I realized it was Donovan Thomas's stuff, and I returned it. I don't have any problems with Donovan Thomas. Me and Donovan Thomas are cool. He also said that on the 11th. So then we go to February 20th, the third statement he gave. Again, never mentions anything about what Demekion Garlington supposedly told him. And Curry, investigator Curry, asked him about the Donovan Thomas case. Doesn't know anything. And then on February 21st, with Gaither and Thorpe, he's again asked about the Donovan Thomas case. Never mentions, oh, Demekion Garlington at the McDonald's told me that Shannon Stillwell did it. Again, he's asked about Donovan Thomas's chain, and it's another lie. Oh, well, someone brought it to me. He sticks with that lie. Lie after lie after lie, denying beef with Donovan Thomas, denying stealing Donovan Thomas's chain, denying ever being in an Infinity. But those are the statements that Kenneth Copeland gave leading up to June 10th, 2015. Could you put on page 33, Mr. Kokomo? So this is a picture from June 10th, 2015 that's in evidence, and it is misleading. It shows Mr. Copeland wearing street clothes, civilian clothes, not a blue jumpsuit, but let's not get confused, let's not get it twisted. On June 10th, 2015, Kenneth Copeland, for the first time, was headed to jail for serious charges. That's what's different about this interview. He was headed to Rice Street. He had a gun charge from the Dunbar Rec Center. Remember when he brought the stick into the rec center and left it on the bleachers? He had just been arrested on that warrant from when he did that. And when they arrested him on the warrant, they came into his girlfriend, Deshawn Quarterman's apartment. And what did they find? They find another gun, a stolen Smith & Wesson in Deshawn's kitchen. And they find a stolen MacBook in Deshawn's apartment. And they find stolen IDs and stolen property in Deshawn's car. And so now we got two guns, stolen property. Oh, and then the police are saying, oh, this stolen property, it's linked to auto breakings that have happened in your neighborhood. So he's got guns, and then he's got a federal agent in there as well, Agent Cunningham, who's talking about these cases going federal. He's got a lot going on. And promises are made. Well, let's talk about the threats first. And all these officers say, oh, I wouldn't threaten him. I wouldn't threaten him. I threatened no bodily harm on him. I'm going to tell you, Max Shard said this here today. Y'all threaten to punch me in the face anytime, but don't threaten to put me in prison for 25 years, no parole. That's a real threat that gets my attention. You can punch me. But the state and the police act like statements that Agent Cunningham made, like, you're an armed career criminal. We got you dead to rights. You're facing 15 plus 10. That's 25. No parole. You're not going to get out till you're 48. And that's not even including the conspiracies. You won't see your children till you're 48. That's a threat. That's a lot more bigger threat than I'm going to punch you in the face or we're going to beat you until you confess. That's a threat. What else do they say? It's totally up to you if these charges go federal or not. You have to help yourself. I'm going to call the U.S. attorney and they're going to ask me, what did he do to help himself? You see what goes on here? This isn't an accident. This is the playbook. Get the liar, get him jammed up, threaten him, tell him he's not going to see his kids again until he's 48. And then, oh, but maybe we can do something for you. You just got to give us what we want. And yes, that was enough to make self-admitted liar, self-admitted finesser, a person who fully admits that he would lie on anyone to get out of jail, to stay out of jail, to get out of trouble. That was enough to coax him to make up a story about Shannon Stillwell and others. And that was actually enough to put his plan in motion because he knew someone was going to have to back up his story. And that was enough to have him reach out to Demekion Garlington and try to get Demekion Garlington to go out and go on with the story, which of course, Mr. Copeland told us he's no longer friends with Mr. Garlington because Mr. Garlington would not go along with that story, or he's upset with Mr. Garlington because Mr. Garlington would not go along with that story. Maybe you say, Max, we get it. He's a liar. He was jammed up. But maybe this threat of prosecution was what was needed to bring out the truth. Maybe he was being truthful on June 10, 2015. Well, let's think about what else he said on June 10, 2015. Remember when they were talking about those auto breakings that they suspected him of? And said, you're going to have to answer these auto breakings. Why do you have all this property and these cars? We know you're involved. Remember what he said? Nah. That was Lil Mike and Quez that did them. Remember the detectives? They looked at each other, Lil Mike and Quez, Lil Mike and Quez. Well, what did we learn in the cross-examination of Kenneth Copeland? Little Mike and Quez, not only did they not do the auto breakings that Kenneth Copeland claimed they did on June 10, 2015, Little Mike and Quez, they don't exist. He made them up on the spot on June 10th of 2015. So my answer to you, if you think, oh, this pressure was needed to get Kenneth Copeland to finally be truthful, nope. He was lying. He made up people that didn't exist in this very statement that the state wants you to take as truthful from one of the biggest liars we've ever seen in our lives. Mr. Kokomo, if you could play what's on page 35. And what did Kenneth Copeland say on a call from the Fayette County Jail on December 21st, 2022, on a recorded call that Attorney Steele brought out?
First thing I did, I ain't got to do it. I lied on to it because, you know what I mean, I found out that he I can't say that, I can't say that on the phone, but, you know what I mean, it's some shit happened between me and him back then. And just so happened I got locked up the next day. You feel me?
He admitted. He said, I lied on Thug. The very same interview, he was saying all sorts of things about Thug. He admitted he was lying. He was making stuff up to get himself out of trouble, to get out of his situation. And he got caught on a recorded line saying as much. Ladies and gentlemen, Detective Thorpe fell for the finesse. Ken Copeland said it was easy. Lieutenant Gaither fell for the finesse. The police report fell for the police department fell for the finesse. Kenneth Copeland got up on the stand and explained the finesse to you, to your faces. We know better than to fall for Kenneth Copeland's finesse. We know better than to just accept his words. Mr. Kokomo, if you put on page 36. This is the other state's witness, the other witness that they chose to bring in front of you, Quindarius Zachary. And yes, he's wearing the jail blues, and he had every reason to lie to get himself out of trouble. First of all, what did Quindarius Zachary say at trial? He admitted that he lied on Shannon in two prior statements. One August 5th, 2015 to Lieutenant Gaither, and then one in a proffer session on March 3rd of 2017. And he also admitted on cross-examination that even those two statements, those two lies he told about Shannon Stillwell were not even consistent with each other. But none of the police seemed to mind. None of the prosecutors seemed to mind. Why? Remember his lie? His lie was, oh, the night of the Donovan Thomas killing, Shannon Stillwell confessed to me at Jeffrey Williams' condo. And then he also went on to lie about Shannon Stillwell on this August 5th, 2015 statement, lied about Shannon Stillwell's involvement in really a bunch of other cases. Cases that Shannon Stillwell has never been charged with. He just lied on Shannon. And he admitted his motivation for lying on Shannon. He admitted that he knew, or he was under the belief, that when he talked to the police, when he talked to Lieutenant Gaither, first of all, he needed to get bond. He had been locked up for about 7 days. His family had been calling Gaither. We heard about that, begging her to go up and talk to him. What was the urgency? Well, we didn't get into details, but we learned that Mr. Zachary has a serious illness that he wasn't going to fare well at Rice Street under those conditions. So he needed to get out. So he has people calling Gaither, come see me, I want to talk to you. And then he also has the motivation of the April 28, 2015 case, which he was facing at this time. He told you, I was under the impression, and I didn't do the math, this may be right, this may be wrong, but this was his impression, that he was facing something like 185 years. Yeah, that's pretty good motivation to lie. And then he was also concerned because he got caught with a gun on May 7th, 2015, that he knew was ballistically linked to other crimes. So that was a reason for him to lie. And finally, why Shannon? Because he wanted to get back at Demekion Garlington, because Demekion had told the police about the April 28, 2015 incident. And he figured blaming Shannon for things was a way to get back at Demekion, because at that time, Demekion and Shannon were close friends. So those were his motivations. Let's talk about the statements he gave. We heard about Investigator Gaither being called repeatedly to go down there and talk to him on August 5th, 2015. And she said, okay. Remember, he wanted to talk about other stuff. He didn't want to talk about his case. He wanted to immediately get to the point where he's telling lies on other people to get bond or get released, get consideration. And Gaither, to her credit, said, no, we got to talk about your case first. Let's talk about April 28, 2015. And what he said. I wasn't there. I wasn't there. The only reason I know about it is because Demekion Garlington told me the next day. So immediately, he's lying to the police, saying he wasn't there, which of course we know he was there. Lieutenant Gaither knows he was there. But what's his explanation? It's odd. It's interesting. It seems to be a recurring theme. I wasn't there, but, and where did he say was also? I was at home because I'm always sick, right? I was at home, I'm always sick, I wasn't there, and the only reason I know about this is because Demekion Garlington the next day confessed to me. Seeing a pattern? Everyone's always confessing to Quindarius Zachary, according to Quindarius Zachary. Of course, that was a lie. Demekion Garlington had not confessed to him. That was made up. He made up a story about someone confessing to him. And in fact, he was there. Gaither called him on it. He about 2 or 3 times said, I swear I'm telling the truth. I swear, I swear, I swear. And finally, he gave up the lie. And then he proceeded to move on to other cases and make up lies on Shannon. March 3rd, 2017 was the second statement set up by his lawyers. You got to understand where the proffer session is. It was a session for him to give as much information as he could about as many instances as he could. And the DAs were in the room. They can consider the information given, and then they can give any consideration that they deem appropriate to Quindarius Zachary for his assistance in providing information. Those were the 2 statements. But here's the thing. You know, it's not complicated to keep a story straight if it's the truth. But if you're making up lies, the context, the details tend to change. It's a little bit more difficult to keep everything straight. And I think about all of us. You know, I think about when I was a kid, I saw a space shuttle explode on TV when I was sitting in the classroom watching it take off. And I remember exactly where I was. I remember who was sitting next to me. I remember whose class it was. I remember what grade I was in. It's etched into my memory. I remember when my favorite football team first won their Super Bowl in my lifetime. I remember everything about that. I remember who the announcers were. I remember who won the MVP. I remember what room I was watching the game in. I remember who I was watching the game with. I remember when this country elected their first Black president, our first Black president. I remember who I was watching TV with that night, the emotions, what room I was in, what channel I was watching. I remember even silly things. I remember watching the Oscars and seeing a man run up on another man and slap him in the face while I was watching with my wife on her bed in our old house while she talked on the phone with her sister. I remember those details, those things that are etched into my mind. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, if a friend of mine came up to me in real life like this, if it really happened, if a friend of mine came up to me and said, Max, I have something to tell you. Earlier tonight, I murdered one of the most powerful gang members in all of Atlanta. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that I would remember exactly where I was when he said it. I would know exactly what was going on, where we were, who else was there, and what exactly was said. Because that's the type of thing you wouldn't forget. That's the type of thing you wouldn't forget details of. But what do we know about Quindarius Zachary's renditions of this alleged confession by Shannon Stillwell? It changed. It changed from August 5th, 2015 to March 3rd of 2017. On August 5th, 2015, he claimed that Shannon Stillwell confessed, but just said, we caught Nut down bad. On August 5th, 2015, he said, we caught Nut down bad. And then, according to Mr. Zachary, on August 5th, 2015, Shannon Stillwell also named 3 other individuals in the car. That was his statement on August 5th, 2015. But then on March 3rd, 2017, he's asked about the same alleged confession. And it's, oh, Shannon just told me he caught Nut down bad. And he didn't give me any other details at all. Didn't say anyone else who was in the car. What about the timing of the confession? On August 5th, 2015, Quindarius Zachary claims the confession occurred just as he and Muntunk pulled up to Jeffrey's condo. And Shannon was about to go to a girl's house. And we crossed paths, and he confessed to me. On March 3rd, 2017, what was the story? No, Shannon wasn't there when I arrived at the Sky House. Shannon didn't show up till later that night, till about 4 or 5 a.m. He was dropped off by some girls. I know because I let him into the condo. How do those details change about something that would stick in your mind if it were true? And the answer is because it's not true. Because it was a story that was made up by Quindarius Zachary, who was facing 185 years, who needed to get out of jail because he had a serious illness, who knew that the gun he had been arrested with was going to be linked to other crimes. And just like Kenneth Copeland, he was someone that was willing to lie to get himself out of trouble. And at that particular time, the state, the investigators, and everyone else had enough leverage on him to force him to make that decision to lie on someone else to save himself. It's a sick game. It is a sick, sick game. So we got these two liars who were strategically interviewed at the very time they're most likely to lie. Wouldn't it be cool if we had some corroboration of what these two no liars claim? Phone records. The state has repeatedly claimed that there's some corroboration in these phone records, and I give Agent Burney some credit. That was the FBI cast agent that talks about the phone records and plots them. He was very careful. He was very clear. This does not give exact locations. First of all, it's just devices, not people, but it doesn't give exact locations. It doesn't tell you where people were. It gives a general area. It tells you what cell phone may have been closest to the device when it was being used. And these cell phone towers have all different radiuses and all different signal strengths. So you just get a general idea. You got to be very careful about what you read into these cell phone records. That's what he said, the expert. And yes, he talked about different people calling different people that know each other calling different people on January 10, 2015. Shouldn't be that surprising. And yeah, he put Kenneth Copeland, as did 88 Sprinkle, Kenneth Copeland at the Green Store, in the general area of the Green Store around the time of the homicide. The Green Store that is what? A minute away from the barbershop? What did the phone records corroborate again? That Kenneth Copeland was right there at the time of the murder? That people were generally going north and south on the highway? What did they say about Shannon Stillwell? Where did they say he was? Go look at those phone records. Did they provide any cell phone records for Shannon Stillwell? How about Diamante Kendrick? What is the power of those cell phone records again? What did they corroborate? Did they have Kenneth Copeland wear a wire? Remember when he was so desperate to get out of jail, I'll wear a wire, I'll wear a wire. That would have been an idea. Prove what you're saying, Kenneth. You're a liar. You're a known liar. Don't just tell us stuff. Prove it. Nope, they didn't put a wire on Kenneth. What about wiretapping phones? We know they know how to do that. Did they wiretap anyone's phone to corroborate anything Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary said? Nope. So then we get to surveillance video. And this is where this gets kind of ugly. Kenneth Copeland claims he was at the Green Store, not outside the barbershop at the time of the killing. And his phone records put him in that general area. How many times have myself or Attorney Steele asked about the Green Store? Detective Thorpe claims that he went to the Green Store to try to get surveillance, but he didn't think they had any. Really? Because I heard about my client being shot at, his head being shot at that very same Green Store, and I heard the officer responded and looked at the surveillance to determine who was shooting at my client. I've seen pictures of the green store. I see the cameras. They don't have surveillance. Okay, Detective Thorpe, so you tried to get surveillance. Do you have that in any of your reports? Any documentation of you going to the green store to try to get surveillance to corroborate the claims of Kenneth Copeland? Oh, no, that's not in my report. Ask Gaither, Lieutenant Gaither, about the green store. Why would I go to the green store? That's not even relevant. Really? I beg to differ. She had no interest in corroborating Kenneth Copeland. So then we talk about the McDonald's surveillance. The McDonald's at Old Hateville and Cleveland Avenue, the very spot where Kenneth Copeland claims in his story that everyone met and that Demekion Garlington told him who killed Donovan Thomas. Well, we know the McDonald's has surveillance. That's been testified to by several officers. And we know we don't have the McDonald's surveillance for January 10th, 2015. So I ask, Attorney Steele asks, I ask, other attorneys ask. First we ask Gaither, did you ever try to get surveillance to McDonald's? And what did she say? Oh, we went like 2 or 3 months later, we went and we talked to a general manager and they weren't able to get into the cameras right then, but we took the card and we gave the card to Thorpe. That was her explanation of the efforts to get camera footage from the McDonald's. I said, okay, do you have that in a report that you drove down to the McDonald's and talked to? Who was the person you talked to? What was their title? What was their name? Where's the card? Oh, no, I don't have that in a report. Nope. Okay, so then we asked Thorpe, what did you do to get surveillance from the McDonald's to corroborate anything Kenneth Copeland said? And this is where it gets ugly. He said, I went a couple days later and I talked to the people and they said the footage had been erased. The 15-day or however many days the cycle is ended and all the footage was erased and it started all over again. That piqued our interest because everyone knows that's not the way surveillance cameras work. Everyone knows it's first in, first out on a rolling basis, meaning if it's a 15-day cycle, at the end of 15 days, everything isn't just erased, but it starts taping over the beginning parts again, so you always have 15 days memory. Everyone knows that you wouldn't go to the McDonald's 2 days after an incident and find out that the whole system had been erased, because that's not how surveillance systems work. And we asked every officer, it seemed, that came up here. You ever hear of a surveillance system working that way? Where it just all erases at one time, or does it roll first in, first out? Every one of them said they never heard of a surveillance system just erasing all at one time. Every single one of them. So, does that McDonald's on that corner of Old Hateville and Cleveland Avenue have a one-of-a-kind, a one-of-one surveillance system that they're operating? I don't think so. But what does that mean? It means Detective Thorpe lied to us. He lied to y'all. He didn't go to try to get that surveillance from the McDonald's. He didn't go 2 days later. What did we hear from DA Sprinkle? Remember that? And that's a straight shoot, DA Sprinkle. What did DA Sprinkle said when we asked him about it? Hey, did Detective Thorpe ever mention trying to go get the footage from the McDonald's? Did that ever come up? Because, we've been asking a lot about this McDonald's footage. What did DA Sprinkle say? Detective Thorpe never brought that up to me. And that seems like something he would have brought up. Detective Thorpe lied. Either that, or he did go get the footage and it doesn't back up Kenneth Copeland's claims. and it's in his his missing file somewhere, which he can't find to bring to court. I guess that's a possibility. But he lied. All right, so the elephant in the room. Who killed Donovan Thomas? It's not our burden to solve this case, first of all. The jury instructions are clear. It's not our job to solve cases, especially cases that happened 9 years ago. But to the extent that it factors into the question of reasonable doubt that Mr. Stillwell committed that crime, let's just leave it like this. I know someone who has a closest associate named Trevante Turner. I know of someone who is arch enemies with a man named Kelvin Watts, who's the brother of Donovan Thomas. I know of someone who, with Trevante Turner, went and shot up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barber shop in 2014. I know of someone who stole Donovan Thomas's nut chain and wallet and cell phone out of his truck in late 2014. And when asked about it by the police, repeatedly lied about that situation, repeatedly pretended that him and Donovan Thomas were cool. I know someone who was jumped by Kelvin Watts in Club Crucial on January 6, 2015. I know someone who basically admitted on the stand, I'm listening, to shooting up the TIG studios at 675 Metropolitan Avenue on January 8, 2015, 2 days before Donovan Thomas's death. A shooting which shot a hole in Rich Homie Kwan's windshield. And if you recall from the officer who responded to the scene, a shooting that very well may have occurred while Donovan Thomas was present. Remember, I asked that officer, were there people there in the studio at the time? Yes, there were. Who were they? I don't know. They wouldn't open the door. They wouldn't come and answer. And I know someone who was put on the proverbial plate by Donovan Thomas on January 8th, 2015. Mr. Kokomo, could you please play DS24F?
I got somebody, but I don't know his name. He was there. He everything. He called the night. Well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night. It was a Thursday night. They had a barbecue. But the barbecue just about it was blood, everything blood. And the whole meeting was based upon me. They was all in there talking about this and this, talking about this and this. So the nigga Mo was on the phone. So Mo told everybody, I need every last one of y'all, whoever 90s scraps here, whoever that was the nickname, supposed to kill me. They gave all of them guns. The same night they gave every last one gun. Said treat me to a gas station and kill me. I forgot what else, but he called and he told me everything and he said, is this person in front of yours?
That's good. The whole meeting was based on me. Gave all of them guns. They were instructed to trick me to the gas station. This wasn't some universal Donovan Thomas after everyone. This wasn't Donovan Thomas after YSL. It certainly wasn't Donovan Thomas after Shannon Stillwell. They were after Kenneth Copeland. I know somebody who had the opportunity. Not only does cell phone records put him right in the area, but we know the car was, we know the shooting, the murder was perpetrated using a certain Infiniti, an Infiniti that was rented for Kenneth Copeland by Jeffrey Williams. Because Kenneth Copeland needed a car. An Infiniti that Kenneth Copeland was in possession of the day before the Donovan Thomas shooting. An Infiniti which was last known to be in the hands of Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary before, according to Kenneth Copeland, he handed it off to his good friend, closest associate, partner in shooting up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop, Trevante Turner, also known as Threat. In conclusion, regarding count 2, ladies and gentlemen, there is an absolute lack of reliable evidence against Shannon Stillwell. He had no motive. His problems with all these people happened afterwards. Once APD falsely accused him, once the streets falsely accused him of committing this crime, that's when people started shooting at his head and shooting at cars he was riding in. He didn't have any problems with Donovan Thomas. There's no evidence of that. There's no forensics, no DNA, no cell phone records putting Shannon Stillwell at any scenes. He's not on the Texaco video. It's just 2 witnesses, both proven and admitted liars who changed their stories repeatedly on tape, right in front of all of us. Both people who had every reason to lie when they gave their stories. 2 people that were chosen by the state to be the key witnesses in the case. But 2 witnesses, to their credit, who at least came in here and owned up to the fact that they were weak. They chose themselves. They chose to lie on others to save themselves, and at least they came in and told you that. Other than that, there's no corroboration at all. All right. We got a little more to go, okay?
Let's take.
That was my hint.
Let's take that.
That was amazing. This is how you get your audience captivated. Building, 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 boom. That. This is good. Oh, this is good. And I don't know if Woody did it or not. I don't care if he did it or not. We are here for these guys. Woody's out.
Everybody
He
try
has
to be back
immunity.
as soon as you can, and as soon as we can get all the jurors taken care of, we'll all get back, because this is going to be a long day.
Yeah. Max Shard, you absolute demon. In the best possible way. Wow. Whew. I need a cigarette. how can you top this? As Brooklyn says, well, we still have the drinks murder. We still have the drinks murder, where he will absolutely annihilate the state's case on that as well. Wow, that was good. Oof. Yeah, I'm clipping his finish and put it up as a separate video, because that is, yeah. Can you all imagine Mr. Steele having to follow that? Well, Mr. Steele isn't. He's gone from it. Now, Mr. Shard still has the rest of the charges against Mr. Stilwell. And I'm wondering if he's borrowing some time from Mr. Weinstein to get finished. Ooh. Oof. And I see here that I can only... I was trying to get the entirety of his closing arguments into one, but it only goes 2 hours back. Wow. Okay, I will set that up for later. Oh well. Whew, okay. Let's see what you all said during this. Nylea G. Max is doing an Oscar-worthy job of exposing Fulton County prosecutor, judges, detectives, expert witnesses, sheriff, and Fani Willis' pure, unadulterated stupidity. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Nylea G. again. Love Hilton Atkins' batting of wearing the appropriate colors for getting roasted. Oh, Nylea, you're on fire. John C. Would have set the world on fire with his slide, but he manned up, and in setting the record straight, he destroyed the prosecution's case. Yeah, I completely agree. Wow. There should be the song made about the saga of Woody. Ah. Oh yeah, and thank you to GG for being a member for a whole 17 months. A whole 17 months. Thank you so much. Diesel efficient. I feel as if Max is telling a story and backing it up with concrete evidence and witness statements that can be proven. However, the state's arguments are backed up by theories, assumptions, and hearsay. Yeah, the difference here is Max played entire videos, entire sentences. The one thing the prosecution play, well, besides songs and bad words, were this were the cutout from a wiretap when the words said are the complete sentence is they are saying we killed not, and Mr. Adkins, the asshat, cut out they're saying. He only played we killed not bit, which is so insanely dishonest. And when a prosecutor does that, you know they are making crap up because they have no case. Yeah, rest in peace, Rich Homie Kwan. Rest in peace. Oh, I wish you could have survived long enough to be testifying in this trial. I wish you were here longer. Yeah. But folks, for I made this a while ago. It is a little tribute. All right. I wish he stayed around for just a little bit longer. Well, I wish he stayed around for much longer. What am I saying here? Much longer. Because if it, yeah, his testimony now that depends on, because his testimony would have been very good for Young Thug. So if Mr. Steele would have put up a case in chief, I believe that Rich Homie Kwan would have been there. I really do. And he would have wrecked the state's case even more than it is wrecked now. Diesel efficient. Imagine if the jury was aware in the ex parte meeting, the state told Kenneth Copeland, you have immunity unless you say you killed not. Then we will arrest you for perjury. Yeah, that was a wild one. Absolutely wild one. Let's see here. I did. Oh, this one. What is one dish you have during Christmas that we may not have here in the US? Pickled herring. We have that for every holiday. We have it for midsummer. We have it on Easter. We have it on Christmas. So yeah, that's the one dish we have here. No, surströmming is only in August. Surströmming is just for August. Tracy Fagan, I was hoping to get to see Ashley in action. Oh, not in this case, but we still have the Bonnie Willis disqualification case, and the Bonnie Willis or the DA's office trying to avoid handing out public documents. And yeah, I will probably cover that during, if there is long jury deliberations. These are some of the things that we will watch during those verdict watches. Here. How would you rate Max's closing arguments? The build-up was a little bit slow for my taste, but damn, it was worth it. What do you mean my sound is off? No? Weird. No, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Let's hear from the rest of you. My volume is going in and out. It sometimes sounds like you're in a can. Huh? All right, trying again. Is it still muffled? Do I have left? No, that's Norway. Left says Norway. So it's a flatbread of sorts. Still a bit muffled. Let me check if I can change a bit here. No, I checked the software. It is correct. So I will check. Let's try with these old software. See if like echo. All right, let's try the webcam microphone. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Sounds good. Okay, now I'm using the microphone on the web. Yeah, this microphone has been a mother humper for quite some time. Yeah, I can't do anything about the room echo if I'm using that one. Let me check if I can.
So bold to
Okay. Somehow. There's something really strange going on here.
and Jeffrey Williams for that Mr. Steele brought.
Frick's sake. Why now? Why now? Okay. Now I can hear again, and it seems, yeah. All right. All right. Yeah. Crap happens sometimes, and now I'm on webcam microphone, and I can't do anything about the room echo, sadly. But thank you for making me aware of it. Thank you for making me aware of it. Do I eat the Matthias herring? Yes, I do. Oh. When I make my own pickled herring, I often use the Matthias as a foundation, and then I add different flavors. Have you hit the thumbs up yet, by the way? If you haven't, now's the time. Because I need more viewers. After a year and a half covering this case, seriously, I need the thumbs up. I need your help to get my channel and my coverage out there. And the best way is being active in the chat, giving the thumbs up.
Please.
Oh.
How much longer, Mr. Short? How much longer?
All right, 10 minutes. Looks like it's going to be the drinks, and he's just going to play the video and explain it. All right, jury's coming in again. And now I guess it's time to absolutely destroy the state's case regarding the drinks.
Oh, page 44. All right.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. I see the coffee. I can take a hint. We're almost there, okay? We're going to move on to the Shamel Drinks murder from March 14th, 2022. And there are several counts regarding this case. Count 49 charges my client, Mr. Stillwell, with murder. Mr. Kokomo, if you could show 50. 50 charges participation in criminal street gang activity based on the murder. 51 charges criminal street gang activity based on the murder. And 52 charges possession of firearm by a convicted felon for March 14th, 2022, based on the belief that if a murder was committed by Mr. Stillwell, he must have had a gun. And count 54 is charged possession of firearm during commission of a felony, being the murder. My point is all of these counts are predicated on the murder charge. And so I'm not going to focus on any of the other counts. I'm just going to focus on count 49, which is the murder charge. Okay, so turning the page to the March 14th, 2022 Shamel Drinks murder case. Let's start out by just reviewing kind of the basic evidence, standard evidence, and then we're going to get into some of the more complicated matters that came up during trial. There's no eyewitnesses. There's no DNA. There's a fingerprint that was briefly alluded to that was found on Shamel Drinks' car that does not belong to Mr. Stillwell or anyone else in this case. There's no ballistic matches. We know that the projectiles or the bullets that hit Mr. Drinks twice, once in the neck, once in the arm, we know that they were .40 caliber bullets. Okay, that's what we know. What else have we heard through trial? We heard about a phone that Mr. Stillwell had. We heard a lot of his songs off that phone, and we also heard about some other things. We heard about a article that Mr. Stillwell or someone with Mr. Stillwell's phone, we'll say Mr. Stillwell, clicked on March 17th, 2022. Okay, it was a Fox News article about a shooting on Windsor Street. Okay, that's 3 days after the homicide. That is after Mr. Stillwell's girlfriend at the time, Miss Alexander, alerted him to the fact that there was a shooting on Windsor Street. It's after the fact, it's after she sent a post posted by someone else on Instagram about this shooting on Windsor Street. It's after his grandmother, Miss Jackson, reached out to him to check if he was okay because she saw the news report about this shooting on the news. All that happened on the evening of March 14th. That's how quickly news traveled. It should be of no surprise that by March 17th, probably sooner than that, there was an article about this incident on the internet, on the Fox News website, the local Fox 5 website. Mr. Stillwell clicked on an article 3 days afterwards. Additionally, we heard about Mr. Stillwell being in we know that he's in the rap, or he's trying to make his way in the rap game. And we know that on the evening of March 14th, going into March 15th, Mr. Stillwell was in the studio. And we know there was a note in his phone that talked about a very standard, very common, not a particularly unique line at all, not unique at all, to be quite honest, from Drill Music about ops that was put in his notes while he was in the studio making drill music. So we have that. Neither of those two things in his phone are particularly noteworthy. They're not strong evidence of anything, but they were brought to your attention by Investigator Viverito, who searched his phone far and wide for any information she could find, and that was what she found. We heard about social media posts. And we heard that those social media posts were collected by Investigator Viverito. And we went back and forth with Investigator Viverito, we being me, about her work collecting those posts. There's no reports on who she was following, what she was looking for, who she was checking out on Instagram, who she wasn't checking out on Instagram. We also know from the post by Mr. Nichols that was presented to you initially in a far different form than it was actually on the internet, that Investigator Viverito was not only collecting posts, but she was manipulating posts to present to you in the way that she deemed fit, because she is biased. We learned that there were several people that made posts about the goings-ons in March of 2022. We know, and I'm not going to hide from it, that Mr. Stillwell made posts about Maine, Christian McMiller's death on March 11th, about Darius Ford's death, about how his heart is broken, about how he ain't going to be the only one crying. We know that there were posts on both sides from everyone in the community about what was going on in March 2022. But the takeaway from the post is this, and it actually came from Investigator Viverito. I don't think she really wanted to admit it, but she did. We talked to her about the March 11th killing of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, and about that investigation. Now we're talking about 2 years and 8 months ago now, how it remains unsolved, how no one's been charged. Okay? And we looked at some of the posts that were made in reference to that incident. We learned about a Big Nick who posted just after that incident, slime and chalk. And we know what that...
Folks, yes, I'm Big Nick. I'm not that Big Nick that they are referencing to, or the other Big Nick. I'm this Big Nick, okay? Oh, Jesus Christ. My leg is not a scratch pole, Mr. Jingles.
I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. And we know about who was posting. You could pull IP address. You could try to look into that and figure out who was posting. If you really thought that these posts, if you really thought posting about the crime was a confession to murder. And she agreed, she could, but they didn't, because it's not. We learned about Kelvin Watts, also known as Shell Cal. And we saw the post that he made right after the murder of the double homicide of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, about him putting 2 shells under Donovan Thomas's eyes, about him looking in the camera and putting 2 shells under his eyes. 4 different posts. Another post about with 2 shells and lips sealed. And we talked to Investigator Viverito about what those shells meant. And they meant bodies in her estimation. So Kelvin Watts is sitting there posting, putting symbols of dead bodies under his own eyes in his own way with the shells. And I asked Investigator Viverito, oh, and he also made a song. We heard about the song he made, Mafia Story, where he's celebrating the death, where he's describing the death, how they were in a fast car and how they died on the freeway. Direct references to the death of Christian McMillan and Darius Ford. And so I asked Investigator Viverito, all these posts that Kelvin Watts has made, has he been charged? And the answer was no. And why was the answer no? Because posts on the internet about the death of people, even claims of responsibility, such as putting two shells under your own eyes, that's not enough to charge someone. That's not a confession. Investigator Viverito said the reality is, in this day and age, under these circumstances, dealing in this situation with the drill music and everything else, there's false claiming going on all the time. We can't go by what's on the internet. We can't go by what people post. That's not a confession. That's what we learned from Investigator Viverito. That's what she was forced to concede when we talked about the Christian McMillan and Darius Ford deaths. So when we're analyzing crude, inappropriate, idiotic posts that are made by Demekion Garlington, or even my client, Mr. Stillwell, let's keep that in mind. Those aren't confessions. Those are posts, and they're common. And even Investigator Viverito, who I have maintained pretty clearly is not an honest broker, was biased, even she had to admit that. Ballistics is interesting because we know about the FN that Mr. Stillwell is allegedly being linked with, 5-7 FN. And that was always a hole in the state's case, right? Mr. Drinks was shot with a .40 caliber bullets. Mr. Stillwell has never been linked to any weapon that shoots .40 caliber bullets, at least not in 2022. So Investigator Viverito shows up in court, looking to put her stamp on the case, looking to sway the jurors. And she looks at a video and she says, yeah, on that table, I think that's a Glock 27 based on the bottom of the grip. I'm not an expert. I'm not saying it is, but I'm just going to kind of hypothesize in front of the jury that it's a Glock 27 and they shoot .40 caliber bullets. Okay, you're not an expert, but you're throwing that in front of the jury. Never said it before until you're on the stand. And what's your experience with Glock 27s? Well, one time I went to the gun store and I was trying to decide what kind of gun to buy, and I held a Glock 27. That's it. Think about Investigator Viverito and her bias and her trying to sway you and identify or claim to identify a firearm and a make and model from that picture and what her basis is, what her real basis is. Any evidence that Mr. Stillwell ever possessed that gun? And what did she say? She just can't answer no, because of course there's no evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever possessed that gun. She says, well, do you have any evidence? Or I don't have any evidence that he didn't. Well, geez, that's an interesting shifting of the burden of proof from the state's witness. She's biased. She came in there to try to solve a key problem of the state's case, which is that Mr. Stillwell is not linked to any weapon that could possibly shoot the fatal bullets in the Shamel Drinks case. And she tried to solve that problem for the state with her little trick and her little identification based on one time handling a gun in some pawn shop or some gun store somewhere. Don't fall for it. It just shows her bias. So we heard the wiretaps. State brought on the wiretaps. And yes, the wiretaps do show Mr. Stillwell. We heard a call, Mr. Stillwell laughing about sneaking out when the police showed up and talking about taking a stick and his FN from the house after the police showed up. We own that. We acknowledge that. Neither of those guns could shoot the bullets that killed Mr. Drinks. But there was another wiretap that was played that I'd like us to just hear again. And Mr. Kokomo, you know where I'm going? Okay. It was from a call on April 1st, 12:29 a.m. And the state made such a big deal of this. Of course, the wiretap, hold on one second, Shake. Just don't play it. Thank you. The state made a big deal of this because it's a wiretap. Demekion Garlington's on one end on his cell phone. And the state made such a big deal about Mr. Stillwell, what he was doing on this call on April 1st. Of course, we know he was in jail. He'd been arrested on March 17th. So he's in jail and he's talking to Demekion Garlington. And they make a big deal. He's on a contraband phone. He's on a contraband phone. Now, I'm not saying that's right, but let's think about that scenario for a second. We've been sitting here for a year listening to the same. This call is subject to being recorded, right? Every time someone comes from the jail, because it is recorded. Mr. Stillwell's on a cell phone. He doesn't know Mr. Garlington's phone is tapped. Mr. Garlington doesn't know his phone is tapped. As far as they're concerned, they're having a private conversation. They have cut out the recording and are having a private conversation about March 14th, 2022. And what do they say? First, Mr. Kokomo, could you play 239 to 310?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm telling folks. I'm like, shit, what the hell they locked up for? Like, they just saying about it. I'm like, bro, they good. I'm just like, they gonna assume some shit like that anyway. They gonna assume that, like, y'all ain't did, ain't kill me, so.
That's what I keep telling goddamn Lil. I keep telling him, like, just chill. Like, I know,
Cause they think he panicked.
Yeah, I'm like, this ain't nothing, bro. Like, they just doing that cut. It seemed as a goddamn gas station. Like, just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In this private conversation that they're having, they're not saying, oh, how can we cover this up? Oh, I think they're onto us. Oh no, I think they got us. They're saying, we didn't do anything. They're just assuming we did stuff because we're at the gas station, which is a fact that we have never denied. They were in fact at the gas station. They're having a private conversation and they're talking about how innocent they are and how the police got it wrong. And Mr. Stillwell is just saying, let's let it work itself out. So let's go to 1210 to 1225, Mr. Kokomo. Thank you.
Yeah, I already know. Like, when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got down, them you know, how they gunpowder, forensics, all this shit there.
Yeah.
You gonna come back clean. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, let's consider that comment. First of all, no one said the car has been cleaned. It's going to come back clean, is what was said. And now, listen to what Mr. Stillwell says. Once they GD going to wipe it down, doing GD, you know, the gunpowder forensic, all that SHIT, the gunpowder forensic. Does Mr. Stillwell sound like an expert in gunshot residue there? Does he really sound like someone that's going to say, oh, I have so much inside knowledge on this forensic work that the police do on the inside of cars that we must clean the headliner of all things, No. He sounds like someone who knows that they were in a car on March 14th, 2022, knows that they were at the BP, knows that they left and they drove down Windsor Street, and knows, despite the fact that he's been arrested falsely for killing another gentleman, he knows in his heart that no gun was fired by him inside that car or outside that car. That's how he knows it's going to come back clean. It's not some devious mastermind that's got some inside information on the forensic work. He barely knows what he's talking about. You know, that gunpowder forensic, all that SHIT. That's the comment of someone that knows where they were on March 14th and where they were driving and what they did not do. And what they did not do was fire a gun. Let's talk about the rental car. State made a big deal of this rental car. Yes, Mr. Stillwell rented a car on March 14, 2022. First of all, we've seen the BP tape. There was no plan, okay? This was a chance encounter. It was unforeseen that Shamal Drinks would ever show up at a gas station. So there's no indication that people would be renting a car in anticipation of running into Shamal Drinks, okay? The reality is we heard about what was going on in Mr. Stillwell's life. We know from his phone, we heard from Miss Alexander who testified. Remember what she said? March 9th, I was robbed. I said she's in the cash business. She said, no, I dance. Okay, that's fine. I didn't want to put it out there, but she did. She dances. She carries large amounts of money. And people ran up on her with their guns out and tried to rob her. Remember what she said? I said, you shot at them in self-defense. She said, no, I shot them. She didn't have any remorse about that because people ran up on her to try to take her stuff at gunpoint. But she was concerned about the blowback. She was concerned about people coming back to get her. Couple that with the fact that Mr. Stillwell has had a target on his back since 2015. Couple that with the fact that Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller were just ruthlessly murdered on the freeway while driving in a car that obviously someone knew who they were and had an idea of what kind of car they were in. Is it really any wonder why a car was rented by Mr. Stillwell and Miss Alexander on March 14th? If it's such a secret, if there was such a plan behind this car, isn't it odd that Mr. Stillwell, first of all, they ordered it online ahead of time. Mr. Stillwell walks in there on surveillance, gives his ID, gives his name. It wasn't no secret. They were renting a car because things had gotten dangerous. They were trying to survive. And then we make a big deal of these tints. Yeah, they did put a tint on the car. That was kind of the point. It was exactly the point. No one's hiding from that. Mr. Stillwell was scared for his safety. He was scared for Miss Alexander's safety. And the first thing he did that night is went and got window tints on the car. And yes, he broke the rental agreement in doing so. We acknowledge that as well. If this was a car that was involved in a homicide on March 14th, let's consider Mr. Stillwell's actions after the fact. I don't know. It seems logical to me that if I'm in a rental car and I use it as part of a homicide, the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of said rental car, distance myself from the rental car. It's on video at the BP. It's on video on Windsor Street. There's surveillance cameras all over the place in Atlanta. The first thing anyone would do if they committed a crime as heinous as this in a rental car is get rid of it. Well, what do we know that Mr. Stillwell does? Well, first of all, he runs into Investigator Viverito at 2830 Waters Road a day after the homicide, wearing the same clothes he was wearing in the BP, by the way, not really concealing his identity there. And he tells Investigator Viverito, yeah, that's the car I'm in. That's the car I'm riding in. And then what does he do later in the day on the 16th? Does he go into Griffin, Georgia and burn it in some back road somewhere? Does he go drop it off in Alabama? No. He calls Alamo and extends the rental until the 20th. Ask yourselves, really? Are those the actions of someone with a guilty conscience? Are those the actions of someone who committed a crime in a rental car? Absolutely not. Why is he doing these things? Because just like how he knows the car is going to come back clean, he knows he didn't do anything in that car. He knows he's innocent. He has no reason to get rid of the car. Okay, let's talk about Dr. Melissa Sims Stanley. She was the medical examiner who performed the autopsy on Shamel Drinks. She was very important. We didn't realize how important she was at the time, but she was very important. She testified that there were 2 wounds to Mr. Drinks, one to his arm and one to his neck. We don't know which order they came in, but we know the shot to the neck was the fatal injury. It caused a massive injury to the base of his skull and the base of his brain. Dr. Sims Stanley testified about the effects of such an injury. Death would be immediate, and if not immediate, imminent. But more importantly, conscious control of bodily movements would be immediately lost due to this massive injury to the base of the brain. The ability to move body parts up and down would be immediately lost. That came out in her testimony. Now, the state followed up and said, is it possible if Mr. Drinks' foot was already on the brake when he was shot, is it possible for his foot to remain on the brake? And Dr. Sims Stanley's answer was yes. And of course it is, because staying on the brake does not require any conscious bodily movement. But on cross, I asked a very simple question. Is it possible after being shot that shot in the neck, that Mr. Drinks would be able to actively move his foot up and down off the brake? And unequivocally, with no hesitation, Dr. Sims Stanley said, no, that would not be possible. It would not be possible for Mr. Drinks, after being shot in the neck, to move his foot up and down off that brake. We're going to get to why that, I'm certain many of you know why that's important, but we're going to get to why that's important in a minute. Let's talk about gunshot residue. Detective Hogan was the lead detective in this case. We know, much like the video, he took out warrants without ever having watched the video in this case, the FedEx video. He relied on a FedEx employee to describe it to him. We also know that he didn't wait for any gunshot residue results to come back before taking out warrants either, before assuming the guilt of my client, Mr. Stillwell. He, in fact, when he testified, seemed unaware that there was even any gunshot residue tests performed or anything had been collected. But then we talked to Antoinette Green, who was the crime scene tech, who processed the the white Audi. And she processed the red Versa, but she processed the white Audi. And She informed us that it was in fact Detective Hogan who requested that she collect the headliner for the purpose of testing for gunshot residue. And I asked Crime Scene Tech Green, did that seem like an appropriate request to you? Collecting the headliner to test for gunshot residue within that car. And she said, yes, the location seemed appropriate. The location of the headliner seemed appropriate. And the fabric that the headliner was made of made it a very appropriate piece of the car to collect to be later tested for gunshot residue. And so she collected it. In fact, she didn't just collect the part over the sunroof. She cut out around that part as well and collected it all and sealed it up just like she does in every other case. She did her job. She collected it, she sealed it, and she sent it to GBI for testing. I asked scientist, Mr. Colvin, who tested for gunshot residue. I said, well, how about you? What is your thoughts? You ever test headliners before? Yeah, all the time. Okay, does that seem an appropriate part of the car to collect to test for gunshot residue? Absolutely. The fabric is the type of fabric that would tend to hold on to the gunshot residue, to maintain the gunshot residue as opposed to someone's hands or something like that. And also the location is very appropriate. So we heard what Mr. Colvin did. We heard about his process, which is all by the books, all by procedure, how he dabbed that headliner. And he didn't just use one tab, he used two. And he dabbed that headliner again and again and again until one tab lost stickiness, and then he moved to the other tab and continued to dab. And what is he dabbing for? Microscopic particles of gunshot residue that are emitted from a gun when it is fired. And he takes these tabs that he's been dabbing on the headliner, and then he looks at it under a microscope, under an electron beam, to look for microscopic particles, of which there are many emitted from a gun when it is fired. A plume of them are emitted from the gun when it is fired. And he looked under that electron microscope, and his results were negative. And what does negative mean? Negative doesn't mean, oh, it's under some threshold, under 5 per cubic foot or anything like that. Negative means zero. Zero particles collected off that headliner that was collected from the white Audi. So, of course, we're going to talk about the video. The video that Investigator Viverito couldn't wait to talk about when she was on the stand, and I wanted to ask her questions about other things. The video that Detective Hogan had not watched at the time that he took out warrants for my client. Mr. Kokomo, could you pull up the video? Okay. And I just want to give a timeline of what I submit we're going to see from this video. We're going to see 3 cars in a line. We're going to see a 4th car, a white car, pull up behind Mr. Stillwell in a driving fast. We're going to see Mr. Stillwell pull off. 16 seconds later, we're going to see Mr. Drink's brake lights go on and off. 16 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has been long gone. 18 seconds after Mr. Stillwell leaves, we're going to see a 5th car make an unexplained U-turn. 30 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has pulled off, we're going to see Mr. Drink's brake lights flicker on and off again. And finally, for a 3rd time, 33 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has pulled off, we're going to see Mr. Drink's brake lights go on and off once again. Investigator Viverito wasn't correct. It doesn't happen one time. The brakes go on and off 3 different times in this video, and we're going to watch it. Pause. Okay, right here, we have 3 cars lined up. Mr. Drinks, red verse on the left, Mr. Stillwell in the white Audi in the middle, and Mr. Nichols and Mr. Boyer, according to the state, and Mr. Farley in the right. I invite you when you're deliberating, I invite you right now, when you're deliberating later on, if you need to review this video, you can look as many times as you want. I want you to look to see if you see a muzzle flash. At any time when Mr. Stillwell's car is next to Mr. Drinks. We see a 4th car speed up behind Mr. Stillwell. Pause. And Mr. Stillwell leaves. What's going through Mr. Stillwell's mind right now? Is it that common theme of drill music that he knows about, Red Light? Is it Future's song, Red Light? Yeah, and this shit real out here, running through the red light, looking through your rear view, and might just sneak up on the car and try to spray you? Is that what's going on in Mr. Stillwell's mind? Is that what he's thinking about as he sees this 4th car speed up behind him? Or maybe he's thinking about that night, September 26, 2015, when he was in that car with Tierra Jones in Miss Duncan, and that car sped up behind them and started spraying the car they were in through the rear windshield. Either way, Mr. Stillwell gets on. Mr. Nichols, apparently confused, is trying to figure out what's going on, and he eventually leaves as well. Okay, pause. Pause. Okay. That 4th car, not Mr. Stillwell's car, that 4th car that has never been identified, has never been tested for gunshot residue, is now next to Mr. Drinks. And there's a 5th car driving up the street, driving up Windsor Street. And let's see what happens. Stop. Okay, back it up, Mr. Kokomo, a couple of seconds. Okay, pause. Okay, I want you to look closely. Right here, we're going to see the 5th car make a sudden U-turn. Is there someone in the street? Is there someone waiting at that car to make that U-turn? Is there an obstruction? Is there anything going on that would explain why that car makes that U-turn at that exact time? No, there's not. There's one explanation. Hold on, Mr. Kokomo. There's one explanation and one explanation only. That car hears a gunshot. And while that car makes a U-turn, I want you to look at Mr. Drinks' brake lights. They flicker on and off. That means he's not dead. He has not been shot in the neck yet. That's science. That's from Dr. Sim Stanley herself. What could be happening, I submit to you, because we don't know the order of the wounds. What could be happening, what makes the most sense, is that at this exact moment, that car that's next to Mr. Drinks fires a shot into the car. Remember, there's 2 wounds to Mr. Drinks, but there's really 3 shots because 1 projectile ends up going into his arm and it's on the seat and is collected by Miss Green, CST Green. Another projectile ends up sadly in his body and is collected by the ME. A third projectile goes through Mr. Drinks' car because we see the exit wound, where the bullet exited Mr. Drinks' driver's side front door. So there's at least 3 shots that are fired into Mr. Drinks' car. I submit to you at this exact moment, first shot is being fired, that car hears it, is making a U-turn, and Mr. Drinks is trying to react, perhaps moving around, going up and down off the brake, trying to figure out what's going on, perhaps trying to find the firearm that he has in his car, trying to figure out what's going on, as he's certainly not anticipating or expecting to be shot at that exact moment. That car, that white car, remains next to Mr. Drinks. Up. Back it up, Mr. Kokomo. And before he leaves, we see a slight flicker of the brake light right there. And then if we play it again, and no more flickers. At that moment, tragically, the fatal shot was fired from that 4th car into Mr. Drinks' red Versa, going into his neck, causing him to immediately lose all bodily control and eventually leading to his imminent death. And that white car, that 4th car, leaves the scene. That last brake light flicker was 34 seconds after Mr. Stillwell had already left. It is scientifically impossible that Mr. Stillwell killed Mr. Stillwell. Couple that with the gunshot residue test that proves that a gun was not fired from the car. Couple that with Mr. Stillwell's behavior, him not distancing himself from the car, but extending his rental. Couple that with the call that we heard on the wiretap of him and Mr. Garlington speaking candidly, talking about how the police are just making an assumption that they know they did nothing to Mr. Drinks. This case is clear. Mr. Stillwell, as convenient as it is, for this inconvenient as it is for the state to admit it, he didn't kill Mr. Drinks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to conclude. For nearly a decade, the prosecution, the police, the gang investigators, they have focused on this group of people, Jeffrey Williams, Shannon Stillwell, and many others. They're young men that grew up in hard times and had dreams of their own. They saw something different in Mr. Williams, a confidence, an ability to turn negative to positive, like so many hip-hop artists before him. They were attracted to Mr. Williams. They identified with him, but they also saw opportunity to chase their own dreams, to get in the studio, to make connections, to hopefully make it big. And it worked out for some of them. Wooney Lee is now a signed artist. He's not alone. But for nearly a decade, these gentlemen have been followed on social media. Prosecutors and police officers have listened to their music, have scrutinized their artistic expression, leaving no room for artistic license, leaving no room for hyperbole. They've searched residences, they've taken jewelry, they've seized cars, they've subpoenaed phone records, they've taken people's cell phones, they've extracted the contents of those cell phones, they've tapped phones, and most egregiously, they have systematically sought out people that are so weak, so scared of jail, so scared of the consequences of their own action, that they are willing to lie on others to save their own skin. And they have systematically sought out those people, and systematically sought out those people at the very time when those people were in crisis. And they've made threats to those people about how they're going to be locked up for decades, not get out till they're 48 years old. And they've made implicit promises to those people. Help me help you. You're a small fish. We're interested in the big fish. I'll be on the phone with the DA as soon as we are done. This ain't 68 plus 1. I'm not going to do you and you owe me one. It don't work like that. You have to give information. You're an armed career criminal. You're going away for 25 years, no parole. It's all up to you. They're going to ask, what did he do to help himself out? That's the game, the sick game that has been played, that's built this case from its inception. It needs to stop. For over a year, the prosecutors and gang investigators in this case have had their hammer out, trying to bang that square peg, their evidence, into that round hole, which is their narrative. And it still doesn't fit. It never will fit. The album cover that they tried to bang on and make it be a gang declaration of war, it never was, it never will be. That video of Antonio Sledge that they claim is an overt act, that they wouldn't, where Antonio Sledge is threatening another man because they're both having sex with the same lady, and he's upset and he's in his emotions. Remember that? And how they wouldn't let Antonio Sledge enter a guilty plea. They wouldn't let him go home to his sick mother, go home to his kids, until he signed the plea deal that said that somehow that this is gang related, just banging, trying to make it fit. Of course it wasn't gang related. They're both having relations with the same girl. It was over a girl. It had nothing to do with gangs. But they tried to make it fit. 24M on an end's head. They say it's putting money on someone's head, ordering an assassination, and they bang and try to make it fit. Of course, it had nothing to do with that. We all know what that was about. And that gang investigators do it too. No rules, no initiation, no jumping in, nothing that is synonymous with gangs as we know it, letting whomever wants to be part of the group in on their own terms, out on their own terms. Worldwide, people identifying with YSL, and they bang and try to make it something it's not, and label it a hybrid gang. Think about the FedEx video. How many different versions did we hear? How many different hypotheticals from the state? Oh, no muzzle flash, must have been shot inside the car. Oh, well, no GSR, must be shot from outside the car. Oh, well, the windows were just tinted, can't roll down the window, must have opened the door. Oh, no GSR, must have been cleaned. Oh, no evidence of it being cleaned. It must have been vacuumed. Oh, or maybe scientist Colvin with the GBI, maybe he tested it incorrectly. Maybe he only dabbed on certain parts that didn't have GSR, as if GSR all accumulates in one little spot, as if it's not a plume, as if it's not all over an object where it's shot. These are all their theories that they try to use. Oh, the GSR must have fallen off in the bag, the sealed bag, this bag that was sealed and protected from the elements, just like every other piece of evidence they use in prosecutions of other cases. Just throwing stuff out there, just continuing to try to bang, 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 bang. Just make it fit, make it look good. It's never going to fit because it's not the truth. They don't have an explanation of why that car did a U-turn. There's only one logical explanation. They don't have an explanation for that negative GSR test. They don't have an explanation of why their own witness, a doctor, the ME, said that upon that shot, all bodily control would be lost. And we see the brake light go on and off 3 times after Shannon Stillwell's gone. They don't have explanations, but they just want to bang, bang, bang and try so hard to make it fit. I've had enough of the hammering. I've had enough of the square peg. I've had enough of their narrative and their theory. It's been a year. It's time to put the hammer down. Let's follow the evidence and not the state's narrative. If we follow the real evidence in this case, not what they're trying to sell you, you will come to the conclusion that the state has not proven count 1, conspiracy to violate the RICO Act beyond a reasonable doubt, and you will return the only just verdict in that case and find Mr. Stillwell not guilty. If we follow the evidence and not the narrative about count 2, Donovan Thomas, you will find that the testimony, the uncorroborated testimony of admitted liar Kenneth Copeland and admitted liar Quindarius Zachary is woefully insufficient. That there's reasonable doubt all over the place, and you will find Mr. Stillwell not guilty of count 2. And if we follow the evidence, you will find that not only has the state not proven that that Shannon Stillwell shot Shamel Drinks. Not only have they not proven that beyond a reasonable doubt, but it's crystal clear that Mr. Stillwell did not commit that crime. And the only just verdict for counts 49 through 54 will be not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your time and attention.
Council, approach real fast for me.
Oh, that was good. And council approach. You know what that means. Sidebar counter 349. We got one in. One more sidebar counter in today. One more. Yeah, outstanding. Max shot. I mean, the way his narrative, which I believe is much closer to the truth than the state's narrative, there's no way you can convict him of either Donovan Thomas or Mr. Drink's murder. There's no way. Now they are approaching because I believe the deputy walked up to the judge So
I'm trying to figure out timing. I know y'all were told that this might be a late day, and it's going to be a late day. We're going to hear from Mr. Weinstein. We'll have a quick break, and then we'll hear the state's close, and then we'll be done for the day. We'll come back tomorrow and get the instructions. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Weinstein.
okay, Mr. Weinstein. This, I suspect, will not be long because they already cut out most of his charges. Now, the rebuttal, I have no idea how long that will be. We're already at 7 hours stream. Folks, if you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, Jesus Christ, what's stopping you? Come on. Come on, Mr. Weinstein. Doug!
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Weinstein, as y'all know, and I have the pleasure of representing Diamante Kendrick, along with my co-counsel, Katie Haggerty, who's sitting back there right now. Mr. J. Apt also represents Mr. Kendrick, but he can't be here right now. And good afternoon, Your Honor, and good afternoon, counsel. I am thrilled to finally be able to speak directly to you all. We've seen each other in the hallways, we've seen each other in the break room and here in court, but I haven't been able to address you directly. The first thing I have to say is thank you. Thank you for your time over the last year. Thank you for your attention. It is sincerely appreciated. And I am going to do something that you have not seen much of. I am going to try to move at a brisk and deliberate pace and not take up any more of your time than I need to, because I think we have already taxed that enough at this point. I know that your time is valuable. I know you want to be able to spend the holidays with your family. I would also like Mr. Kendrick to be able to spend the holidays with his family without the weight of this trial hanging over him. So let's get a move on. You have heard a bit about Diamante Kendrick over the course of this trial. So I want to just talk about him for a few minutes. As you heard, Diamante, first of all, he originates from Miami. He came from Miami, he moved here, but he was a football star at Grady and to UGA to play football. That's a path out that a lot of people take. That is a path up. For a lot of folks in Diamante's situation, the path out is football, either as a career or as a scholarship opportunity to get a college education, to make a better life for yourself. And then another alternative is often music. And while he had that chance to go to UGA, it got derailed. And it got derailed through something that was at no point Mr. Kendrick's responsibility, but it got derailed. So he had to look for something else. And what did he look for? He looked for music. He turned to music because he didn't want to live in that life anymore. He wanted to move beyond it. But yeah, he made some mistakes back then. He made some mistakes back in 2015. And he has paid his price for that. He has paid his dues that he owed society for that. And since that time, he has done nothing but turn to his art, turn to his music, writing lyric after lyric after lyric, laying down tracks. But instead of allowing him to move on with his life, he has become sucked up in this targeting of Jeffrey Williams and has become collateral damage. And these attacks and use of his lyrics against him, the use of the lyrics against Jeffrey Williams, is frankly shameful. It's an attack on the First Amendment. And there's been so many rights, so many notions that I think we hold dear as a nation that the state has simply swept away. So why has the state taken a year of your life away from the work that you enjoy, the family that you love, your travel, your vacations, your children, grandchildren, parents? Why have they done that? What has been the point? The state told you in their opening that there was a point. And the point was that Jeffrey Williams was the head of a wolf pack. That is what they told you. But I don't think anyone sitting in here has seen that. You'll make that decision, not me. But I don't think anyone has seen that. What have they proven about Jeffrey Williams? They have proven that he was a man that through incredible hard work, dedication, and talent came up out of Cleveland Avenue. And instead of forgetting everyone back there, instead of leaving them behind, he tried to reach out to those people that were friends of his that he came up with and say, you don't have to live this life. You can come with me. You can get into music. You can hone your craft. I can take you on the road with me. I can take you out of this. And some people took advantage of that and pulled themselves out, took advantage of Jeffrey's help. Some people tried to do that and failed, and Jeffrey Williams sent them back home. They didn't succeed. And Mr. Kendrick took a hold of that. And Mr. Kendrick took advantage of that opportunity that Jeffrey helped him. But instead, law enforcement put a target on Jeffrey Williams' back, because God forbid anybody pull themselves out of that. Because what does society want to do? Drag them back again. Never let them leave their past behind. God forbid someone leave that behind and pull themselves up from their bootstraps. That's what we tell ourselves as a country. If you work hard enough, you can pull yourself out. Let's see what you guys say. So I would argue that we have not wasted your time here for a year. I'm going to argue that the state hasn't wasted your time, that this court hasn't wasted your time, and that we can salvage something out of this year that we have taken from you. And that is to send a message. And you're going to send a message by going in the back, looking at the evidence that's presented to you. And I think any review of that evidence would have you come back with findings of not guilty on all the charges against Mr. Kendrick. Diamante Kendrick is one of Jeffrey Williams' best friends. And as I said, he's a casualty of law enforcement's war on Jeffrey Williams. Mr. Kendrick is charged with racketeering, murder, and several other charges, about 4, all relating to drugs and guns that were found at Jeffrey Williams' house when Mr. Kendrick was over there visiting. What evidence, what testimony, what witnesses, what physical evidence has the state shown you that Mr. Kendrick committed these crimes? I would say almost nothing that you've seen in this courtroom. Sure, they've played some videotapes, but what have you seen from this witness stand? Nothing. When this case began, we stood up here in opening and we told you the state would not be able to present evidence against Mr. Kendrick. We told you they're not going to be able to show you guns tied to him, that there would not be ballistics tied to Mr. Kendrick. There wouldn't be fingerprints tied to Mr. Kendrick. There would not be witnesses putting Mr. Kendrick at the scenes of these crimes. There wouldn't be any video of Mr. Kendrick involved in the tragic murder of Donovan Thomas. We told you that this case was a Krispy Kreme donut hole. I think the phrase I might prefer is a nothing burger. But that's what we told you. That's what we promised you. And that is a bold promise for a defense attorney to make. And it's one you'll rarely hear, but we made you that promise. And we also told you what would happen, that the state was going to parade hundreds of witnesses through here to throw everything they could against the wall to see what would stick. And frankly, I would submit that nothing has stuck, that we have kept our promises to you. What did the state promise you? Again, a wolf pack with a ruthless wolf pack leader. It's late in the day. With a ruthless wolf pack leader that is here. And instead, you saw that man that wouldn't leave his friends behind. As the state has told you, as Mr. Sharp told you, the state has to prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And they have to prove every element of these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. So let's just talk about reasonable doubt for a moment.
Camera guy.
So
show it.
When the state began today, they told you that you don't have to seek out doubt.
Oh.
They don't want you to think about doubt. But the standard is they have to prove their case to you by guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to prove their state to you by guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for each of the charges, for each of the elements. It can't be down here as highly unlikely. It is a very high standard. Possibly guilty, probably guilty doesn't do it. It has to be guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The court is going to charge you. They're going to tell you, for example, that grave suspicion is not sufficient. And let me read you the charge you're going to hear. Facts and circumstances that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raises a speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt, are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the defendant. Mr. Short already explained so much about the evidence presented regarding the tragic killing of Donovan Thomas. And I need to start by saying I have deep, deep sympathy for the Thomas family. I cannot imagine what it must be like to lose a loved one to gun violence or any type of violence like that. I myself have 5 children, and just the thought of losing a child tears me up. So I don't know what they must be going through. But I think the evidence that has been shown to you does not demonstrate in any way that Mr. Kendrick is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the killing of Donovan Thomas. And as Mr. Sharp so ably demonstrated to you, I think that there are others whose perhaps guilt or responsibility for Donovan Thomas's death has been demonstrated far more than my client's alleged responsibility. Briefly, to not belabor the point that Mr. Sharp brought up, let's talk about Kenneth Copeland, Little Woody. He was a character, right? I mean, he sat in that witness box And he's a charismatic fellow, a very interesting guy. And he has certainly made the most of his star turn in this courtroom. But he never testified on this stand that Diamante had anything to do with the killing of Donovan Thomas. He never testified on the stand that Demikian Garlington told him all this stuff, that Kendrick was involved in killing Donovan Thomas. He didn't tell you anything about at the McDonald's, he learned anything about the killing of Donovan Thomas that Diamante Kendrick was involved in. You didn't hear it at Sky House. You don't hear that from the stand from him. To the degree you heard any of that, it is in that June interrogation tape that was played to you. He was not under oath during that interrogation. And you heard the circumstances from Mr. Sharp, all the pressure that he was under. That was his 5th interrogation following the murder of Donovan Thomas. And the first time he comes up with this story clearly concocted by Demikian Garlington. How do you like the testimony of Demikian Garlington? Oh, you didn't hear any testimony from Demikian Garlington. Everything Garlington allegedly said, you heard through other people. And again, why did he lie to police? To use Mr. Sharp's phrase, because I always steal from the best. He didn't want to wear the blue jumpsuit. He didn't want to go to Rice Street. He didn't want to be in the Fulton County Jail. He didn't want to face years of prison. He finessed the police. He finessed the police. He is a master liar. He is an admitted master liar. And he has methodologies he uses to lie and try to make it convincing. And he explained all of that to you. Again, why doesn't he want to go to Rice Street? Well, he told you what jail was like. On my cross, he explained what jail was like. When he most recently spent time in jail, he had a broken toilet full of feces. There were flies everywhere. He had no food to eat. He had to put his shirt over his face to act as a mask to try to keep the smell down. What rational person wouldn't do everything they can to avoid that? And of course, now is the next question. How do you know when to ever believe Kenneth Copeland? And I don't have a great answer for you on that. I can tell you what he said on the stand during my cross. You know, he said, hand to God, I am telling the truth now. I have God in my heart. I have God in my head. Now, the state would have you believe about Mr. Copeland and Mr. Zachary, who I'll address next, that they got on the stand and they lied here. And they lied here, I'm sure they're going to say, because they're afraid of the defendants. And that is why they lie. But I'm going to argue to you that actually they got on the stand here and they told the truth. And they did it really almost in an act of bravery, because when they get on the stand, the people they're afraid of is the state. They're afraid of the state. The state is the one that has the power to prosecute them. The state is the one that has the power to put them in prison. The state is the one that has the power to put Mr. Copeland in that jail cell with the non-working toilets and the feces and everything else that he is trying to avoid. But despite being afraid of the state, Mr. Copeland gets up here and tells you the truth. Quindarius Zachary, again, he lies to police. He lies to police repeatedly. And when I confronted him with those lies, why did you lie? You know, he said, Yak never told me nothing. Yak never showed me nothing but love. Never showed me nothing but love. But he lied on him anyway. And why did he lie? Because Garlington came to him with a play. And what's the play? The play is to blame other people for the death of Donovan Thomas. Who did Who did Mr. Zachary see in that infinity? He never saw nobody in that infinity but Woody. The Texaco. Oh my gosh, there's the smoking gun. There's the smoking gun that shows that my client murdered Donovan Thomas. He's on video at a Texaco station a block away before the murder. Heaven forbid. He pulls up in that Texaco in a Pontiac. He leaves the Pontiac. He goes, you've seen this video 1,000 times. Well, maybe not that many, but it must feel like it. He leaves the Pontiac to go into the Texaco, and he buys some junk food in the Texaco, goes back into the Pontiac. He sits in the Pontiac. He talks to another car that pulls up. He gets back in the Pontiac, and he leaves in the Pontiac. Go in the back. Watch the video 1,001st time. You're never going to see him get in an infinity. You're never going to see it. How does he get in the infinity? Was there a witness that got up here and put him in the infinity? No. Do they have video from the surrounding area that shows him transferring into the infinity? No. I mean, presumably he teleports into the infinity. I have no idea what their theory is going to be when they argue to you, but I'm going to be fascinated to hear it because there's been no testimony about him in an infinity. How do we know it's an infinity in a drive-by? Well, the state is pretty sure it's an infinity. The state put on, this is one of my favorite experts of all of the state's experts, they put on an infinity identification expert who has worked with, infinity for years. And he can tell in any kind of grainy video that that car is an infinity. That's an amazing expert, but I'll take his testimony. That's fine. I think he's right. I think it's an infinity. And Mr. Kendrick is not in an infinity. And it's pretty hard to do a drive-by shooting if you are not in the car that did the drive-by. It is absurd. So again, there's no eyewitness testimony of Mr. Kendrick involved in the shooting. No weapons tying Mr. Kendrick to it. No ballistics, no fingerprints, no gunpowder residue, no DNA, nothing that you would expect to see. Now, the state has told you, well, you can look at circumstantial evidence. This is true. You can. And the state put up a dollar bill with some puzzle pieces missing. So, well, you can kind of infer that that's a dollar bill. And that's true. But don't go try to spend that dollar bill anywhere, because that dollar bill will not spend. And this evidence is not sufficient to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. Where's the cell phone data? Oh my gosh, you poor folks. You had to spend days listening to experts come in here and talk to you about cell phone location data. Where was Mr. Kendrick's cell phone location data putting him there? They didn't show you any. Who killed Donovan Thomas? I don't know who killed Donovan Thomas, but I think Mr. Shart's theory has some merit. Let's turn to the allegations that YSL is a gang. The state had to bring in 5 different gang experts. You guys had to sit through 5 different gang experts to try to convince you that YSL is a gang. Now, they gave you the definition of a traditional gang, and these gang experts, who, as Mr. Sharp pointed out, all sit there and train each other in this insular little unit, but they told you, yeah, they're not a traditional gang. They don't meet the definition of a traditional gang. But lo and behold, we have another category of gang. It's a hybrid gang. Ooh, a hybrid gang. This is fascinating. Let's talk about hybrid gangs. What's a hybrid gang? Oh, a hybrid gang is whatever we say it is at any given point in time to fit our narrative. That's what a hybrid gang is. A I use the term nose of wax. They can twist it any way they want to fit the group of people they want and say they're a hybrid gang. It's a catch-all. It's a catch-all used to throw all kinds of people together and say, well, you don't meet the definition of a gang, but because we are gang experts that train each other, we have decided you are a hybrid gang.
I detect some snark.
Well,
Some.
hybrid gang. So a hybrid gang apparently is one where, according to their experts, Bloods and Crips can live together in peace and harmony with each other to accomplish some type of goal. Does that make sense to anyone in here that has any basic understanding of the way that gangs work? You've had the state's own witnesses come here on the stand and talk about how ridiculous it is that you can say, that anyone can say that YSL is a gang when you can have Bloods and Crips and Independents and all of these people be members of this alleged gang. As Mr. Shart talked about, there's none of the traditional gang elements. There's no beating in. Anybody can call themselves a member of YSL. You know, someone, I guess, alleged there might be a $25 dues fee or something ridiculous to that effect. But there's nothing that shows them together as a gang. Oh, well, wait, they are a gang because look at these pictures of YSL wearing green clothing. That must mean they're a gang. You guys are mostly in blue and black. You associate with each other here today. Are you guys a gang? The state is all in red today. Are they a gang because they're all dressed in red? Poor Miss Hingerty happened to come in red today. I guess she's a member of the gang as well. It is absurd. Lil Wayne has ESPN on his arm. ESPN. I guess Lil Wayne is surprised that he's a member of YSL too. My client's got ESPN on his body. No, that can't be because he was a football star and in his mind probably liked ESPN. It must be because he's a member of a gang called YSL. So it's wonderful that the state's gang experts have such insights into the mental thinking of my client and Lil Wayne and everybody else. Now the state may say, well, they're not a gang, even though they all dress in red today, looking quite dapper. Because, well, they don't have some criminal objective. Well, I don't know. Let's look at the way the state indicts people. The state's around Investigator Viverito. Investigator Viverito is the last person I can find anywhere on video or that you've seen on video holding that missing $500,000 watch. Did she steal the watch? Was that an overt act and can further into the conspiracy? Maybe I should go to a grand jury and try to indict this. It's the state gang or something ludicrous like that. Everything gang investigators see is viewed from the viewpoint of it must be a gang. Mr. Kendrick, look at the photo they showed you of Mr. Kendrick in the bandana shirt. Go back and look at it in color. The gang investigator says it's red. It is orange. Orange as the sun. You look at it, you decide, don't take my word for it. Don't take their word for it. Don't take the state's words for it. Use your own eyes. But when you're a gang investigator, everything has to fit the narrative. And that's the narrative. The snake on Mr. Kendrick's chest. Did he get that snake because YSL is a gang? Or did he get that snake because it represents the tree of knowledge in the Adam and Eve story? Well, they can tell you. I saw a mentalist Saturday night at a show, and this mentalist was amazing. This mentalist, you would think of something, and the mentalist would tell you, "Oh my gosh, you're thinking of a number between 1 and 50. It's 47." It was actually quite impressive. Apparently, Investigator Viverito and these other gang experts are mentalists. Maybe they will be at the next fundraiser I go to. I'd like to see some more of their tricks. Mr. Kendrick does modeling shots. So someone will say to Mr. Kendrick, hey, hold this hat. Oh, that's gang. The hat has a rat with a line through it. That's gang activity. We're sending a message to everybody. There's a photo taken outside at the time of a video shoot for music. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Gang activity. There's photos of Mr. Kendrick wearing clothes that say slat outside of a recording studio. More gang activity. More people trying to pull themselves out, get into music, exercise their First Amendment rights. More gang activity. It's just exhausting, folks. All right. The racketeering charge. Racketeering is very complicated, as you all know. And the state explained racketeering to you. So I'm not going to go into all of the details of what it takes for you guys to find racketeering. Although I do want to repeat, you have to find each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, and you're not going to be able to do that with Mr. Kendrick. So I only want to focus on a few parts. Just bear with me. It's late in the day. Late in the day. Just give me a little more time. A few parts of the racketeering charge. First of all, the state has not shown a conspiracy beyond a reasonable doubt. What is a conspiracy? It is an understanding to accomplish or pursue a common criminal objective. Criminal. There's been no common criminal objective shown. What has been shown to you and what was shown to you even earlier today? A series of independent, disparate acts over and over again. All kinds of different people committing criminal acts. I'm not going to argue to you that criminal acts were not committed, but they have not shown any relationship between these acts. They have not shown you anything that's shown it was done for a common criminal objective. That was not demonstrated. Again, as Mr. Sharp said, when Mr. Stevens was here, Tick, and Mr. Stevens was talking about selling pot, he did that for his own benefit. He's not paying up the ladder. And by the way, there is no ladder. Investigator Viverito told you because this is a hybrid gang, there's no structure to it. So I don't know how Mr. Tick is supposed to, Mr. Stevens is supposed to spread the money around. But it doesn't matter. They're going to say there's a common criminal objective. Nothing has been shown. Tick. I have to go on a side note on Tick, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Williams, they were trying to avoid the fate of Mr. Stevens. Mr. Stevens, remember, I'd love you to go back and listen, read his testimony. Remember, look at your notes. At the age of 11, society threw him away. They threw him away. They tossed him in juvie, where he learned about gangs and drugs and everything else. Threw his life away. And he's trying to get his life in order again. And he's dragged back into this. State says one of the objectives was money and power. Where's the money flowing? Where's the money? Where's the money coming in? The state had the power of the courts, their subpoena power. They could have gotten Jeffrey Williams' banking and financial records. They could have subpoenaed his accountants. They could have gotten all of that to see the money flowing. Did they do it? No. Why didn't they do it? Well, I'm going to argue to you they didn't do it because there was nothing there. If they did it, it would undercut their case about seizing Mr. Williams' assets, about seizing $8 million worth of jewelry that he earned in the music business, about seizing all of those cars, about seizing the ring off of his finger and keeping it. We don't want to see those records because we don't want evidence that he earned all of this from his music and his hard work. No efforts of money and power as part of a conspiracy deriving from this gang. The judge is going to tell you in your instructions, mere association with an enterprise is insufficient by itself to establish a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Mere association. And that's what you have here, mere association. A bunch of guys that grew up together, were around each other, and that some of whom were trying to make it out, and some of whom were trying to help others make it out. Mr. Kendrick was trying to make it out. Mr. Kendrick would not let himself be thrown away like happened to Mr. Stevens. So I don't believe there's a conspiracy that's been shown beyond a reasonable doubt. What else has the state not shown? Well, they've not shown a lot, but I'm just going to focus on a few. The state hasn't shown that Diamante Kendrick knowingly and willingly joined this conspiracy, and they must show that. Well, first of all, I understand their difficulty. I understand their problem. How do you show that you knowingly and willingly joined a conspiracy with a criminal purpose when one doesn't exist? So that's their first challenge. That's their first challenge. What did they do to try to show knowing and willing join? Well, he hung out with some guys that did some bad things. He allegedly is part of this YSL gang that's not a gang. And by the way, you heard testimony, Mr. Kendrick was signed to the YSL record label. So I guess he knowingly and willingly signed to the YSL record label, but that is not the same as knowingly and willingly joining a conspiracy. Depending on the outcome of this case, at least to this point, being signed to a record label, even a rap record label, is not a crime in the US. What else hasn't the state shown? They haven't shown a pattern of racketeering activity. And the key here is pattern. And part of the key to pattern is there has to be interrelatedness. And I'm sorry about the legalese. I promise I am. But I have to talk about it. These acts have to be interrelated. And instead, what you've seen for a year of your time is isolated incident after isolated incident. We're going to throw everything against the wall and hope something sticks. But even if a few things stick, if they're not interrelated, it is not a pattern. So I believe that when you look at all of the evidence, you're going to need to go back to the jury room. And I believe once you deliberate, you're going to find that Mr. Kendrick is not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of conspiracy to violate RICO. The last charges are easier to discuss and we'll go faster. Every count, counts 57, 58, 61, and 63. These are the last four counts against Mr. Kendrick. All of those relate or based upon drugs and guns found at Jeffrey Williams' house. Not a single witness, photograph, fingerprint, lab test, DNA, everything you can imagine. Nothing shows that Mr. Kendrick possessed any of those guns and drugs. Nothing. When they arrested Mr. Kendrick that day, did they test his clothing for any type of samples that there might be drugs or? No, nothing, nothing. You didn't see any of that. Why was he arrested? Why is he arrested for drugs and guns? It's merely his presence at Jeffrey Williams' house that day. The judge is also going to tell you this, and bear with me while I read this, because it's too long to memorize. You are not authorized to find a person who was merely present at the scene of the commission of a crime at the time was committed guilty of consent in and concurrence in the commission of the crime unless the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that such person committed the alleged crime, helped in the actual perpetration of the crime, or participated in the criminal endeavor. They're trying to show Mr. Kendrick guilty of those crimes just by being at Jeffrey Williams' house. I don't know about y'all, but when someone invites me over to their home, I do not ask before I go there, do you have drugs stashed away throughout your house? I do not ask before I go there, have you got a machine gun hidden under the couch in the basement? Have you got guns stashed in your cabinets? I don't ask that. And when I get to their house, I don't go looking for those things. Why did they charge him with this? Why did they charge Mr. Kendrick with this? Because, as I have told you, and from what you could see in this courtroom, Mr. Kendrick has done nothing but work on his music, but they have to drag him in. They have to suck him in to this vortex caused by their relentless, ridiculous pursuit of Jeffrey Williams. It is offensive and it is absurd. And presumably they felt they needed to do it to help out on the RICO case and to help get Jeffrey Williams. Briefly turning to each of those counts, count 57, participation in criminal street gang activity. That is purely based on his alleged possession of marijuana and a firearm. But again, no one got up here and said Mr. Kendrick possessed any of the firearms or any of the drugs at the house. Now, here's what the state is likely to say. This is what I'm anticipating. Possession can be one of two ways, and you will hear the judge instruct you on this as well. It can be actual possession, you're holding it, or constructive possession. Constructive possession requires the state to show that Mr. Kendrick intended to possess those weapons, intended to possess those drugs. So when the state tells you that, I want you to please remember what I've just told you and think, what witnesses have you seen? What evidence has been presented that Mr. Kendrick intended to possess those weapons or those drugs or that marijuana? Nothing. Zero. Donut hole, nothing burger. The other three counts, 58, 61, 63, those are all marijuana or firearms. And again, I don't need to repeat myself. While I have had wonderful help from Ms. Hingerty and Mr. Apt on this case, for the most part, Diamante only has me up here representing him. The state has an army of prosecutors, investigators, law enforcement to assist them. So, Diamante only has David. And I just pray that I have done my best to slay this giant Goliath that is pursuing him. The state has not met their high burden of showing guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I would even argue the state hasn't met these lower standards either. It's just not been done. I think when you go back there and deliberate, you'll come up with the same idea, the same conclusion. This case against Mr. Kendrick should have never been brought. That same Saturday night when I saw The Mentalist, a friend was saying to me, well, your problem is that the state has the last word. You're going to get up and talk to the jury, but then the state gets to go again. And they're great lawyers from the state. And they may not remember what you say. They're going to have the last word. And I said, no, you are wrong. You are wrong. The state does not have the last word. The jury has the last word. You guys have the last word. Each of you will decide the fate of Mr. Kendrick. Each of you individually will decide whether the state has met their high burden on each of these counts and on each of the elements of the counts to show that he committed this beyond a reasonable doubt. When you go back and deliberate, I believe that you can go back and send the message that targeting people, fixating on individuals who have managed to climb out of their circumstance, attacking people for their music and their lyrics and their art is wrong, is wrong. Targeting only people of color for their music and lyrics is wrong. Winnie Lee, when he was on the stand, told you, he told all of us, even though I am a Black man, not everything I write about is true or autobiographical. He has an imagination. Mr. Kendrick has an imagination. He has things to say about what he sees in the world around him, as does Winnie Lee, as does Jeffrey Williams. And the use of lyrics and artistic expression against individuals is wrong, it's un-American, and it shows the desperation of the state that they have to reach to that level in order to try to make a case against Mr. Kendrick. You can show that maybe, just maybe, we really do believe it when we tell people that through hard work, you can pull yourself up from wherever you came from. And that we, as Americans, as people, we believe in redemption. So I ask you to please remember that during and after the state's closing, to remember that when you're deliberating, to remember that each of you individually gets to make that decision of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So I'm going to ask for the sale, because that is what you're supposed to do, right? And I'm going to ask you to go back there, deliberate, and come back with not guilty verdicts for Mr. Kendrick on all the charges against him. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the last year of your life that you sacrificed to be here and fulfill your roles as citizens. I really appreciate it.
All right, let's take a short break, which is going to be our last break of the day. Then we will hear from the state again. Then I will release y'all for the day. We'll come back tomorrow. I'll give you the instructions. So let's take, maybe a 10, 15 minute.
Ooh. Folks, it is 11 p.m. here. I've been going on for 8 hours. And before this, I had 9 hours at work, which I'm running on fumes here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw you all over to Catnot Williams. And then tomorrow, with the jury instructions, I will also go through whatever garbage the prosecution threw at the wall in their rebuttal. But I'm on fumes here, folks. I'm really on fumes. But Doug Weinstein, you beast. That was amazing. That was really, really good. So, folks, well, what a day. What a day. What a trial. What a trial. I was here on day 1. I was here on day 40, 60, 100, 120, 140, and 165. And I'm going to be here tomorrow too. Going to be here tomorrow as well. And once they come back with a verdict, I will move on to the next ones. Because this trial, this case isn't done, folks. This trial is not done. We have 12 more. We have 12 more. And that hearing for the next 12 is December 3rd. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you for the thumbs up, the moral support, and the monetary support. I'm okay with that as well. Today's honorary Viking, Sebastian Miller, thank you so much for your $50 super chat. Thank you to Tiffany Sebranek for your $10. Thank you, Sebastian. I already said that. Thank you to Luke Kelsey for your $8. Thank you to Lone Star Living for $5. Thank you to Love equals 403 for your $5. Thank you to Brandon Lesko for your $5. Thank you to Brooklyn for gifting a membership. Thank you to Lynn Britton, who's been a member for 5 months. Thank you to Love equals 403, who became a member. And thank you to Didi, my first and best moderator, who has also been a member for 17 months. 17 months, folks. But thank you. And remember, folks, from me and Mr. Jingle, hug your family. Unless your family is crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Okay? And I will see you back here tomorrow. Whew. Let's see here. What should I? Yeah, this one. See you tomorrow, folks. Bye-bye.
Crooked Fanny playing dirty tricks in the courtroom. She always picks, bending the rules. She'd know it, but I won't let her get under my skin. Down in Georgia, where the blues run deep, crooked justice, a secret they keep. But I see through her lies, I see the truth. Gonna make her pay for what she do. Fanny's got a reputation to uphold, but her tactics are shady. Story untold.